Ladies and gentlemen, today we are live for another edition of a live commentary live stream, and this time we are back on the NASCAR Cup Series side of things this weekend, as it is the running of the 2022 edition of the Southern 500 at the Darlington Raceway. We're going to talk all things playoffs, we're going to talk all things predictions going into both today's race over the next 10 races on the season as well. And it all starts right here on the channel. Special 1 hour pre-race to today's live commentary live stream. Usually it's about a half hour. Today it's going to be a full hour because we have a lot of talking points to get through in today's pre-race show. So thanks for everybody tuning in. Hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we are getting into the start of today's race. You'll get to hear any driver interviews as well throughout the course of today's pre-race show, as I have the pre-race on TV that NBC, or I guess USA Network, is airing right now, and currently they're about to get into discussions with Austin Dillon. You guys will get to hear from that right now.
How do you guys do that over the last couple of days to get prepared for this playoffs?
I truthfully don't think we can do anything but what we've been doing lately, and that's survive in advance, do what we have to do to win. Be aggressive. I do understand that we're racing only 15 other guys, and we need to get to that next round. So in the back of my mind, the points racing's there, but we need to be aggressive on our strategy and take advantage of this opportunity that we got.
You just said two things, aggressive and point racing. We're at Darlington. How are you going to do both of those at one time? The playoffs start here. Crazy place to start. How do you manage the night?
Well, I love Darlington. It truly is a throwback race in my mind. I mean, you got tire degradation. You really got to save those tires. It's a long 500-mile race. 500-mile races and above have been the best for me in my career. So I love coming to Darlington and getting after it.
Yeah, you've done a good job over the last several times, being able to get some top 10 finishes. This place kind of fits you in terms of how long the race is and just prodding along and being consistent. Is that kind of the approach tonight? You talked about being aggressive, but I got to imagine for this racetrack, and as long as this race is, I know coming off of turn 2, I'm looking at that scoreboard and I'm going, man, when is this thing about over with? And we'll have 100 laps to go. How do you kind of get yourself through that last half of the race?
Yeah, you just stay consistent. Try and hit your marks all night long. You really do race the track here a lot. You can kind of move around up and down. You saw it last night in Xfinity race. Some guys were trying to run that lower lane, and then you had Kyle up there, hammering the fence. So it's one of those places that you follow that rubber, be consistent, don't overstep, and then when it has if you have a car at the end that's still together, you're going to have an advantage on most of the guys around you.
This sport will humble you and it'll make you feel great. Where does last week rank in your list of achievements?
There's nothing better, and especially for these guys at RCR, ECR. Getting both cars in the playoffs were huge for us. Finishing off for Chevy, getting the key alliance partners all in there, being one of the 8 guys from that. It was huge. I mean, it was great, and can't say enough, but now we're here in Darlington with another shot, and we need to capitalize on this opportunity.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers in the playoffs are going to try to capitalize tonight, Marty. It starts here. They definitely don't want to have any mistakes to get themselves in a big hole early.
Yeah, I can't believe Junior said it was hot.
All right, again, that was Austin Dillon standing with Jeff Burtondale Jr. in the pre-race show that is currently airing on the USA Network, as will the rest of this race later on this evening will go. I haven't shouted anybody out for tuning into the stream. I apologize for that. Dark Crypto, Melinda Everett, GC1424, Thomas Hernandez, Asai Z, Derek Booth, Modern Genetics, Cheyenne, and others, welcome into the stream. We've had over 30 people watching already 9 likes. Wade Solinsky also in the chat. Thanks for tuning in as well. And I know a lot of the reasoning for, again, the start of this pre-race. We always talk about my predictions for the race. Well, before we get into that, remember that this is the start of the playoffs on the NASCAR Fantasy app and mobile website. Go to the NASCAR website, and I'll actually pull it up right now and show the screen display for you guys, so that way you can see exactly where I'm going. But go to the NASCAR website, mobile app on the phone, go to Fantasy. I'm obviously already signed up, but you can sign up with your email. It is free to join. And chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing in 2023. I've not set my lineup yet this week, so this isn't my actual lineup for the week. But again, our regular season champion, Inside Uranus, has already gotten 2 tickets for next year, 2023. He hasn't picked the race yet, but needless to say, he will be getting 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of his choosing next year, excluding the Daytona 500. You will get your opportunity to do so also, we will compete for the playoffs. You're automatically qualified for the playoffs as long as you're in the league when the race starts later on tonight. And you also have to be a subscriber of the channel as well. You can see all these people in the chat. Looks like it's filling up quite a bit here over the last couple weeks. So glad to see that you guys are willing to participate in the league. I think in the regular season we had, 24 people play, but we had quite a few more signed in. You will be removed from the league if you do not have your lineup set for tonight, if it was scored at 0 like it has been all season so far. So be sure to play if you are in the league, so that way you don't get kicked out. But that's just so that way we get other opportunities for other people to join in the league that do want to play, so there isn't any spots wasted. Bentley Potts, thanks for tuning in. Matt Reel, thank you as well. Yeah, ready to go racing. I am too. So, before we get into the actual race predictions tonight, I think it was best to go over my personal playoff predictions for today's race as well. I was thinking about doing the video on it. I ended up not doing it. I was like, let's just make this pre-race to this live stream, because I know that more people probably are going to watch this live stream than any other video I'd upload on the channel. So we're going to do that as well. Before we get started in my playoff predictions, we have to look at the current playoff grid. And as of right now, of course, we know Chase Elliott will be the number 1 seed. He comes in as the regular season champion as well, with the most wins in the Cup Series this year with 4. Here's Kim Kuhn actually with Austin Cindric while we're waiting on that, so you guys can listen to his interview.
For these next 10 weeks.
Oh, I think some ways it has, in some ways I'm in for a new adventure, that's for sure. I think in the Xfinity Series, you obviously don't have the same depth in the field, because, I mean, I'm racing against guys that have been champions of the series and doing this for decades. So I'm definitely on an uphill battle. Nothing defines that more than doing my first Southern 500 for my first playoff race.
First Southern 500, we know tires are a big deal. It's an abrasive racetrack. What does the car do over the course of a green flag run?
Kim, I'm about to find that out tonight. I've done about a fraction of the experience of what I'm going to experience. I mean, it's going to be start to finish here. I mean, we're starting on a green racetrack in the heat of the day, and we're going to end with a lot of rubber on the racetrack at night. I've never even turned a lap here at night, let alone that kind of a migration. So lean on my experienced team members to understand what that's going to be like, but I don't think you really know until you're halfway through.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Austin Cindric rolls off in the 6th position, Parker.
And Parker Kligerman's also going to be standing in with another playoff driver, it sounds like. Waiting on it. No, I think he's just talking right now. I don't think he's standing with anybody. Never mind. I don't know what's going on with NBC. I have no control over, who they're interviewing or when they're interviewing people. It just kind of comes at random. So sorry for giving that to you guys, but I feel like it's information that you guys should hear from the drivers on the forefront. Damon McCune, thanks for tuning in. Blaney all the way. He is pulling for Ryan Blaney, as am I. But again, spotlighting these drivers that are going to be competing for a championship over the next 10 weeks. Again, Chase Elliott comes in as the regular season points leader, putting himself 35 points ahead of the 16th driver who just locked his way into the playoffs with a win last week at Daytona of Austin Dillon. Every driver obviously is going to have playoff points, at least of some sort, considering that all but one had a win, and Ryan Blaney will actually be the number 7 seed this weekend, even without a win, because he did get 5 stage wins on the year, plus his finish inside the top 10 in the regular season standings. Here, Dave Burns, now with Kyle Larson.
But it's not as much as we'd like, I guess. But and compared to last year, it just makes things, you could say a little stressful, just more pressure, I guess, on each race. You don't want to have a mistake that costs you a lot of points. So, I don't know. I think our car, this first round, is shapes up really well for us. It's 3 really good tracks, and I look at it as a good opportunity to get some more points. So we'll see. My HinderCars.com Chevy felt really good in practice yesterday and didn't qualify as well as I thought we would, but I'm confident that our race car is really fast. So try to do a good job tonight, stay patient, and see if we can finally get a win.
Marty, the reigning champ, ready to start the playoffs. Yes, and they...
All right, so again, just a refresher, the 16 drivers that are in the playoffs in its entirety would be Chase Elliott, coming in again with 4 wins apiece. Joey Logano has 2 wins on the season, 2 wins for Ross Chastain, Kyle Larson, William Byron, and Denny Hamlin. Tyler Reddick, Kevin Harvick each have 2 wins this year, both coming in the second half of the regular season. Ryan Blaney with no wins. Again, the only driver in on points, at least for the driver playoffs. Remember, the owner playoffs, the 45 car is in because Kurt Busch got a win in that 23-11 Toyota earlier this season. And then the drivers with one win in the playoffs would include Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe, Daniel Suarez, Austin Cindric, Alex Bowman, and Austin Dillon. So, round by round, we're going to talk very in-depth as quickly as I can with the drivers on why I think they're going to get eliminated in what particular round, maybe which drivers will move on for that reason. I might have to wait till a commercial break at this point because now Parker Kligerman is standing next to Daniel Suarez, and you'll get to listen from Daniel right now.
Well, if there is a place to do it, it will be here. This is a very, very tough race, very long race. So really, I don't see that as a huge penalty. I think it's gonna, it definitely is gonna affect us in stage one, but we're gonna be able to come back. The car was pretty strong yesterday. The guy did a very good job during the week and in the weekend preparing a good car, fast car. Obviously, it was a shame that the mistake happened in inspection, but we're gonna be able to come back. I have no doubt about that.
And Marty, his crew chief Travis Mack was watching some of the video from the earlier race this spring and seeing what car went a lap down. It was lap 18, so they got to beat that to stay the lead lap.
I appreciate.
All right, well, I'm going to try to get through these predictions as best as I possibly can. Sorry for those interruptions. But again, I think you'd rather listen to the drivers than my predictions on the playoffs so far this season. So, I do have it up on my Google Docs page, which I'll have to pull up on my phone real quick because I don't want to show you and spoil the predictions as we're going here. But for the round of 16, the first four drivers who I think are going to get eliminated in this very round we're starting tonight. First of all, I'm going to start off with Austin Dillon. Reason why, he only has 4 top 5s on the year, 8 top 10s on the season, which is actually more than a few other drivers that I have moving on, say, into the round of 12. But for Austin Dillon in specifics, we look at the tracks that are in the first round of the playoffs: Darlington, Kansas, and Bristol. We have not raced at Bristol yet this season on concrete, but when we look at Darlington and Kansas, he scored finishes of 9th and 13th. Not too shabby. I will say RCR as a whole and Chevrolet as a whole has been pretty good on the intermediate tracks. Toyota's probably been the best on the intermediate tracks overall collectively, with it not being a Hendrick Motorsports Chevy and being an RCR Chevy. I do think that puts Austin Dillon and Tyler Reddick in a little bit different of a box per se. As far as Bristol goes in his career, he has only scored 1 career top 10 finish, and that was in 2020. So I'm not really looking at Austin Dillon as performing very well in this round of 16. He's got a lack of playoff points compared to a lot of other drivers. That's why he's starting as the number 16 seed. His only playoff points came with that win last week at Daytona. He has no stage wins, wasn't in the top 10 in the regular season point standings. I just don't have the faith that Austin Dillon can run that consistently. He's been sliding in recent races, as we see. I mean, his last top 10 finish before Daytona, as we're looking on the screen right now, not counting the All-Star Open, obviously, would have been Darlington, where he finished 9th. That was the last top 10 Austin Dillon had before winning at Daytona. Sorry, he finished 10th at Pocono, but that was because the top 2 got DQ'd. So I missed that. So if you include Daytona, he's had 2 top 10s since Darlington in May, early May. So he just has not been consistent. You get to this point in the season, you have to consistently get top 10 finishes, especially with how tight the playoff field really is from 2nd through 16th this season. Consistency is going to matter over these next 10 races, especially round by round. And I just don't trust Austin Dillon, that 3 team, to have the consistency needed if they're going to want to even make it out of the first round. So I do have Austin Dillon being eliminated in the round of 16, as I'm sure most of you guys probably would as well. The next driver who I have getting eliminated in the round of 16, really no particular order with these 4, is going to be Austin Cindric in the 2. I think Cindric's had an above-average rookie season. When we look at previous rookie seasons, really over the last decade, I think he was 11th in the regular season standings at the end of the Daytona regular season finale. So he ended up having a much better second half of the year in his rookie season compared to the first half. Look at the races over the summer months Austin Cindric had. 5th at Sonoma, 7th at Nashville, 7th at Road America, 3rd at Atlanta, even 13th at New Hampshire, not too shabby. 11th at Gateway, he won a stage there as well. third in the All-Star race. So those summer months from like May through July, he was really, really good. But after the Indy road course, he slowed down a bit, didn't have a great run at Michigan, got into that early accident when he was running middle to the back of the pack in the early going of the race. Richmond, he finished 12th, not bad. Watkins Glen, 13th, not great considering we know how good of a road course racer he is. And he did finish third at Daytona last weekend, but the consistency has lacked through the month of August compared to where it was in June and July and even really the end of May. As far as not only that consistency, we look at, again, Darlington, Kansas, 2 racetracks we have ran at. Finished 18th at Darlington earlier this year, was a non-factor through most of that race and just missed out on the top 10, finishing 11th at Kansas. Penske Racing as a whole this season, and really the Ford camp on the intermediate tracks, they have not been as great. If I'm looking at Ford's strong suit, it's usually the flatter racetracks that I've noticed this year. Gateway, they've had good runs. New Hampshire, they've had good runs. If not, obviously competing for wins. Phoenix, they've had a good run, so if we do see any Fords at Phoenix for the championship at the end of the season, I think they can perform collectively and maybe get a title out of that, but I don't think Austin Cindric's going to be making a deep playoff run. Now, I do think if Austin Cindric does make it out of the round of 16 of the playoffs, I think he'll go to the round of 8, considering how good he is on road courses and how good he's been on super speedways this year, winning the Daytona 500, finishing third in the Daytona race last weekend. Obviously, Atlanta, he finished third in the summer. Spring Talladega race, he finished 21st and then 32nd at Atlanta. So still, though, he had 3 top 3 finishes in 3 of the 5 super speedway races so far this season, and really good on road courses. Definitely could compete for a win there. Texas, obviously, he ran well at in the All-Star race earlier this season, finished in third. So that's kind of my bold prediction with Austin Cindric. I don't think he makes it out of the round of 16. He hasn't raced on concrete Bristol in the Cup car. Really, nobody has, considering it's the next-gen car as well. But I'm probably looking at Cindric being eliminated. Again, he hasn't been in this situation before. Austin Dillon has, but I don't think Dillon did make it out of the round of 16 in 2020, I think was the year. Yeah, it was the year he won Texas. He did make it out that year. I don't think he makes it out this year, though. He had a lot more consistency in 2020 throughout the season, leading into the playoffs compared to this season. He's been outside the top 20 in points all year. Earl Arnold Jr., thanks to tuning in. And let's see here. I want to see what some of you guys are thinking about in the chat with those predictions. Bowman's highest points finish is 6th. Byron has an 18 average finish. Now, I'll definitely get through those drivers a little bit. Bowman gets more wins. A lot of you guys talk about Bowman and Byron in the chat right now. I have definitely been harsh on them over the summer months during these live commentary live streams because I do think that they have definitely been highly underperforming compared to how they started the season when... Remember at the very start of the year at the Next Gen car, we were all talking about Hendrick Motorsports being the best team out there, and then pretty much Chase Elliott kind of carried that team on his back throughout most of the year. Kyle Larson quietly was there, but just wasn't getting the wins, and now Larson's picked it up over the last couple weeks especially as well, looking like another championship caliber season. Not obviously as much as what it was last year out of Larson, but he is right there. I think Larson could easily be the second best driver behind Chase Elliott. But I'll talk about Alex Bowman and William Byron here in a quick second once I cover those drivers. I do think there will be a Hendrick Motorsports car eliminated in the round of 16. I guess I'll talk about that driver then now. Means I think that they are going to get eliminated in this round. I think Alex Bowman's going to get eliminated in the round of 16 as well. So Austin Dillon, Austin Cindric, both the Austins I think are going to get eliminated. I think Alex Bowman also gets eliminated in the round of 16 this season. Bowman has only led 29 laps this season. The only other playoff driver who's led less than that, Austin Dillon, who I also have being eliminated this round. In fact, the only 3 drivers to lead less than 100 laps that have qualified for the playoffs this year, I have all getting eliminated because Cindric's only led 78 laps this season as well. Alex Bowman towards the bottom of the playoff grid, much like Austin Cindric, Austin Dillon. I didn't really mention that too much with Cindric, but obviously the lack of playoff points I think could hurt him there. Every point does matter, even though he's very close behind the cutoff line. I just don't think he's running particularly well. Bowman does have 10 top 10 finishes so far this season, but again, most of those coming very early in the year. It has been a struggle as of late. Outside of his 9th place finish at Michigan about 4 weeks ago, he hasn't had a top 10 finish since the Coca-Cola 600 in May. That is how bad it has been for Alex Bowman throughout the summer this year. lacking consistency. Even if you look at top 15 finishes, which he is finishing in the top 15, but that's not going to cut it at this point in the season, especially when you're starting the opening round behind the cutoff line. Alex Bowman did not have a great run at Darlington earlier this year. He was pretty abysmal at Darlington earlier this year, finished in the 29th place position. He did finish 9th at Kansas this season. Again, I mentioned Chevrolets have been pretty good on the intermediate tracks, not as good as Toyota, but for the most part pretty good. Hendrick Motorsports, probably the outlier in that, with Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson each having wins on intermediates. Obviously, Bowman has a win also at Las Vegas this season, and a hybrid of a 1.5 super speedway at Atlanta, William Byron has won at. So I do think that they could have speed, say, at Kansas next week for Bowman's sake. I would look at tonight as him maybe not getting off to a great start. He needs a great start if he's going to want to get out of this round. I don't think he's going to have that happen unless he has other drivers run into problems, which could happen, and we definitely saw that last year in the playoff opener at Darlington. But that's asking for a lot, really, when you look at the fact that you meaning Alex Bowman, have not had the consistency of those other drivers that I was just talking about. Gotta get the chat back up on my phone here. I have to log out of the chat to pull up my Google Docs, so apologize for not keeping up to the date with all you guys there in the chat. TDE credits, thanks for tuning in. But Wall's going to win, and the 45 advances to the round of 12. Talk about the Owners Championship, Owners Playoffs. Patrick Chatterley, thanks for tuning in. Neither Byron or Bowman in your lineup today. Yeah, that's not a bad pick to have either one of those guys out of your lineups. Frank Powers, thanks for tuning in. Justin Haley had a good finish in the spring race. That is right, he did have a top 10. I think he had a top 5 if I remember correctly. But he was pretty much only there at the end of the race, though, because there were a lot of wrecks that happened in front of him that he survived. He wasn't really running top 10 most of the day. So that'd be the only thing with Justin Haley. Be a little risky to start him. .600 was a wreck fest. Yeah, exactly. .600 was a wreck fest, and Bowman, that was his last top 10. Other than the All-Star race, which is the week before Kansas. 9th. I mean, even his top 10 finishes, though, his last 3 top 10 finishes have been 9th or 10th place finishes. He hasn't finished 8th or better since Dover. Dover was the last track he finished better than 8th place. Talladega, 9th. Dirt Bristol, 6th. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely do not trust Alex Bowman. Yeah, so I have Bowman getting eliminated this round as well. The 4th driver I have getting eliminated this round, which I think is another easier pick, and that's going to be another driver who is right around the cutoff line. In fact, the last driver above the cutoff line to start the round of 16. That would be Chase Briscoe. We were just talking about Alex Bowman. Here is Kim Kuhn with Bowman.
18, refocus, regroup, and get ready for these 10 races, specifically tonight.
Yeah, I think it was good to have a little reset to start the playoffs, but yeah, I feel like we've unloaded pretty strong. Got the fence really hard in qualifying and still ended up 16th, so I think we have a pretty fast race car. Just got to stay out of the fence for 500 miles tonight. It's one of the most challenging racetracks we come to, so it's going to be a long, hard fight all night, but I'm excited for the playoffs. I think our Ally 48 team can make some noise, and just got to go do my job tonight and start on the right foot.
Alex Bowman takes the green flag in the 16th position.
And also with the other driver who I just mentioned, who I think will get eliminated in the round of 16, Chase Briscoe. He is standing with Parker Kligerman.
I think for us, just try to not eliminate ourselves, especially this first round. There's a lot of really easily opportunities to go and eliminate yourself. here, getting in the wall, Kansas next week, and then at Bristol. So I haven't been the best at that all year long. So just trying to understand the big picture here today. Our car is definitely, I feel like, the worst we've been really all year long, so just really got to maximize our day and just take what it can give us. So that's what we're trying to do with our highpoint.com Ford. The track's going to change a lot from day to night. Hopefully we can kind of find where we need to be. But yeah, we just got to try to maximize our day, limit mistakes. It's a lot easier said than done. That's what we're going to try to do for sure.
Roll off 19th, Dave.
Dave Burns with Christopher Bell now.
And a little bit of a surprise this week. You got an extra 147 laps last night, but was that a distraction going into the playoffs or a help to you?
I wouldn't call it a distraction, and if it was any year except for the next year, I would say they would be beneficial. But even bouncing back and forth between the Xfinity car and the Cup car yesterday, there's really not much we can take from it. But with that being said, Darlington is a very unique racetrack, so any laps that you can get around here is an advantage.
All right, Christopher Bell Marty going on his second playoffs in his Cup career.
Size, I see you mentioning that his last top 10 was at Michigan, not Charlotte. I did say that his last top 10 was at Michigan, but other than Michigan, his last top 10 would have been at Charlotte back in May. So ninth place finish there. And again, hasn't finished better than ninth place, which would be 8th or better since he finished 5th at Dover in early May, very early in the season. So looking at that, again, Chase Briscoe, the 4th driver who I think will get eliminated this round of the playoffs. He does have a win at Phoenix very early in the season, which has locked him in, but he's only got 4 top 10s on the season. That is the least amount of top 10s of any playoff driver. For Chase Briscoe, look at his finishes at Darlington and Kansas earlier this season. Darlington 20th, Kansas 24th. Not so hot. The mile and a halfs in general for Chase Briscoe have not been good outside of the Coke 600, in which he finished in 4th. And remember, he was actually battling for the win in that race until he spun out late. But as was mentioned in the chat already, that was kind of a wreck fest in the Coke 600. So excluding that one race, he hasn't had another top 10 on an intermediate track all season long. His only top 10s would be at Charlotte, like I mentioned. Martinsville, he finished 9th, which is a flat short track. Flat short track at Phoenix, finished in 1st. And then Daytona in the 500 at the very start of the year, he finished in 3rd place. So kind of what I mentioned, though, too, very briefly about Fords being really good on the flat, shorter tracks. Martinsville and Phoenix were the 2 better runs so far this season out of Chase Briscoe. And even at the very beginning of the Gateway race, he was looking good until he cut a tire while leading. So those are definitely the strong suits for Ford. And I think this first round is definitely going to hurt them. And I do think 2 of them will get eliminated in this round of 16. So again, I'll put it in the chat real quickly. My round of 16 eliminations and the reasons why that I just stated would be Chase Briscoe, Alex Bowman, Austin Dillon, and Austin Cindric. I'm just going to put the car numbers in here just to make it quicker. 48, the 3, the 14, and the 2. Comment down below, though, in the chat. I'd like to see your guys' round of 16 eliminations. I know a couple of you guys have definitely harped on William Byron and Alex Bowman. And I'll get it out of the way now. I do have William Byron going to the round of 12, but I have him getting eliminated in the round of 12. The only reason I had William Byron even making it out of the round of 16 is because he did run very good at Darlington earlier this season, and obviously that was a race that he had a shot to win. Even if he didn't win, he was looking like he was going to finish in 2nd until Logano punted him into the wall, and I think he ended up finishing outside of the top 2. Let me look at Byron's stats from earlier this season. He finished 13th. Yeah, I was going to say he finished outside the top 10 because of it. It was a non-factor at Kansas, finished in 16th, and at Bristol he's only got 2 career top 10s from what I checked before the stream started in his first few seasons in the Cup Series. So I do think he will make it out of the round of 16, but I think he'll get eliminated in the round of 12. The only reason I have William Byron making it out of the round of 16 is because he's got more playoff points than those other 4 drivers that I mentioned. Obviously, having that second win definitely helps him. He comes into the playoffs with 14 playoff points versus those other drivers who I have eliminated in the round of 16 only have 5, 6, 6, and 9 playoff points. So those extra couple points I do think are going to help. Plus, again, he ran very, very good at Darlington earlier this year. And, maybe he can have a decent run at Kansas as well, considering that's a mile and a half. And again, Chevys have been pretty good at most tracks, but just kind of consistent across the board, really. But HMS Chevy, especially on a mile and a half, I would definitely trust him to have a decent performance. I think he can outperform his teammate Alex Bowman, at least to make it through an extra round in the playoffs. So William Byron I have eliminated in the round of 12. The other drivers who I have eliminated in the round of 12 of the playoffs would be Kyle Busch. Reason why I have Kyle Busch getting eliminated, pretty early in the playoffs once again this year, considering I would consider the round of 12 pretty early for Kyle Busch standards, especially still racing with Joe Gibbs Racing. The chemistry has really fallen off of that 18 team. I mean, let's be honest, he has not been the same really since the very start of the year. Start of the year, I would have had him in my championship 4, and then once we got into about July, I was kind of weaning him out of my championship 4, and now I've completely obliterated him from any sort of talk of making it into the championship 4 this season. He did finish 10th at Daytona last week and 9th at Richmond a couple weeks before that, but he went on a very long dry spell of 8 straight races without finishing in the top 10, which is the longest of his NASCAR Cup Series career. So, again, kind of similar to Bowman. Sure, he had 2 top 10s at Richmond and Daytona. They were 9th and 10th place finishes. They were in the back half of the top 10. Have to go back to Gateway, where he finished in 2nd. Was the last time he finished above 9th place, and that was the first weekend of June. So, very similar to Alex Bowman, which would have been the week before that, where Bowman had a finish better than 8th place. The consistency by no means has been there. You look at the round of 12 of the playoffs as well, and not very good for Kyle Busch. Talladega, he hasn't really ran well on the super speedways pretty much throughout the majority of his career, especially at Joe Gibbs Racing. And Toyotas have not been fast on road courses so far this season. A look at his stats on road courses so far this year. Finished 11th at Indy, 32nd at Watkins Glen. Sonoma, he finished 30th. See, Coda, he finished 28th. And Road America, he finished 29th. So Kyle Busch has not had good finishes whatsoever on road courses. I think he gets booted in the round of 12. I do have him making it out of the round of 16, though, because he does have more playoff points, slightly. Very gradually has more playoff points than those other 4 drivers that have been eliminated. Plus, overall, he's really, really good at Bristol. I mean, he's probably the best driver out there, probably alongside Kyle Larson when it comes to Bristol Motor Speedway. And the Toyotas have been really fast on the 1.5 miles. Again, I'd say the top manufacturer on the 1.5 mile racetracks this year as well. Busch has had a shot to win a couple of those races. So unless Kyle Busch goes out and wins Texas, which he did win in 2020, and he did run very good in the next-gen car in the All-Star race before blowing a tire while leading the first couple stages of that race. If he can win Texas, he could definitely have a shot at the championship 4, I think, once we get into the tracks in the round of 8. But he has to basically win Texas, in my opinion, because I don't think he's going to get good finishes at Talladega or the Roval. So it's a must-win situation in the first race in the round of 12 at Texas if Kyle Busch is going to make it out of the round. I do have Denny Hamlin being eliminated in the round of 12 as well. Similar to Kyle Busch, Toyotas have not been fast on the road courses this year. I think he'll have a better shot of trying to point his way in than Kyle Busch, but Hamlin has not had the consistency on other tracks this season compared to where Kyle Busch has had, at least in the beginning of the year and the first third of the season, has had more consistency than Denny Hamlin. Even by the end of the season, he still finished well higher than Hamlin in the regular season standings. Plus, Hamlin does have more playoff points, having that second win on the year versus Busch only having 1 win. The road course stats for Denny Hamlin, not much better than Kyle Busch, if you can even call them better at all. 20th at Watkins Glen, Busch would have actually beat him there. Busch would have also beat Denny at Indy, where Indianapolis, Hamlin finished 14th. Road America, 17th for Hamlin, which is better than Busch. 31st at Sonoma, which was worse than him. And at Coda at the beginning of the year, Denny Hamlin finished 18th. So I do think a lot of the Toyotas are going to be eliminated fairly early in the playoffs. I mentioned that I do think that, well, I don't think any of them, I guess, are technically going to be eliminated in the round of 16, but 2 of them going in the round of 12, which would leave Christopher Bell as my only Toyota making it into the round of 8 of the playoffs, which is actually kind of surprising when you think about it. I don't think anybody would have expected going into the year Christopher Bell would possibly be the highest finishing Toyota as a manufacturer and as a Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota to finish in the playoffs, or even the end of season standings as a whole. But I do think Christopher Bell's got a better shot. On the road courses this year, Christopher Bell has definitely been far and away the best Toyota driver. Look at Christopher Bell on road courses so far this season. He has actually outperformed his equipment. All the other Toyotas, even Martin Truex Jr. included, have not finished well on road courses. For whatever reason, Christopher Bell's still getting good finishes on road courses. Finished 8th at Watkins Glen, 12th at Indy, not great, but at least he was up there. He was actually in the top 5, and I think he had that tire come apart, which cost him a top 5 finish. If that tire doesn't come apart, he's going to get a good finish there. Didn't run so hot at Road America, ended up 18th, 27th at Sonoma, not great either. Coda, he did finish better. He actually finished 3rd at Coda. So he does have a couple top 10s, which is definitely more than Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin have to offer on the road courses this season. So I'd probably look at Christopher Bell making it at least out of the round of 12, but I do have him as one of my first exits in the round of 8. Bring the chat back up on my phone real quick, and also put in the chat my round of 12 eliminations. Means we have gotten through those already. About 100 people watching already in today's race. Hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. Guess the race isn't. No, the race hasn't started yet. Doesn't start until a little after 6. Just going through the playoff predictions in our pre-race today. That's why I started it a bit earlier. Try to get that out of the way, and I still got the race predictions yet to go for later on in the stream before the race starts. No rain delay either, no. Yeah, there isn't rain delay or anything going on. Just normal pre-race. You've gotten to the stream early. 48 team wakes up in the playoffs, says Matt Reel. That's a bold. I mean, I am always one to say stats don't lie, and until proven wrong, I always rely heavily on statistics. I'm a very stats-based nerd when it comes to sports in general, and NASCAR is no different. So I'd have to disagree with you there, but you never know, though. You do never know. Round of 16 eliminations. Dark Crypto had the 2, 3, 48, 99. I did have Suarez actually. So Suarez is an interesting one to talk about. All right, so I have Daniel Suarez eliminated in the round of 12 as well. And I almost had him going to the round of 8. So my round of 12 eliminations would be William Byron, Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin. The fourth guy I have eliminated in the round of 12 is Daniel Suarez. I almost put Suarez in the round of 8 because Trackhouse has been fast a mile and a half, so I think he could have a good run at Texas. Both Chastain and Suarez have been really good on the mile and a half. So look at the Coke 600. They were both dominating until they got caught up in accidents a little bit later in the race. The super speedways, Ross Chastain has a win there, but even Suarez has had at least good runs during a super. Look at Daytona last week. Suarez was leading until it was raining, and it was raining on the track, and he wrecked in the rain. So I mean, Suarez has actually ran well on super speedways this year and road courses. His only win this year came on a road course. Chastain's got a win on a road course this year too. Chevrolet as a whole has won all the road course races. So I do think that Daniel Suarez has a very good shot, in my personal opinion, to make it to the round of 8 of the playoffs. I think if you're looking at a dark horse pick for somebody to make a deep playoff run of a driver that hasn't gone deeply through the playoffs or maybe is in their first playoff entry in their career starting tonight, I would look at Daniel Suarez as being that guy to make the good run. I think he's got the equipment. Chevrolet has been the best manufacturer so far this season on speed. And you look at the variation of tracks in the round of 12, he's performed well on pretty much all 3 of those statistical-based racetracks. The only thing he has lacking for him is playoff points. He has that win earlier this year. He does have 2 stage wins on the season, but those are his only 7 playoff points. Look at the guys I have going into the round of 8. Like a Kevin Harvick, like a Christopher Bell. They've got a few more playoff points than him. They're in a slightly better equipment. Although Trackhouse has had really good equipment this year, they're not quite to that Hendrick Motorsports level. So versus, a Joe Gibbs Toyota, I feel like I had to have one Joe Gibbs Toyota make it to the round of 8. Like I couldn't have all of them get eliminated in the round of 12. So, it could happen, but I feel like one of them has to make it to the round of 8, you would think, and Bell's that guy in my opinion. But Daniel Suarez I do have making it to the round of 8. So round of 12 eliminations, and again I'll put it in the chat. Round of 12 eliminations, I'll put the car numbers in the chat again. Would be the 18, the 11, the 24, and the 99. I said Suarez to the round. I meant to say he could make it. I would not be surprised if Suarez made it to the round of 8. If he had more playoff points, I would definitely have him in the round of 8. Talladega is such an unknown, but he's done well on the super speedways. Too many variables that could go wrong. I mean, yeah, that's true. It's like that for everybody. Colton Thompson says Reddick as champion. That's a very bold prediction. I do have Reddick making a deep playoff run. That is a bold prediction. Jax, thanks for tuning in as well. Denny was wrecked by Chastain in a couple of the road courses. Was he? I don't think he was. Denny got wrecked by Chastain at Gateway. What was the other track he got wrecked by him at? Atlanta. Hamlin has a... Those are the only two Hamlin... Then they had a run-in at Pocono, but that was Hamlin walling Chastain at the end of the race for the win. No, he hasn't gotten taken out by Chastain on a road course. Toyotas have just not been fast on road courses. XX Larry, thanks for tuning in. I know you were the one that asked about the race being over. Typical Aiden, thanks for tuning in as well. Joseph Kolnick, good evening to you too. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't already. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content still in our pre-race coverage as of right now. Going through my playoff predictions. And so far, I've got the round of 12, the round of 16 eliminations. Time to go through the round of 8 and the championship 4. And I'll just kind of talk collectively about the 8 drivers I have in the round of 8, who I think will make it to the championship 4, who I think will get eliminated in the round of 8 collectively. I kind of started talking about a couple of those drivers who I think will be eliminated in the round of 8 that I mentioned. I'll start off with Kevin Harvick, Christopher Bell as 2 drivers I have eliminated in the round of 8. Like I said, Bell, in my personal opinion, has been the best Toyota driver over the second half of the regular season. I don't think there's anything arguing that. Maybe Denny Hamlin, you could potentially argue, but Christopher Bell has twice as many top 10 finishes as Hamlin, so over the course of the season as a whole, he has been far more consistent. He's finished more races than Denny Hamlin as well as far as DNFs go. Top 5s. He's got 7 versus Hamlin's 5. So outside of the fact that Hamlin has one more win than Bell, that's the only statistical category Denny Hamlin is beating Bell in. Plus, Hamlin's led more laps this year too than Bell. But still, the wins are going Hamlin's way, but the consistency is going Bell's way. I don't think Denny Hamlin wins a race in the playoffs personally. So I'd probably lean towards Christopher Bell making it to the round of 8, but I think that's all the further he's going to make it. I think the Chevrolets are honestly they've been so dominant and overpowering this year. I don't think he's going to get ahead of Elliott. Elliott's got too many playoff points. Even Chastain and Larson have more playoff points than Christopher Bell as well. Logano, Blaney, I don't know. I probably trust those 6 drivers, those 5 drivers, even Kevin Harvick, I probably trust a little bit more than Bell. The mile and a halves have been good for Toyota. I will say that. And Las Vegas is the first race of the round of 8. And then Homestead's the second race. I don't think Bell's going to have a good run at Martinsville. I think if there was one race to look at in the round of 8 that would not go Christopher Bell's way, it'd be Martinsville. But those other 2 races, especially Homestead, could be one he could go out and compete for the win. It's a tough decision, but I'm going to leave Bell out of the championship 4. It was a very close call for me to put him in the championship 4, to be completely honest. That would have been a bold prediction, but I'll play it safe at least on that aspect. I do have one bold pick going into the championship 4. Steve Reed, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, last night's race was insane. I didn't get to see it, but I saw the replay of it, the highlights this morning. Fake Santa Claus in the chat. Fake Santa Claus because the real Santa is out there for any kids watching. Srood, thanks for tuning in. Blaney struggled second half. I wouldn't say the entire second half he struggled. I don't have him making it to the championship 4 because I do think you're likely going to have to win. One driver can get in on points into the championship 4 guaranteed. I don't think that driver is going to be Ryan Blaney, unfortunately. He's got the flat short checks going for him. He finished 4th at Martinsville this year. He's really good at Martinsville in general. He kind of laid an egg there in the fall race last season. But with the next-gen car, the Fords have been really fast at the flat ovals. Martinsville he had a good run at. If you look back to Las Vegas at the beginning of the year, he finished 36th, which is not great. I actually can't even remember what happened to that race that caused... Oh, Keselowski, that's right, Keselowski. That was when Keselowski was spinning like 2 times every single week. And he spun out right in front of him and Blaney got collected. I think they were both in the top 10 at that time too. So he was having a good run. He just didn't get a good finish. But then Homestead we haven't raced at yet with the next-gen car. So I'd probably lean more towards, prior statistics at that track more so than this year's statistics on mile and a halves when it comes to Homestead. Which Blaney's had good runs, but I just don't know. Obviously not having to win, the lack of playoff points hurts him as well. I think Blaney will be fine with the tracks he has in the playoffs, and even the round of 8 for that matter. That's one thing with Blaney. He doesn't have a track he's bad at in the playoffs except for Darlington, which I'll touch on in a little bit. But, outside of this race, he's pretty decent at every other track in the playoffs. That's why he got eliminated in 2016 or 2020 so early in the round of 16s, because Darlington hurt him. And Richmond was in the playoffs at that time, too. Those are his 2 worst tracks. But even Richmond, he's gotten better at over the last couple seasons. Darlington, on the other hand, not so much. Homestead should be a good race. I think it'll be a good race, too. Blaney got momentum, though. Not really. I wouldn't say Blaney's got momentum, but I also wouldn't say that he's been struggling lately. I guess he slowed down a little more than what I thought. 15th, 24th. He did have back-to-back top 10s at Richmond and Michigan. Didn't do so hot at... Well, he was running good at Indy. He ran top 3 all day until he got spun on the final restart. Pocono, he didn't have a good run. Actually, he had a tire go down in that race, too, while in the top 5, if I remember correctly. And then he ended up wrecking after the fact. He was probably pushing too hard after that. So I guess he got in a wreck at Pocono. But before he had that flat tire in the final stage, he was top 5 at Pocono. And he was top 3 all day at Indy. Didn't get the finishes. Watkins Glen, he didn't run well at all, which I was kind of shocked considering that he has been good on the road courses this year, but Watkins Glen, he was not. Got that wreck early at Daytona. New Hampshire, he didn't run well like I thought he would. So, yeah, kind of hit or miss. A little shaky late in the regular season. But obviously he's been super consistent for a reason. I mean, he was top 5 in the regular season standings all year. The only driver who looked to have a shot until the final probably 6 or 7 races of the regular season to possibly catching Chase Elliott for the regular season championship. And like I mentioned, those last handful of races didn't quite go his way in all of them. How would prime Jimmy Johnson do in this format? He'd smoke everyone even if he was in his prime. I mean, you got to figure Jimmy Johnson, like in the chase format, you look at how many years he ran super well. And sorry, I'm not getting you guys to listen to Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney's interviews right now. We got to make sure we get through these predictions before the start of the race because we got probably about 20 minutes or less right now. But Jimmy and Hendrick Motorsports were so good on the mile and a halves in that era. And there's so many mile and a halves in the chase. That was one thing that definitely benefited Johnson. He's good at Martinsville. That was also in the chase. I mean, he did win one championship under this format, so. It was before stage racing, so it wasn't the exact format. I think he'd be just as good, though. You could argue maybe he wouldn't have won 7 titles, but he probably would have won 5 or 6. Probably wouldn't have won 5 in a row, but he would have done pretty well. Matt Real says, yeah, he was good at Dover, too, and Dover was in the chase for a large portion of his career. Well, here's Chase Elliott with Kim Kuhn. I'll let you guys listen to this one.
Little different colors this weekend in support of Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. And young lady, Danny, designed our car, so it looks really cool. I wish I had made it go a little faster yesterday. So yeah, hope today goes better. This is such a long race and such a challenging race. I feel like it feels like one of the longest ones of the year. And being really smart and understanding, it's kind of got to get to nighttime in this one. I feel like, and then go from there and get aggressive for those last 150, 200 miles. So looking forward to it, but definitely, like you say, got to work it out for us for sure.
Chase Elliott, the regular season champion, looking to make it the 2022 season champion.
Good.
Robert Perkle, thanks for tuning in, and I see that comment as well. It's actually kind of funny. Did you know Santa's only one letter away from being Satan? Let that sink in for a second. That'll ruin any kid's childhood, if just bringing that up. They'll probably argue with you being like, no, it's not. Alright. Needless to say, I have my round of 8 eliminations. I mentioned 3 of them already. 2 of them in depth. I mentioned Kevin Harvick briefly. I didn't have going to the championship 4. He did heat up late in the regular season. I do think he could have a better run at Martinsville compared to years past. Las Vegas, he finished 12th. Really, the mile and a halves is where SHR and Ford have been kind of struggling a little bit. I'd say Ryan Blaney has probably got the best shot of any Ford to make the championship 4, but I don't think that he's going to do it. Kevin Harvick, 12th at Vegas earlier in the year. Again, haven't raced at Homestead. Finished 14th at Martinsville, so not great there. He hasn't really been good at Martinsville at all later in his Cup Series career. I do think Harvick could get out of the round of 12. He's been good on the road courses this year. I'll give him credit for that. Even the newer road courses this season, he stepped it up quite a bit. 11th at Coda. 4th at Sonoma. Watkins Glen, he finished 12th. Not too shabby. Indy wasn't good. Road America, he finished 10th. So outside of Indianapolis, he's had pretty solid finishes on road courses this year. He's been good on the super speedways this year, too, to make it out of the round of 12, personally. I think Kevin Harvick, another reason why he'll make it into the round of 8. Talladega, in the spring, he finished 10th. That's a top 10. Daytona, the 500, he wrecked early. Finished 30th. Atlanta, 21st. Not so hot. Let's see here. Second Atlanta race, he finished 12th. So in the last 3 super speedways, 10th, 12th, and then Daytona, 20th. Okay, maybe not as good as I thought. He was up in the lead pack, though, before it rained, too. Up inside the top 10 late. I feel like I've seen Harvick towards the front of super speedways more this year than what I did in years past. But still, the road courses, he's doing pretty good. I think he can hold his own at Texas. That's a track he's typically pretty good at. All-Star race earlier this year, he didn't do so hot, but I'm still sticking with my gut here and saying Kevin Harvick's going to make it to the round of 8. But I don't think he'll make it to the championship 4. If he does, though, he'll have a shot to win it because, again, Fords have been good on the flat, short tracks. Phoenix is one of Harvick's best tracks. He's got more wins there than any other driver in NASCAR history. Steve Reed, thanks for tuning in. See you guys debating on the best of all time in the chat. Remember Daniel Suarez won the 2016 Xfinity Championship. I extremely tired, so I thought Carl Edwards won. Super hyped. Oh, jeez. Only little did you know that the next night was going to turn disastrous. Oh, my goodness. Maybe in an alternate universe that would actually happen. Alrighty. So we're down to 5 drivers. Mention the drivers who wouldn't make it to the championship 4 that were eliminated the round of 8. Kevin Harvick, Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell, in no particular order. I'm down to 5 drivers. 4 of which obviously will make the championship 4 in my personal opinion. 1 will not. I'm going to start off in saying Chase Elliott is an easy lock-in for the championship 4. He's been Mr. Consistent all year, Mr. Consistency all year. He's led more laps than anybody in the Cup Series this season. He's tied for the most stage wins of anybody in the Cup Series this year. He's tied for the most top 5s than anybody this year. He's got more wins. He was the regular season champion. He's got the most top 10s. He only has 2 DNFs, which is the least amount of DNFs of any of the other playoff drivers. And as far as drivers outside the playoffs, the only one who have less DNFs than Chase Elliott. Actually, nobody has less. There's 2 drivers that are tied for the least amount of DNFs with Elliott, and that would be Truex and McDowell with 2 apiece as well. So he has been super consistent. I think that consistency will ride him into the championship 4. I think he would definitely be the one driver to point his way in, even if he didn't point his way in. We know he's really good at Martinsville. Finished second there, led a lot of laps in Martinsville earlier in the season, even though the Fords have been good on the flat, short tracks. Martinsville was a track that Hendrick Motorsports pretty much dominated that night between William Byron and Chase Elliott. Elliott obviously won there a couple years ago as well. And as far as Homestead, I think he could have a solid run. He's had good runs there in the past, at least when it was a spring race. And then Vegas is a track I don't think he's won at in his NASCAR Cup Series career, but again, HMS Chevrolets have been fast overall on collective basis. I just think overall the consistency for Chase Elliott's too good. He'll make it to the championship in my personal opinion, no problem. Actually, at the very beginning of the season, I predicted Chase Elliott to win the championship, and it's looking more and more likely, it seems like, as we go on through the season. Jason Short, thanks for tuning in. Made it just in time, yep. Race is at about 6. It's not actually starting in 4 minutes. I think the drop of the green flag is another 15 to 20 minutes away yet, but it'll be starting very soon. All right, so I think Elliott will make it to the Championship 4. I've touched on briefly. I do think Kyle Larson will make it to the Championship 4. Personally, I think he's been the second closest driver to Chase Elliott throughout the second half of the regular season. He is heating up in recent weeks as well, outside of Daytona. He won at Watkins Glen, 14th at Richmond, not great, I guess. 7th at Michigan, okay, 3rd. He's been a little shakier than what I thought. But anyway, he has been at least consistent enough. He was 3rd, I believe, in the regular season standings at the end of the regular season finale last week at Daytona, and that was even with finishing back in 37th, having that engine issue very early in the race. I still have him in the Championship 4. So Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson. I've got Ross Chastain making it to the Championship 4. Trackhouse, again, has been really fast on the mile-and-a-half racetracks so far this season. Martinsville earlier this year, Chastain finished in 5th, had a top 5. I think overall Chastain's going to have a good run. He's had good runs on other flat tracks. I mean, think about Gateway where he finished 8th, even though Denny Hamlin was holding him a half a lap down most of the race. So I do think Ross Chastain's going to make a good run at the championship this year. Definitely one of the underdog drivers I have in the Championship 4. And then there was a debate on my own personal opinion between Tyler Reddick and Joey Logano on who I thought was going to be that 4th spot in the Championship 4. And I personally think the Chevrolets have been so dominant this season that I think that across the board, Chevrolet is going to have 4 drivers in the Championship 4 this season. I think the HMS Chevrolets of Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson will make it. I think Chastain's going to make it, as I just mentioned. I think Tyler Reddick's going to the Championship 4 this season. And what could potentially be his last year at RCR, main reason, Homestead is in the round of 8 this year. Reddick's really good at Homestead. He's finally got the monkey off his back with not getting just 1 but 2 career wins. Sure, he hasn't won at an oval yet this season or in his NASCAR Cup Series career, but he has won the Xfinity Series Championship before at Homestead. I do think he can have a good solid run again at Homestead later on this season. He's been kind of inconsistent on the mile-and-a-halfs this year, but I think he'll have speed there. If he can get through Vegas, he finished 18th at Martinsville, not too hot there. I'm basically banking on him winning Homestead to get into the Championship 4. That's pretty much what it boils down to. It is all going to boil down to me picking Tyler Reddick to win Homestead to get into the Championship 4. He's been so strong on the road courses this year. I think the Roval he could potentially have a shot to win, run well. I think he'll hold his own at Texas, so I think he'll make it out of the round of 12. All the tracks pretty much in the round of 16 he's really good at, so I don't think he's going to be an early exit by any means. But yeah, my Championship 4 is going to be Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, Ross Chastain, Tyler Reddick. Well, with the playoff predictions over, it's time for the pre-race invocations for tonight's Southern 500.
Invocation, please welcome Motor Racing Outreach Chaplain Nick Terry.
God, we pause to honor you and thank you for the blessings in our lives, for the opportunities that we have to be here in Darlington today and enjoy racing. I pray over this race and ask you for safety for each driver, team members, officials, and safety workers. Lord, I thank you for the race fans, and I thank you for our freedom. I pray for all who have and are defending it. In Christ's name, amen.
Please remain standing as St. James Marching Band performs God Bless America. Now here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Nashville recording artist Josiah Siska.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Boy, look at that.
USA Network heading to a commercial break, and when they come back, then we will get the command to start engines and get the 2022 edition of the Southern 500 kick-started very shortly. I was currently setting my fantasy lineup, and I couldn't get all my bonus picks in before it locked, but at least I had the main lineup set up during all that was going on. You'll get to see on our leaderboard all the playoff drivers with a P next to their names, so that way you guys do know that they are in. And then looking down towards... so it does have Bubba Wallace with a P next to his name as well, that he's in the owners' playoffs. So it does have him on there, as well as Ryan Blaney, who is in the drivers' playoffs. But those two not in both of the different playoffs. Before we get into the starting lineup for today's race, quickly, I'm going to go through my predictions very, very quickly at that. So we took a lot more time on the actual playoff predictions compared to what I was originally thinking that we were going to do. But you guys wanted my in-depth analysis all week. You guys have been asking me during streams, hey, what are my predictions for the Championship 4? Who's my champion prediction? That would be it. Chase Elliott, I'm not changing my pick, is still my champion pick, just like it was at the beginning of the season, by the way, as far as that goes. And my Championship 4, again, as I mentioned right before the National Anthem started, was going to be Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, and Ross Chastain. If I had to pick one guy to point his way in, I'd probably pick either Larson or Elliott. I think Chastain could potentially get a win. I think Reddick will win at Homestead at least. And, maybe either Larson or Elliott win at Vegas is probably what I'm looking at. Maybe Elliott at a Martinsville if Larson wins Vegas, and maybe Chastain gets on points. Anyway, those are my Championship 4. As far as tonight's predictions go, I don't have picks. I have Alex Bowman and Ryan Blaney. I mentioned earlier, Ryan Blaney, this is his worst track of any in the playoffs. Only one career top 10 and 11 career Darlington starts. Qualified 9th for today's race, but did not unload with great speed in practice. 21st. Maybe he'll get quicker as the night goes on. He does have a good starting spot, but lean towards Blaney not running so hot. He finished 17th in the spring race at Darlington as well. Alex Bowman, only 2 career top 10s in his 8 career starts at HMS. At Darlington, 16th is where he qualified for tonight's race, 12th in practice, so kind of middle of the road as far as speed comparison to the rest of the field. And he finished 29th at Darlington earlier this year, was a non-factor all throughout. So Bowman, Blaney sticking to the playoff drivers for the predictions in the playoffs. I have both those drivers getting not off to a great start, at the very least, finishing outside the top 10 in the first playoff race tonight in the Southern 500. As far as the sleeper picks, I've got Tyler Reddick and Christopher Bell as my sleeper picks tonight. Tyler Reddick qualified 4th, was 4th fastest in practice yesterday, finished 2nd in the spring race here earlier this season, and he's finished 13th or better in 4 of the 6 career races he has had at Darlington with that 8 car at RCR. Christopher Bell qualified second for tonight's race. Unload speed not as great, 15th fastest in practice, but qualified really well. Ran great in the spring race here, finished in 6th place, and has finished 6th, 14th, and 20th in all 3 Cup starts at Darlington, progressively getting better with those 6th and 14th place starts, 14th last year in the Southern 500. I think he'll pick up at the very least. Both Reddick and Bell will get top 10 finishes at the end of the night. And the 2 must-have picks I have for today, Kyle Larson, Joey Logano. We'll start off with Joey Logano. 4 top 10s in the last 5 races at Darlington. He won the spring race here earlier this season, and he is starting on the pole tonight, qualifying fastest compared to any other driver yesterday. 10th fastest in practice as well, so had better unload speed, and one of the best Fords really that rolled off onto the starting grid for today's race as well. So look at Logano to compete, potentially get the Darlington sweep. Kyle Larson, in my personal opinion, is the odds-on favorite for today's race, and Kyle Larson is my pick to win today's race. He finished 36th at Darlington earlier this season. Remember, he had that issue where he ended up spinning out, and I think it was something with the, if I remember right, I think it was something with the sequential gearbox that he was having issues with, a transmission issue of some sort that dropped him out of the race, but up until then, he was inside the top 5, maybe pushed it a little too hard, spun out, got back in the top 5 again, and then had that transmission issue happen. But outside of that 36th place finish, he has not finished worse than 14th in his other 8 career starts at Darlington. And before finishing 36th this year, 2nd place 3 times in a row at Darlington, a 3rd before that, 14th being his worst finish, 3rd before that, 10th and 8th in all those other races, both with Hendrick Motorsports with the 2 second place finishes last year, and then the other 6 starts with Chip Ganassi Racing. He has never won at Darlington in his career. Looking for his first Darlington win tonight. He's been very, very close. Came close in the Xfinity Series race yesterday, getting a close. I don't think he finished second. I think Creed ended up second still. I don't know where Larson ended up actually finishing yesterday because I couldn't actually watch it. I just saw the finish of it. But needless to say, he was up there late, was in contention. And I think he'll definitely be in contention to win today's race. He has led 124, 156, and 284 laps in 3 of the last 4 Southern 500s as well. He'll be starting 7th today, 19th fastest in practice. Picked up quite a bit on his pace in qualifying from where he was in practice, similar to a lot of the other drivers who I touched on very briefly over the last couple of minutes. And of course, if you couldn't tell already, Kyle Larson is my pick to win tonight's race. So Larson, I think we'll get his first Southern 500 victory tonight, and now it is time for the command to start engines.
Driver, start you engines!
A real family at
The drivers are starting new engines right now. Thanks for everybody tuning in. We have just over 150 people watch already, over 100 for most of the pre-race. Thanks for caring about my fantasy analysis there very briefly at the end, and of course the playoff predictions before that. Austin Almada, Brandon Wheeler, thanks for just tuning in. Terry Lewis, Toxic Punk Youngboy, some of the newer viewers, Stu Isaac as well. Novo Millard, Harvick or Logano will win. Elliott, Hamlin, Suarez, Larson are losers. Okay, that's a very bold take there, but thanks for tuning in. Andrew plays 2012. Thanks. What happened to the race? The race hasn't started yet. That's what has happened. Doyle Button, thanks for tuning in. He's ready to go racing as well as I'm sure everybody that is in the chat. And even if you're not in the chat, thanks for watching the stream regardless of the fact. Race is on, again, the USA Network for tonight. Actually, the entire round of 16 of the playoffs will be on the USA Network. Next NBC race isn't until Talladega. I will be at Kansas Speedway for the Cup race next weekend, so no live commentary next weekend on the channel. I'll make it up to you guys, though, that following weekend. As for the Bristol night races, I'll be doing live commentary for both the Xfinity race on that Friday night and the Saturday night Cup Series race. So no live commentary tomorrow, but we'll be doing double duty the weekend after that. Your messages are getting through, Larry. Start you engines, yeah. Start you engines. Let's go racing, boys and girls. Let's go. Darlington was one of the more fun races at the very beginning of the season, and I'm sure tonight will be fun if last night's Xfinity race had any indication on how tonight's race would go. Well, we've gone through everything today except for the starting lineup before the start of today's race, and now it is time to go through that starting lineup and introduce the drivers that will be making the start in tonight's Southern 500, the final crown jewel event of the NASCAR Cup Series season, unless you count the Bristol night races, one which, in that case, I guess it still is not the last crown jewel event of the year, but regardless of the fact it's a race that many drivers want to win and a track that many drivers want to win at, we'll see who will be able to do that after 367 laps and 500 miles of racing tonight. Joey Logano, as mentioned moments ago, will be on the pole. He won the spring race here earlier this season, trying to go for his second Darlington race win of his career and on the year. Christopher Bell will start outside of the front row. He is also one of the playoff drivers starting just above the cutoff line. Bell comes in with one win on the season and is one of the sleeper picks for tonight's race as well on my predictions mentioned moments ago. William Byron and Tyler Reddick will start off in row number 2 with Byron on the inside, Reddick on the outside, both with 2 wins apiece on the season so far. Reddick, the hotter of the two, coming into the playoffs, and Reddick, another one of the sleeper picks for tonight's race on the fantasy predictions. Kyle Busch and Austin Cindric will line up in row number 3. And the Penske Ford's looking at least pretty quick in qualifying yesterday, with Cindric also getting that top 10 starting spot. He's in the playoffs, virtue of winning the Daytona 500 at the start of the year. Only win for Kyle Busch this year, still at Dirt Bristol. Has been on a bit of a slide, only 2 top 10 finishes since the Coke 600 for Kyle Busch, so he's really trying to pick that up going forward today. Since Gateway at the beginning of June. Only 2 top 10 since Gateway earlier this season. Bubba Wallace, Kyle Larson in row 4 with Larson on the inside, trying to go for back-to-back championships. Won at Watkins Glen a couple races ago. An engine failure very early at Daytona last week, looking to bounce back this weekend. And Bubba Wallace will be in the Owner Series playoffs, taking over for the 45 car for the rest of the season. And I guess it was also announced that even if Kurt Busch comes back before the end of the year, that Wallace is still going to be in the 45 car to the end of the year, as far as the numbers on the cars go, but he is still with his usual Team Booty Barker as crew chief. The number has been switched on the 45 and 23 cars for the rest of the playoffs, but that has been it. Ryan Blaney, Michael McDowell will line up in row number 5. Blaney mentioned this is probably his worst racetrack statistically on the playoff schedule. We'll see how he'll fare today, looking for just his second career top 10 and his 12th career start at Darlington. And all with either Wood Brothers or Penske Racing equipment. Michael McDowell, the highest qualifying non-playoff driver, rolling off in the top 10 today. Ross Chastain, Denny Hamlin, both back in row number 6, with Chastain on the outside, Hamlin on the inside there. Each with 2 wins apiece, looking for their third tonight. Hamlin, former Southern 500 winner of last season, trying to go back-to-back in the Southern 500 this year. Austin Dillon, Justin Haley in row 7. Dillon's best career Darlington finish was second back in 2020 in the Southern 500. And Justin Haley just looking to get off to another good run. He finished top 10 in the spring. Eric Jones and Alex Bowman will line up in row number 8. Eric Jones was a former Southern 500 winner back in 2019, and Alex Bowman rolling off in the 16th place position, middle of the pack. One of tonight's non-factors, in my opinion, of finishing at least inside the top 10. He was one of the don't-have picks for today's race. Martin Truex Jr. and Kevin Harvick will line up in row number 9. Truex just missed out on the playoffs last weekend in the regular season finale at Daytona, but as far as Kevin Harvick goes, 2 wins late in the regular season that have punched his ticket into the playoffs, as he'll be starting in the top half of the field today. He is also the 2020 winner of the Southern 500 just a couple years ago. Chase Briscoe, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., row 10. Briscoe, again, another one of the playoff drivers, starting middle pack tonight. Ty Gibbs and Eric Almirola in row number 11 mentioned that the 45 car was going to be driven by Bubba Wallace the rest of the year. Well, that means Ty Gibbs will be in the 23 car this weekend, and likely for the rest of the year if Kurt Busch will remain out of that car for the rest of the season. Chase Elliott, Daniel Hemrick will line up in row 16. Hemrick getting the start for Colleague Racing in that 16-car chartered entry tonight. Chase Elliott, the furthest back playoff driver, virtue of qualifying yesterday. There is still one more driver further back in the field we'll touch on in a bit. Brad Keselowski and Landon Castle will line up in row 13. Keselowski wrecked multiple times earlier this season at Darlington and starts deep in the field looking for a little bit of revenge at this track. On the track itself, compared to where and how he ran earlier this year. His teammate Christopher Buescher lining up in the row right behind him along with Harrison Burton in row number 14. Ty Dillon and Cole Custer in row 15. Todd Gill and Cody Ware in row 16. J.J. Yaley, Corey LaJoie, row 17. And then rounding out the 36-car field in row 18 will be B.J. McLeod and Daniel Suarez. Daniel Suarez failed pre-race inspection or pre-qualifying tech inspection yesterday multiple times, so he could not practice or qualify the car. He is starting at the rear of the field because of that today, so not a good start for his playoffs. But we'll see how Daniel Suarez will do in this one. Again, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we get into tonight's live commentary of the Southern 500. Live commentary on the daily on the channel, whether it is the NASCAR video game side of things or the real races on the NASCAR race weekend, as you're seeing here tonight with the Southern 500. Regine Huddleston, Nathan Richardson, thanks for tuning in. Byron's repays Joey's tonight. I don't think so. Maybe if he gets put in that situation later in the race and they're battling for the win, that'd be about the only way. But they're both starting up towards the front. Logano in first, Byron in third. You never know, but Byron doesn't seem like that kind of a guy. Could be wrong. Randy Gorham pulling for Kyle Busch. Thanks for tuning in, Randy. The Q to 70, thanks for tuning in as well. Stu Isaac pulling for the Watermelon Man. Hope Chastain put some of the drivers that wrecked him 4 races in a row into the wall. Oh, jeez. Yeah, what? Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell. I mean, Daytona, I don't really remember him getting wrecked by anybody other than the rain. I don't think he can pay the rain back tonight. Sports and Gaming Central, thanks for tuning in. Also pulling for Kyle Busch. Quite a few Kyle Busch fans in the chat tonight. Caleb Brinkley, thanks for tuning in as well. Again, be sure to hit that like button. Let's get this stream trending. Who knows? Just hit 3.1 thousand subscribers on the channel earlier today. Be sure to hit that subscribe button. And congrats to, again, Inside Uranus winning the regular season championship on the Fantasy League. And I would like to personally thank everybody for playing in the playoff championship. Again, you're already automatically qualified if you were in the league before the start of tonight's race. Stage 1 will be 115 laps tonight, as well will Stage 2, and the final stage will be the longest of 137 laps. Fuel window expected between 70 and 75 laps. Obviously, the tire wear is going to be much more crucial than that. I doubt you're going to be seeing anybody actually go 70 to 75 laps on field today. You'll be likely seeing drivers pit every 30 to 40 laps throughout this race because of how much tire wear we are going to see on this very abrasive racetrack, especially early in the race while the sun is still out and there's going to be a large lack of grip for about the first hour to hour and a half of the race. Kenneth Clark pulling for Chase Elliott. They switched Bubba Wallace to the 45 tonight because of owners' points in the owners' championship, because the 45 car is in the owners' playoffs, not the drivers' playoffs, because Kurt Busch is still not behind the wheel of that race car as the playoffs have started, which is pretty much effectively gotten Ryan Blaney in the playoffs, because if Kurt Busch was to start tonight's race and actually be in the playoffs and take that playoff waiver for the driver standings, Blaney would not have made it on points last week with Austin Dillon winning, who had 16 different winners. But Busch is, again, still out with injury after having that concussion sustained in qualifying at Pocono about a month and a half ago. The lights are out on the pace car. They'll be going green this time by, and I think they're just making their way off the exit of turn 2 right now. Logano going to elect the outside lane for the start of today's race, which would leave Christopher Bell on the inside of row number 1. Kev Cab, thanks for tuning in. Who's Kyle Busch going to drive for next season? Oh, about a month ago I would have said it was Joe Gibbs Racing. Now so much I'm not entirely sure. I'd probably be leaning as of right now towards Kaulig, but that seems to change on a week-to-week basis, so until something is said, I really don't know. It's all up in the air in my eyes. I have no clue. I couldn't give you a definitive answer of where I think he is exactly going. Pace car is going to be pulling to pit road now. which means it'll be Logano leading them into the Geico restart zone in front of a sold-out crowd at Darlington Raceway for the Southern 500. The green flag is in the air, and we are underway as the playoffs begin at Darlington. Good launch on the bottom lane in the non-preferred lane by Christopher Bell as he drives it in deep into turns 1 and 2, and Logano holds strong on the outside lane right now, gets the run off the exit of turn 2, and he is still door-to-door with the 20 of Christopher Bell. Little push from behind on the back straightaway from Tyler Reddick now to Logano, as still side-by-side into 3 and 4 for the lead. 3 wide further back around Martin Truex Jr., Austin Cindric, and I believe... couldn't tell who that other car was. Maybe Ryan Blaney back there in the back half of the top 10. Lap 1 has been led by Joey Logano. One car is very slow at the start of the race. That would be the 99 of Daniel Suarez. He is making a pass-through penalty. Remember, he has to make the pass-through penalty at the start of today's race because of failing multiple times in pre-race, or not pre-race inspection, but pre-qualifying inspection yesterday. Also didn't get a chance to qualify or practice the car as well. Logano still going to lead lap 2 as well, and finally clear Christopher Bell into turns 1 and 2 as Bell held on strong on the bottom lane for about 2 whole laps before Logano finally clears him for the lead. Daniel Suarez already going to go a lap down after having to take that pass-through penalty at the start of today's race. He's going to cycle himself in line right around the 45 and the 2, who are in the back half of the top 10, currently running in 6th and 7th. And he'll slide in front of Austin Cindric. He'll be the first car lap down in case we do see a caution flag at any point today. Three-tenths of a second is the lead for Joey Logano in the early going. Midway through lap number 4. There is going to be a competition caution as well. Stage 1 is 45 laps. Stage 2 is not. That is not correct. 115 in Stage 1, Stage 2. Might have been talking about the Xfinity race last night. Already on lap 3, I'm behind. YouTube's got a little bit of a delay from what I'm saying to what you guys are hearing in the chat. It looks like it is raining on the racetrack right now. Caution is out. Little pop-up shower. It looked like off the NBC cameras that it is raining on lap 6. That's going to be a quick caution to get Daniel Suarez back on the lead lap. Had a rain issue last weekend at Daytona that NASCAR did not want to play with another time here. A little pop-up cell up over the racetrack out of nowhere, seemingly. And I mean, it is like one cloud very faintly over the racetrack right now, but it is raining. At least NASCAR didn't pull Daytona again. It's kind of similar to, I believe it was Michigan. I believe it was Michigan last season after New Hampshire had their rain issue. Like a couple weeks later, they raced at Michigan, and there was rain with like 20 laps to go, and it was very, very light. It was sprinkling. They probably could have kept it green, but out of a safety precaution, they threw the caution. Kind of a similar instance here where it is a very, very light sprinkle. Steve Letarte just mentioned it probably wouldn't even be enough to delay a Little League baseball game, but enough to delay this race a little bit. I doubt they're going to be getting the red flag. It was a very, very light shower that popped up on the radar. It is virtually still sunny at Darlington. With the cars going around the track, it will keep heat in the racetrack as well, which would allow for the track to stay drier versus if they took the cars onto pit road. So under caution for the first time today because of rain. Caution actually would have came out at the end of lap 4. Not the first time we've sat through a rain caution or rain red flag delay on the channel this season. Hopefully it's the last. I remember the very start of the season, there was no issues with rain at all until we got to Dover. And then once we got to Dover, it seemed like every probably 2 to 3 weeks at the very least, we had some sort of a rain delay during the race, or the race getting moved to the next day. I guess we had an hour rain delay at the start of the Martinsville race, but that was about it. That wasn't too bad. But definitely terrible luck with these races as of late. Obviously, Daytona last weekend, Watkins Glen, they started the race in the rain, but it was still delayed about an hour and a half at the start from its original start time. Needed a bathroom break anyways. Why didn't you go before the race started? Got like 6 laps in. I will have to refill my water here very shortly. I was going to wait till the competition caution. I'll still wait till that happens. Say my TV, I know it lagged. We have to wait for a commercial not to go through. Hang on. Actually, let me back up real quick. Alright. I was able to fast forward a little bit. I had a little bit of a lag on my TV during the national anthem, I noticed, and I kind of forgot to fast forward a little bit, so that might have been part of the delay also. Hope someone that is not Chase takes out Larson like he did yesterday in the Xfinity race. Mark Wachowski, thanks for tuning in. I do have to refill my water, but I'm waiting until the end of stage 1. I drank it all during the pre-race. I have my fan turned off as I usually do. It's not overly hot today, so I have it turned off completely for audio reasons. Still under caution, though. No red flag. It is still lightly sprinkling around the racetrack. They're probably going to continue to run caution laps until the rain goes away. No need to get the jet dryers out there as they have not lost the racetrack by any means. Atlanta Castle is running tonight. 77 car for Spire. Also ran that car last weekend at Daytona. Yeah, hit that like button again, subscribe. As Regine says in the chat. Be here all night long for the action. Kevin Harvick radioed into his team a little bit ago as well that he feels nothing but hot air blowing into the race car, which is not good, especially in South Carolina in the late summer, like we're at right now. Got some cars in the back half of the field that are going to hit pit road during this caution period. Here's an interview from Marty Snyder to crew chief Paul Wolf of Joey Logano's race car.
Well, this is going to be a crazy night, Paul. How would you divide up stage 3? Some people think you can do it in 2 stops. Some people think 3. What's the pervading thought here on pit road?
Well, I think some of it depends on how many of these early cautions we get, right? Managing the sets of tires we have, how we can break it up throughout the rest of the night. Obviously, the comp yellow threw a little curve at us as well. Obviously, no one pitted here at this one, so it's just way too early to burn up those tires.
Yeah, so let's talk about the comp yellow. How much does that change the game? Because that's going to take up another set of tires when you had very few to play with in the first place.
Yeah, I think most of the guys probably would have split this stage up into 2 stops, so it'll just make the runs a little bit longer, but I don't think think we'll end up using more tires unless we get another untimely caution.
So let's talk about the advantage of pit stall 1 here. Winning the pole did that for you. Dale Jr. talked about in the pre-race show, it's only 20 feet from here to the camera. How big of an advantage is this particular pit stall?
Oh, it's huge. It's something we talked about coming here this week with the pit crew. Having this stall in the spring, how big it is. It's just gained you spots with equal stops to someone else, just not having to get up to speed to cross that line. So hopefully we'll keep this Shell Pennzoil forward up front all night and get the strategy right.
Tell you what, Steve, 20 feet from the end of the pit stall to the camera, I mean, that might gain them, what, 2-3 spots throughout the evening?
Well, yeah, the beauty.
Competition caution that they were talking about is going to be at lap 25. The start of today's race, I think that was because of rain earlier on in the day, which is the reasoning for the comp yellow. Chris Buescher's in 32nd right now, but that's because he just pitted. Chase Elliott in 28th on back just hit pit road, and I think it was more to top off on fuel. I don't think anybody took any tires knowing that it is a long race and they're limited on sets. I'm not sure exactly how many sets each team has. Picks are 18, 17, 22 for tonight. Interesting. Going with Chris Buescher. I do think Logano is going to have a good run in him today. Talk about the Joey Logano, William Byron situation over the telecast right now. Dale Jr. talking about both sides of the story and maybe what some of the fan base thinks about that. Wise to come in after racing 8 laps for anything. Yeah, and I mean, tires would matter. If those drivers would have taken tires, I'm sure they would have a pretty decent-sized advantage even after only running a couple laps. That's how abrasive this Darlington race surface is. But yeah, currently under caution because of rain. No red flag to be called here as the track is still relatively dry, but it is still sprinkling on the racetrack, so just waiting for this very, very quick pop-up shower, at least according to the radar that popped up, to go away. Ran about 8 laps under the caution so far. Teams in the back half of the field have pitted, but everybody else inside the top 27 all stayed out. For instance, so Chase Elliott, Chris Buescher were already outside the top 20, so they only really lost a few spots. Pity when they did. Daniel Suarez also pit. But Suarez was a lap down already because of having to have that pass-through penalty at the beginning of the race. So that quick rain showers put him back on the lead lap very quickly. But still in a car in which he did not practice or qualify, compared to every other car in the field, did get practice and qualifying efforts yesterday. Daniel Powers picking Kyle Larson, Bubba Wallace, Joey Logano. Aaron Goki, thanks for tuning in. Want Reddick to win, but likely picking either the 18 or the 5. Yeah, my pick's Kyle Larson today. I think that's a good pick for anybody that has him on the fantasy team. I think running those Xfinity Series laps on this racetrack definitely helped him yesterday, even though the cars themselves aren't the same. I feel like if you're going to pick a track, it's going to drive somewhat similar from whatever sort of vehicle you go in. Darlington's probably going to be that track. Yep, still under caution. Lap 14. Our leaderboard's about a lap behind what is actually showing on my TV right now. Had an interesting start of the race where Joey Logano and Christopher Bell were side by side for an entire 2 laps before Logano was able to clear him. He elected the outside lane. Could get a little bit better drive off the exit of the corner, but obviously it's the longest way around. So you definitely are at a risk of that car getting a better launch on the bottom and clearing you. But if they can't clear off the exit of turn 2 in that opening lap after the restart, it was really hard for Bell just to hang in there with Logano, and I'm surprised he held on as long as he did. Jacob Jones, thanks for tuning in. I can't show the race for copyright reasons. Giving you guys a live commentary, though. Yeah, that was a verbal assault to say the least, but you don't have to come here to watch the race. I highly recommend you do, for my sake. Robert, no last name, thanks for tuning in. Gonna watch the live TV broadcast. Have a good one. Well, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already for more daily NASCAR content. I know I've seen you in some other of the live commentary live streams so far this season. I wonder if NASCAR's still going to have the comp yellow at lap 25. Haven't heard anything otherwise. It is lap 16. They're still under caution. They might extend the comp yellow considering we've only had a few green flag laps. I wouldn't be surprised if they extended it to like lap 35. Just to allow these guys to get more laps on their tires before taking the comp yellow. That's the main reason for the competition caution, is mainly to check the tires. Yeah, and they have extended it. Okay, I was right. I mentioned it, and then like 2 seconds later, here we go. Lap 35. Exactly what I mentioned, too. I was like, if they're going to extend it, I feel like they should extend it to about lap 35, and that's sure enough what they did. So good call by NASCAR, considering that we haven't had that many green flag laps yet. They are double wide, though, looking to go green this time. Logano will again elect the outside lane for the front row, and Bell will get to the inside of row 1 as he was in second when the caution came out. And again, into the Geico restart zone, the green flag is back in the air. We'll see if Bell could get as good of a launch as he did the last time, as he'll stay alongside Logano down the front stretch as they head towards turn 1. 2x2 is the field, and they are still staying mostly 2x2. Nobody fanning out to go 3 wide. Logano almost squeezed into the outside wall by Bell and chops him off the exit of the corner as Logano was cleared down the back straightaway. Bell washed up the track, maybe have gotten out of the gas just a little bit to keep it off the 22, but there was not a lot of racetrack for 22 of Logano to work with without hitting that outside wall. A lot of the field merging off the exit of turn 4. Moves down to the inside, being made on the front straightaway with the momentum off the high side on the exit of the corner. Austin Cindric trying to pull off a move right now on Bubba Wallace for position, while Kyle Larson was able to get around Michael McDowell for 8th place as well, just behind them. 0.3 of a second lead for Logano over Bell. Byron was able to clear Kyle Busch on the outside lane off of row 2 on the restart for 3rd, and Busch is attacking with Larson. Oh my goodness, we got a mess going on off the exit of turn 4. Chastain is 3 wide middle, has to lift, almost got into the 12 of Blaney, cuts down in front of the 31 of Justin Haley, and lost another spot on the front straightaway to Alex Bowman. Not sure how they got there, but they panned to that camera angle where they were 3 wide at Darlington off the exit of turn 4, where it definitely gets very narrow. This whole track in general is narrow. We've already seen 3 wide off the initial start once, and now off the first restart once in the early going of today's race. Martin Truex Jr. on the outside lane will blow by Justin Haley, who's still stuck on the inside. Another playoff driver to the outside of Haley being Kevin Harvick. outside the top 10 right now. Again, Harvick dealing with the blow. I don't know what you exactly call that, but the thing that blows the air into the helmet, the hose that blows the air into the helmet, is blowing hot air rather than cold air right now. So Harvick already dealing with some heat issues inside the race car. We're just now 20 laps in. Logano slowly pulling away from Christopher Bell out to about a half a second race lead with the clean air advantage. We'll see if the 22 can hold up the long run pace, because he was outside the top 5 on actual speed in practice. He unloaded and was 10th fastest in practice, which wasn't bad, but comparison to where he qualified on the pole, we'll see if the long run speed will be there for Logano. It was long run speed, though, in the spring, which helped him win the race, despite the fact that there were a lot of cautions later on in the going. He's able to run down William Byron in the late laps of that race to give himself a shot to win. Ryan Blaney pulling out of line to try and pass Michael McDowell for 11th place on the racetrack. Blaney to the inside will try to slide up, but he is not going to clear McDowell, who gets the run off the exit of the corner on the high side. And McDowell actually going to pull clear the 12 of Blaney as Blaney slides back in line behind him now in the front stretch. About a tenth a second, if not a little more than that, faster a lap is Logano than Bell. Bell is equally about 6 to 7 tenths of a second ahead of Byron in third, and as well Byron about that same distance ahead of Kyle Busch in fourth. And Busch has almost a full second to Tyler Reddick in fifth. And that is your top 5 on lap 23 of 115 in stage 1 and 367 in the race overall. Eric Jones cracking the top 10 now for the first time today. He's made a pass on Michael McDowell and Ryan Blaney, who have struggled in the early going of this race, losing multiple positions each. Chase Elliott, Ty Gibbs battling for position just outside the top 20 after Elliott had pitted during that last caution. And only caution of the early going of today's race so far. Gibbs on the inside right now, looking to try and work his way around Austin Dillon. Chase Elliott losing a bit of ground to Gibbs that time on that outside lane, as Elliott is definitely struggling with this car in the early going of the race. Austin Cindric, Denny Hamlin the closest to each other to battle for position inside the top 10. Gibbs was able to get by Austin Dillon a couple laps ago, and now Chase Elliott also will get by Dillon this current lap into turns 3 and 4. So Dillon going backwards, already back to 24th in this race, for qualifying just outside the top 15. Lisa Rogers, thanks for tuning in. Bahala sending people my way, will appreciate it. Viewer of the channel, I appreciate that. I'd say same for him. Go subscribe to his channel. He does kind of similar streams to this. He doesn't really commentate the race himself, but he'll have more of the actual live broadcast on and then his actual reaction to it happening as it goes. But I've seen some replays of his streams before. He's a fan of the channel, so got to give him that support back. Feel like it's the right thing to do. Appreciate you keeping me updated on that, Lisa. Logano still on average about a tenth a second faster than Bell. Very slowly pulling away from him. Maybe if you're there in person, it might not seem as drastic, considering it is only a 7/10 of a second lead right now. Again, we'll see if Joey Logano has the long run pace, although we're going to get a competition caution in about 7 more laps, which will likely bring the entire field to pit road, knowing how much tires matter. And we're going to have about 25 green flag laps on these tires by the time that caution will come, unless we get a caution for incident beforehand. No positions have really changed inside the top 10 since about 2 laps after the restart. All staying stagnated for right now. Ryan Blaney will drop back another spot at the hands of Alex Bowman. Bowman making the pass for 13th. Blaney dropping like a rock. Here comes Martin Truex Jr., who just missed out on that final playoff spot to Ryan Blaney last week at Daytona. Truex to the inside of the 12 car through turns 3 and 4. Blaney in the middle lane to try to keep from getting in the dirty air behind Alex Bowman. Truex with a slide job will clear Blaney off the exit of the corner. Truex has been so close to winning the Southern 500 in each of the last couple seasons, so he's trying to go for his first Southern 500 win today and potentially the first win of the season. Enough 8-wide racing right now. I don't think you're going to get that most tracks, let alone Darlington. Ty Dillon closing in now, and Austin Dillon at the back of the pack. Austin's falling back to 25th, and Ty's got a run on him on the front stretch as well. So Austin Dillon definitely looking like the worst playoff driver on speed in the early going of today's race. Going to have to make some major adjustment changes during the first pit stop of the day as well.
Darlington wear out. Made a little too tight.
Yeah, I was going to say, they were playing the radio in my ear. I couldn't get it to you guys in time, but he was complaining about a very, very tight race car. I was going to say, very strange that a car would be tight on this probably loose of a racetrack for the most part, especially as the run carries on. I can maybe see that when they had the 550 package here, but very shocking that he is this tight this far into the run on tires. Comp yellow in 3 more laps. Daniel Suarez, who ended up going a lap down, had to get the free pass during the rain caution on lap 4, is also catching up to Austin Dillon, which will put Dillon the last running of all the 16 playoff drivers. Once Dillon loses that spot to Suarez, likely in another lap or two, the way things are running. And my bad, actually, Chase Briscoe's fallen off of our screen because I can only show the top 30 at once. Briscoe is in the 32nd place position right now. So he is dropping back even further and quicker than the 3 of Austin Dillon. 2 laps to go until the competition caution. Now, once every lead lap car crosses the start-finish line to complete 35 laps is when the yellow will come out. So everybody trying to battle for positions that they are around right now to gain as much time as possible before pit stops will be coming during the yellow in a few laps. Kyle Busch in the 18 car has ran down the 24 of William Byron for 3rd place. Busch looking to the inside, Byron on the outside. It's going to give Byron a little bit more of a run on the front stretch, although Kyle Busch maintaining that gap, if not maybe even closing in despite running the bottom of the corner before. Kyle Busch again to the bottom through turns 1 and 2. Byron up near the wall, trying to get the exit speed. Now Byron, Diamond cuts the corner, chopping the 18 car, I should say, off on the exit of turn 2. Busch again to the inside, looks a bit better and rolling the center of the corner a lot better than the 24 car of Byron. Closer you are to the outside wall, the more side force you're going to put on your car as well. But if you make a minor mistake, there's less of a chance of catching it compared to if you were on the bottom of the racetrack. You'd have more space, of more asphalt to be able to catch your car before running up into the outside wall. Caution's out for the competition. Yellow now, our second caution in the early going of today's race. And this will bunch the field back together following pit stops, and you'll get to listen into the pit road reporters on what adjustments some of these drivers will be making at the front of the field. Heard they're not racing at Fontana anymore. Truth to that? Well, the schedule hasn't come out for next year yet. And there was talks of them turning that 2-mile oval into a short track. When I went there earlier this year, I originally went there thinking that was going to be the last race on the 2-mile oval, so that's why I wanted to go there. But then throughout the course of the season, it was sounding like that they weren't going to repave the racetrack yet. But now I'm not entirely sure. So I'll just have to wait for the season scheduled to come out for next year, which will probably be in the next week or two, I'd have to imagine. Yeah, they were talking about turning it. They'll still race at Auto Club, but the 2-mile oval is probably going to change in configuration to a short track, more than likely. It won't be the same bumpy 2-mile oval compared to what we're used to. Here come the cars to pit road.
Rick, once the race resumed, Denny Hamlin picked up 5 spots in the 11 car. Says the car is building just a little bit tight right now. He'll get an adjustment for that. Sunoco fuel and Goodyear tires, Kim.
Tyler Reddick was loose yesterday in practice. Today, saying he was at 1.5 tight. You see him there at the top of the 8 car. Crew chief Randall Burnett said he may be over-adjusted. They'll go back a little bit. Air pressure for tires. Sunoco fuel, Parker.
And Kim Christopher Bell gets out of the second position there in the center of your screen. It'll be Ford Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel for him, and he was very happy in the car and said, I wouldn't make any changes for a longer run than that, Marty.
Joey Logano has led every lap to this point. He said, I just started to lose the rears at the end of that run. Bobbles a little bit leaving his stall, but I think he held on to the lead here. He said, I think it will come to me as the sun goes down, but I need help for now.
And that will be the case. Logano wins the race off pit road. Byron will pick up a spot, moving up to P2. Biggest loser of the top 10 in the pits was Kyle Busch in the 18 as he loses 5 spots and will have to restart back in 9th place. Have to wait for our leaderboard to update once they get back to the start-finish line this next time under the caution. See exactly what the full field running order is. NASCAR wants to sell out race figure 8 at 160 miles an hour. They're already talking about these cars not being as safe as the last car, the last couple cars previously, so I don't know if that is the right way to go about it necessarily, but I guess it would bring ratings in. Maybe for the first attempt, that'd be about it. I don't think it would, actually. It'd bring in more casual viewers, but it'd probably turn off a lot of hardcore racing fans. I don't think that's the right move. Talked in the pre-race, and with this being the first playoff race, comment in the chat down below what your championship 4 are coming into this first playoff race. I'm curious to see. Who do you think the championship 4 drivers will be at Phoenix in another 9 weeks? Austin, thanks for tuning in. Short tracks only series. I mean, that's kind of how the truck series ran when it originally started. It was like only short tracks, and they ran a couple road courses for the most part. But then after a couple seasons, they started running on the bigger 1.5 mile tracks. And then eventually, I think they went to Daytona in 2000 for the first time. And they picked up Talladega on the schedule in 06, I believe was the first year. Now it's like pretty much the same as the Cup schedule. I mean, they go to maybe a couple more short tracks, like IRP. They went to again this year. They used to go to Milwaukee. They don't anymore. I mean, there's a lot of short tracks they used to go to. They don't race at anymore, like Myrtle Beach and Nashville Fairgrounds. Lance Rain, thanks for tuning in. Shafransky, thanks for tuning in. His championship 4 is Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano. I like those picks, honestly. I think those are good picks. Size E says Blaney, Elliott, Larson, Harvick. Harvick is a bold pick. I think he can make a deep run, though. I have him in my round of 8. Busch, Hamlin, Harvick, Bell for Lance Rain. I almost put Bell in my championship 4. I don't trust Busch or Hamlin in the round of 12 because Toyotas have struggled on the road courses this year. And that's why I have them getting eliminated. But Bell's actually been good on the road courses this year, so excluding him, I have those other 2 eliminated in the round of 8. But I almost have Bell in the championship 4. I just feel like Reddick's going to win Homestead. I feel like that'd be the best shot for Bell to win his way into the championship 4. Would probably be Homestead. But I have Reddick winning there, so that's why I had him in over the 20. Want North Wilkesboro back. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of fans, both current and maybe even older NASCAR fans that don't watch as much anymore, would definitely love North Wilkesboro to come back on the schedule. So they've been back from the commercial break now. They were just showing a replay of the pit stop from Kevin Harvick as they did not get the left front tire exchanged. They dropped the jack a little early before the left front tire was all the way on. So slow stop for the 4 of Harvick as they had to jack the car back up and actually secured that left front tire. So Harvick going to lose a lot of spots. He was inside the top 15 and now he'll be restarting, it looks like, right around 30th. Green flag going to be back in the air. Logano again elects the outside lane, and he's got William Byron on the inside of row 1. Row 2, we have Tyler Reddick on the inside, and the outside was Christopher Bell. Bell gets another good launch on the restart, pushes Joey Logano into 1 and 2, and now Bell's alongside William Byron for second place. Backs out of the gas to let the 24 car go, knowing this is a long race and Byron's all clear for second. Bell, in the process of losing that momentum, though, may lose another spot to Tyler Reddick, who goes deep into turns 3 and 4. Bell with a little bit of a block, pinching the 8 car of Reddick, who is all the way down below the hashed white line in the middle of the corner, separating the actual racing group from the apron. But you're going to see a lot of drivers down there, especially longer into the run as the tires wear out and they try to diamond the corner off. Reddick is going to have to hang on to 4th. Couple Toyota side by side for 5th of Bubba Wallace and Denny Hamlin. Hamlin down low, Wallace up high, and another Toyota lurking of Kyle Busch in the 18. Hamlin with a little bit of a slide job. Wallace up near the wall, carries the throttle in the middle of the corner, gets the launch off the exit. Hamlin not clear yet. Wallace battling his team owner pretty hard. Hamlin falls in line behind Wallace on the front stretch, heading towards turn 1. Wallace will hang on to 5th. And they didn't lose too much time to wreck. They lost a little bit, but they're only about a half a second back now. Everybody on fresher tires right now after just pitting during the caution flag. Nobody stayed out. Your new top 10 following the restart would have Joey Logano in 1st, William Byron 2nd, Christopher Bell 3rd, Tyler Reddick 4th, Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 5, Denny Hamlin in 6th, Kyle Busch in 7th, Eric Jones 8th, Kyle Larson 9th. Austin Cindric is your top 10 as we have about 76 laps to go in stage 1. Larson lost a little bit of ground to Eric Jones, who he's battling for the 8th place position right now after Jones got by Larson on the restart. Ross Chastain has now just cracked the top 10 after making a pass on Austin Cindric, and Cindric also getting passed by the 12 car of Ryan Blaney for 11th place as well, as he probably lost the outside lane if I had to guess, and lost the momentum. Blaney also going to rocket back inside the top 10 as he makes a pass on Ross Chastain for position. After Blaney qualified 9th, fell back to about 14th, 15th. He has gotten forward after a pretty decent pit stop as well. A good restart, and he's back inside the top 10 again right where he started. Still side by side between Chastain and Blaney as now they go to that battle on the screen. Blaney is on the outside, Chastain down low on the bottom. We know Chastain's going to battle hard, lap in, lap out, especially now that he's in his first playoff appearance. He's going to slide up in front of the 12 of Blaney. There's contact, and Blaney just kept it off the outside wall, and luckily kept on to the handle of that race car, both cars really. Chastain's lucky he didn't get turned into the outside wall, but honestly, if that would have happened, both the 12 and the 1 would have went up there. Chastain quickly pulls from Blaney after Blaney had to get out of the gas to keep it off the wall, and that is an aggressive slide job that just did not go right. Well, it went right for Chastain, and it didn't go right for Ryan Blaney. And Chastain will secure that 10th place position right now as he sits about 7/10 of a second behind Larson in 9th. Austin Dillon to the outside of the 16 car of Daniel Hemrick. Major run on the front stretch. He'll carry that into turns 1 and 2 as he battles Kevin Harvick for position. Remember, Kevin Harvick had a slow stop, so he is back in 30th. Dillon right behind him in 31st after falling that far back in the early going of the race. And Briscoe just a couple spots ahead of Harvick in 28th. Suarez had to start at the rear with no practice or qualifying, so we have 4 playoff drivers 25th or worse on the running order right now, despite the fact that all 36 cars still in the lead lap and still in the race in the early going of the Cookout Southern 500. Just over 200 people watching. Be sure again to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Brandon Ramsey, thanks for tuning in as well. See you in the chat. Here, Goki says, Larson, Elliott, Blaney, Harvick. Got the 9 winning. Yeah, I mentioned in the pre-race, I predicted Chase Elliott to win the championship before the season started this year. So I'll sticking with that going into the playoffs as well. I think he's been the best driver so far this season, pretty far and away. I mentioned all the statistical categories. He's either tied for the lead or is leading in, which is pretty much every major category. I think he's definitely the smart pick. There's definitely drivers you could lobby for to win the championship, especially if they could make it to the championship before. They would definitely have a shot going into that final race, winner take all, but Elliott is definitely the odds-on favorite. I don't think there's anything arguing that. And those 4 drivers that are 25th or worse on the grid right now as we run in the playoffs would be below the cutoff line, but we haven't even gotten stage points in stage 1 of the first race of the round yet, so I don't think it's really worth looking at the playoff standings throughout the rest of this race until the race comes to an end. once we see who all gets the stage points in their finish in this first race, then we can actually maybe take more of a focus on that in the races going forward. Right now, it's such a long race. Drivers may be trying to take care of their equipment, middle of the pack right now, just trying to stay in the race, make some adjustments. And also with this race starting in the daylight, ending in the nighttime, the track is going to change so much. There's going to be more grip. A lot of drivers that are tight now, they're probably in more trouble, like an Austin Dillon who started off this race very tight, although he has made some good passes since the restart as he has gotten around Harvick. He just passed Chase Briscoe that last time through turns 1 and 2 as well. So Dillon's slowly starting to move forward. I guess he's still in line behind Harvick yet. Harvick has just pulled away from the 3. He's a little over a second ahead of him. But if you're tighter in the beginning of the race, you're probably in a worse situation than if you were extremely loose, and then the car would automatically kind of slowly gain grip and tighten up for you as the race carries on into the nighttime skies and the track and the air temp continue to drop throughout the course of the night. There's still going to be drivers loose on the long runs with how, again, as I've mentioned many times already, abrasive this racetrack is and how much tire wear we're going to see and tire fall off throughout the course of the run. Even for drivers that are trying to manage tires really well, that really the guy who can manage them the best is going to be the fastest car in the longer run. Track position is going to matter because it's going to be so hard to pass unless it's on a non-restart. But as we get 20 to 30 plus laps into a run, you're going to see more passes with drivers struggling more and more with the race cars, and the one that struggles the least is going to be the one to make the most passes. Under our first full screen commercial break during green flag action today, so time to spotlight the spotlight drivers where they are running right now. Joey Logano, one of the must-have picks, has led every lap of this race so far except for one during the caution. Landon Castle led. Didn't realize that. I guess he stayed out and then pitted the second lap during the caution. But needless to say, Logano has led every green flag lap today. Definitely looking like one of the must-haves as I had in the predictions. Kyle Larson in the top 10. He's fallen back just a little bit. He's in the 10th place position right now as Chastain has just passed him for 9th under the commercial break. But Kyle Larson still in the top 10. He is my win pick. Hopefully he is one of those cars that does get faster as the night carries on and the track temps start to cool. 2 sleeper picks both inside the top 5 of Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell right now as well. And then the 2 don't have picks are both outside the top 10 of Ryan Blaney and Alex Bowman in 11th and 13th. Full field running order right now as well during this commercial break. Again, Joey Logano in the lead by 0.7 of a second over William Byron in second place. Christopher Bell is in third. Tyler Reddick 4th. Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 5. Denny Hamlin in 6th. Kyle Busch 7th. Eric Jones 8th. Ross Chastain 9th. Kyle Larson is 10th. Ryan Blaney in 11th. Martin Truex Jr. in 12th. 13th is Alex Bowman. Michael McDowell in 14th. Chase Elliott is up to 15th. Austin Cindric has fallen back to 16th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 17th. Eric Almirola 18th. 19th. Cole Custer. And Justin Haley is 20th. Corey LaJoie in 21st. Todd Gilliland 22nd. 23rd. Harrison Burton 24th. Daniel Suarez. Brad Keselowski in 25th. 26th is Ty Gibbs. 27th is Kevin Harvick. 28th is Chris Buescher. Ty Dillon 29th. Austin Dillon is 30th. 31st is Chase Briscoe. 32nd is Daniel Hemrick. Landon Castle 33rd. J.J. Yaley in 34th. 35th is Cody Ware. B.J. McLeod rounds out the 36-car field. All 36 cars still in the lead lap. We've had a couple cautions early in the race. One for rain on lap 4. That washed away very quickly without having to throw the red flag in there. It was just a sprinkle over the racetrack, but one that they had to throw the caution out for safety concerns. And then, I didn't mean to do that. And then we had the cop yellow at lap 35. It was originally scheduled for lap 25, but then they postponed it 10 laps because of the caution during rain that lasted over 10 laps because they didn't have a lot of green flag laps. Actually, by the time they went green, they would have only ran 7 more laps under green flag conditions, so that's why they extended the comp yellow. I was thinking they were going to do that before they actually did it. A smart move, I think, from NASCAR's behalf of doing that. Keegan is as good or better than those guys in the booth with suits and neckties. I mean, if I was in the booth, I'd be wearing a suit and necktie, but because I'm in the comfort of my own house, I can kind of get away with representing my own driver. I don't know why I have my sleeves down right now. It is warm in here, and that's kind of off topic. I might have to turn this fan on in a little bit. It was a warmer day today. William Byron took over second place on that restart from Christopher Bell, and he is slowly closing in on the 22 of Joey Logano. He's about 0.6 of a second off the lead right now as we are completed through 60 laps. Mentioned Ross Chastain moved up to 9th place during the commercial break, while Kyle Larson's now fallen outside of the top 10 back to 12th after Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. have also gotten by him during the commercial break. And Chastain is also moving forward as he's right on the back bumper of Eric Jones and battling him for 8th off the exit of turn 4. And it's about another full second behind the 45 of Bubba Wallace. Wallace lost 2 spots during the commercial break as well to his Toyota partners of Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch. So Hamlin rounds out the top 5 now, and Hamlin is currently battling Tyler Reddick for 4th place on the racetrack at 4 seconds off the race lead. Internet service, Spectrum Internet. Used to have some local company for a while when I first started the channel, then it wasn't good, and I'm like, I still live with my parents. I'm like, listen, I'm willing to pay extra money to get better internet to help these streams out a little more, because I have major lag issues when I'm doing these live commentary streams during the race. So they're like, all right. I'm like, because it was their house, so they were going to have to make the phone call, but I'm making the payments on it, so I'm all right with that. I can afford it, and it helps the streams out a lot. I have like no lagging issues like ever, so that's good. Unless the power gets knocked out because of a storm. That's only happened twice. Luckily, it hasn't happened during a live commentary stream, and it's not supposed to rain anymore at my house tonight, so we should be good. Chase Briscoe slowly moving forward since the last restart, but by slowly, I mean very slowly. He is... actually, never mind. He's gone backwards during the commercial break. He's in 30th place right now. He was in 27th or 28th prior to the commercial break, so he's fallen back again to 30th. Austin Dillon, who passed him right before the commercial, is also starting to fall back as Ty Dillon and Ty Gibbs have gotten back around him since the restart as well. Really, all the SHR Fords are struggling right now, considering Kevin Harvick had that slow pit stop. He has only gotten back up to 25th. The highest running SHR Ford is currently Eric Almirola in 18th place. Cole Custer right behind him in 19th, 25th, and 30th are the other two of Harvick and Briscoe, who are the only two of those 4 that are in the playoffs. William Byron is, again, slowly closing in on the 22 car of Joey Logano. They're a full 2.5 plus seconds over Christopher Bell. Bell was able to get around Reddick a few laps ago off camera, and so was Kyle Busch. So Reddick is back to 6th place. Hamlin, Busch up to 4th and 5th. They're still about 4.5 plus seconds off the race lead. Battle for the lead going on, though, between Logano and Byron, the two drivers who battled for the lead and for the win in the spring race at Darlington earlier this year, when Logano had basically shot the 24 car into the wall. Byron quickly to the inside of the 22 and clears him through 1 and 2. I think Logano may have let him go. Long run speed for the 24 car of William Byron has rocketed him towards the front of the field as he's closing in on lap traffic, and Byron will lead his first lap at the start-finish line this time by, and Logano will now lead, or not lead, I guess, his first green flag lap of the race. But a lot of lap traffic right in front of Byron. Logano is fading fast, already over half a second behind the 24 car after letting him go. And Christopher Bell also closing in on the top 2 as he's all of a sudden just 2.1 seconds off the lead. A lot of traffic in front of Byron's going to help Bell out quite a bit until he catches it. Byron going to lap BJ McLeod to the outside. Joey Logano trying to get there as well. And this is where things start to get a little more interesting on the long green flag runs at Darlington. NBC going to another full screen commercial break. So again, we'll go through the full field running order during the commercial break ourselves. William Byron has a half a second lead now over Joey Logano in second. Christopher Bell in third, just a second and a half off the race lead. Kyle Busch is in fourth, 3.6 seconds off the lead. Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 5, 4.2 seconds off the lead. Tyler Reddick in 6th, 5.2 seconds off the lead. Bubba Wallace is in 7th place, 5.5 seconds off the lead. Eric Jones is in 8th, 5.7 seconds off the lead. 6 seconds back is Ross Chastain in 9th. And Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 10, 7 seconds back. And Chastain has just made a pass on Bubba Wallace for 8th place as well on the racetrack. Under the commercial break, Martin Truex Jr. is in 11th, Alex Bowman in 12th, Kyle Larson 13th, 14th is Michael McDowell, Chase Elliott is 15th. Austin Cindric in 16th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 17th, Eric Almirola 18th, Cole Custer 19th, Justin Haley is 20th, Corey LaJoie in 21st, Todd Gilliland 22nd, Daniel Suarez 23rd, Brad Keselowski 24th, Kevin Harvick is 25th. Ty Gibbs in 26th. Ty Dillon in 27th. 28th is Austin Dillon. Harrison Burton 29th. Chase Briscoe 30th. 31st is Landon Castle. Cody Ware 32nd. Daniel Hemrick 33rd. J.J. Yaley 34th. B.J. McLeod 35th. Chris Butcher 36th in last place right now. That is crazy that Chris Butcher is that far off the pace right now, that even B.J. McLeod, J.J. Yaley are outrunning him. Cody Ware. Even Daniel Hemrick, for that matter, is being outran by Cody Ware. There are 4 cars a lap down at the rear of the field. Cody Ware in 32nd is the last car on the lead lap. And I'm sure that will not last very long either. Almost 250 people watching in the early going to the race right now. Hit that like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. On the road to becoming a NASCAR commentator for future races in real life down the road. These streams help me out a ton. Greatly appreciate the support you guys give me on a daily basis. And let's see how many subscribers we can get up to on the channel at the end of the day. We're just below 3.1 thousand at the start of the day, and we're already up to 3.11. So greatly appreciate the new viewers that are tuning in, that are subscribing. And of course, your original returning cast once again that I see you guys on a at least weekly basis with these live race commentary streams. There will be no live race commentary stream next weekend, as I will be on the road to Kansas on Friday. Saturday, I'm actually going to a Detroit Tigers Kansas City Royals game. For those of you that don't know, I'm a Detroit Tigers baseball fan. They happen to be playing Kansas City in Kansas City while I go to the Kansas Cup race next weekend. So I'll be going to that baseball game Saturday night. Then I'll be going to the Cup race on Sunday, and can't wait for that one. Can't wait to get to another track in person again. As far as the week after, though, I'll be doing live commentary for both the Xfinity and the Cup Series races at Bristol, so that'll be something to look out for, pulling double duty with not doing live commentary next week. We've got our first drivers to pit road. A couple playoff drivers are in, Kyle Larson and Martin Truex Jr.
Made sure he got on pit road early. Probably going to lose a little time in the cycle, Dave.
The 5 of Kyle Larson gives up 16th place. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel. No front grip. When they go up the hill, the rear swings free. Cliff told him he could go in a very different direction this time as we fix him up.
And you see that 19 finishing up service. Martin overall pretty happy with that race car. Just dodged a bullet there on the pit lane with another car.
Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Daniel Suarez also in.
Rear grip through turns 1 and 2 towards the end of that run, and then complained about the rear end just feeling like it was up in the air. I mean, it just was not in the racetrack. There'll be 4 Goodyear tires for him and Sunoco fuel as these pit stops unfold.
Watch Chastain, Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick now in as well.
For him, as he will get his 4 tires and fuel.
Bowman is in. Elliott's in. Cindric's in.
Hey guys, also on pit road, Ryan Blaney. This run was better. That is good news. Little loose up the hill into turn 1. That was his only complaint. He also got 4 tires and fuel.
Joey Logano is now in as well. And I believe all the playoff drivers have already pitted except for William Byron, Christopher Bell, and then Bubba Wallace in the owners' playoffs. Now Byron's in from the lead.
Byron right behind him. Austin Dillon leading as well. And his car actually got better the longer he ran. Joey saying the car freed up a bunch. Way too free when he lost the lead. And look at that time they're losing here. Can't get the left front off. Drastic amount of time lost by Joey Logano in the 22 team. Steve, you talked about not making mistakes on pit road. That's going to be a big one for them. William Byron coming down pit road from the lead. He said his car got free the longer he ran, but they were very happy with the long run speed for William Byron, Parker.
Marty Christopher Bell also on pit road, pitting down to the top 3. He's just been very happy with that race car, especially where it goes along the long run. 4 tires for him. We'll see how it turns out on this run.
Bubba Wallace and Ty Gibbs are the only 2 cars that still have to hit pit road from the lead lap, so Bubba Wallace is leading for the first time today during green flag pit stops. And Wallace is now in.
Far for Wallace. Can't run anymore. Wrecking here. He was so much out of tire that they wanted to bring him home. But really good, solid run so far. Fell back there at the end of the run. So early run looking good for Wallace. It's later in the run that the car fell off.
9.8 second pit stop for Wallace. I think that might have been the fastest 4-tire stop of those that just pitted during these green flag conditions. William Byron's going to cycle back to the lead. He's about 9/10 of a second ahead of Kyle Busch, who gained some spots on pit road during the green flag pit stops. Christopher Bell lost a couple. Martin Truex Jr. now back inside the top 5, or I should say in the top 5 for the first time. Wallace is probably going to lose some time considering he was the last car that was originally inside the top 10 to pit. And then the very first drivers who came into the pits were Truex and Larson. Larson gains about 4 spots from 15th to 11th, and that's what has launched Truex inside the top 5, pitting as early as he did. And now Truex has a pretty big run on Christopher Bell on racetrack right now as they battle for 4th place. So all 4 Joe Gibbs Toyotas running 2nd through 5th. Good start for them. They led a lot of laps here in the spring. And obviously going to try to go for the win this time around in the fall. Or I guess late summer, technically. Lisa, you're going to Kansas as well? Yeah, if anybody's going to Kansas Speedway or any race that I go to in person, definitely if you see me, say hi. I've had that happen to me a couple times already this year. I like seeing you guys that I can't see your faces in the stream and in the chat, so. We got problems under the hood of the 5-car. Kyle Larson, he has pulled to pit road, and another engine issue, it looks like, for Larson. Remember, he had an engine issue at Daytona last week as well.
207.
And you see live.
I don't have oil temp on the first page.
Hearing the radio, but you just see how hard these are to work, right? You see the duct work, the air boxes. It's a lot of paneling that kind of hides. Oh, whoa, my goodness.
Eric Jones up the racetrack.
I thought we were getting ready to get a yellow with a 43. What a save by Jones. My goodness, that was a big win. You just see the 5-car. I mean, there's nothing you can really do at this point.
They were talking about Larson there for a second. Eric Jones tried to pull off a slide job down to the inside of Ryan Blaney. He went a little too low and too deep into the corner and washed up the track. Did a great job keeping it off the wall. But now Blaney has already pulled over a second ahead of Jones. And Alex Bowman in the 48 cars all over the back of the 43 for 9th place. Kyle Larson was up to 11th place at the time of his issue. They have now put the hood back and screwed it back onto the race car, so Larson is working his way down pit road. He's going to work his way back onto the racetrack. He was talking about the oil temps being a little high. Kyle Larson is going to go a lap down with having to pit under green flag conditions, and because there are already cars a lap down, he is not going to be in the free pass spot. It's like Ty Gibbs is in the free pass position in 27th. In fact, Larson's actually 3 laps down right now anyway, as he was on pit road for a substantial amount of time. Plus, he was already mid-pack by the time he had already pitted regardless. He cycled back out right in front of William Byron in the 24 car. Byron's actually trying to put him 3 laps down right now, so Larson is, as of right now, 2 down. But if Byron gets by him, then he's going to be 3 laps down, so he's going to have to battle his teammate pretty hard. And we'll see if he's got the speed and the horsepower to be able to do it, but with potential engine issues on the 5 of Larson, major championship implications already on the line in this opening playoff race for one of the Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolets, and not one that I would have originally thought coming into the race, but he is very slow. Byron has just lapped him a 3rd time, Ty Gibbs is blown around him, and Kyle Larson is just way off the pace in that number 5 car as of right now. Turn 4 going into pit road is your seats. Gotcha. I actually haven't got my tickets yet. I need to get them this week. I should actually buy them like tonight after this race is over. If I want to get the good seats that I know I'm going to have. I was just kind of waiting out just to see if anybody else was going, because I know for a fact it's looking like I'm going to be there by myself this weekend. Or next weekend. So, issues for one of the playoff drivers already today. Kyle Larson going 3 laps down with an engine issue of some sort. Had his temperatures up a little too high. Made an unscheduled pit stop back on the track, but is just trying to log in laps at this point. Try to get to the end of the stage before they can try and really diagnose the issue. And then decide from that point whether or not they drop him into the garage. But this is not looking good for Larson. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 6 laps down on the racetrack as well, which is actually kind of surprising. I don't know what happened to him, but he's a few laps down even compared to Larson. Broadcast didn't pick up on what might have happened to Stenhouse there. I have to keep an eye on him over the next few laps. If he keeps losing laps, then maybe he's out of the race. And we were unaware of that, but either way, Larson, Stenhouse, both at least a handful of laps down or around a handful of laps down as we run. The other spotlight drivers, obviously Larson was one of my must-haves and was actually my win pick coming into the night, so it doesn't look like he's going to win at the very least with him being 3 laps down right now. Once you go multiple laps down, it's tough to come back from that in a NASCAR race. Not impossible, but it is very tough just to even get back on the lead lap, let alone a race-winning contention. Unfortunately for Larson, though, he just didn't really have the speed from the get-go, kind of running 9th through 14th, 15th, the whole first stage of this race as we're almost 90 laps in right now. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Stenhouse. Sounds like he lost power, yeah. Pretty much. He's definitely losing power. Or he's down a cylinder. Second engine issue in a row, though, for Kyle Larson. That's what's insane. And it's still very early in this long race. Kind of similar to last weekend. Where it was, what, like 21 laps into the race? Not even? Larson had an engine issue last week. So something's going on with those Chevy motors right now that has caused Larson some issues in the engine department in the shop during the week. But yeah, he is very slow. I'd say he's Rick Ware racing slow, but then again, Cody Ware got a top 10 at Daytona last week, so I don't know if that would be an accurate statement anymore. Larson also had engine issues at Darlington earlier this year also, which dropped him out of the race. Mentioned that in the pre-race as well, so he's had engine issues at Darlington twice now this year, plus back-to-back weeks. Really nothing of Larson's own doing by any means. And out of his control, to say the least. Oh. Loose moment for Larson that time at the 18 of Kyle Busch, maybe getting him a bit aero loose in the middle of the corner. Swapping picks, putting Larson in the garage instead of Harvick. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that at the end of the stage. I have to try to remind myself to do that because I did have Larson in my lineup as well. Fortunately, I had him on my bonus pick, too, so that's probably not looking very likely, unless I can't remember who he's facing off against this weekend in the Fantasy League, but whoever he's facing off against, unless they end up wrecking out, Larson's at least able to log laps in while he's 3 laps down. You can do something. It's going to be hard to take the wave around at Darlington, though, because of how much tires matter. You're going to have to hope for a quick yellow following a restart in order for the free pass to really work here. Larson's starting to pick the pace up a little bit again, though. And Kyle Busch is also slowly closing in on William Byron as he is about 0.7 of a second off the race lead, as you see on our leaderboard screen currently. Ross Chastain has gotten around Martin Truex Jr. a few laps ago for 5th place, now moving inside the top 5 for the first time today. Chastain wrecked while battling for the lead late on a late race restart at Darlington in the spring. Coming out with some pretty good speed in the early going of this race as well. And Daniel Suarez, who didn't get any practice or qualifying time this weekend after failing inspection multiple times yesterday before practice and qualifying, also was a lap down at the start of the race today, but that rain caution allowed him to get the free pass after having to take a pass-through penalty also at the start of the race. Suarez is already up to 19th place, so he's still on the lead lap right now, and as long as he stays on the lead lap for the next 21 laps, he is definitely making his way through the field. So look out for maybe Daniel Suarez to have something late in this race if he continues to trend upwards as we are looking in the early going right now. Kyle Busch down within a half a second of race leader William Byron. Sun again slowly going down, changing the track conditions, and they'll probably continue to change until about the start of the final stage, and then what you have for the final stage is about what you've got at that point as far as adjustments go. And maybe the drivers that we are seeing at the front of the field right now aren't going to be there in the next hour, hour and a half if they can't keep up with the adjustment changes. So even though Joey Logano has ran very well in the beginning of this race, maybe you look for him to not run as well later in the race. Now Logano's currently outside of the top 10 right now. There was a slow stop, as you guys heard from Marty Snyder, who I think was covering the 22's pit stop and the adjustments he was making during the pit stop that they had troubles getting the left front tire on. They dropped the jack too soon, almost similar to Kevin Harvick's pit stop during the caution flag period. So Harvick actually lost more spots because it was during the caution flag period. He is also in the lead lap still and has made his way back inside the top 20, much like Suarez. But for Joey Logano, he was in second place prior to the pit stops happening, and now he's 12 seconds off the lead in 11th. So he has definitely gone way backwards. Wayne J, thanks for tuning in. Singing the Busch Beer anthem or theme song, whatever it is. Carla Williams, thanks for tuning in. Yep, Kyle Larson 3 laps down, unfortunately. Tough break for Larson in the early going of this race, having some sort of an electrical issue. Byron's still dealing with lap traffic, and the lap cars are going to get harder and harder to pass as he closes in on them, especially if they are playoff drivers like he has already just passed of Chase Briscoe and Austin Dillon in recent laps. Now Ty Gibbs is the last car in the lead lap at 24th. Harvick has made a pass on Suarez for 19th place. Suarez the last of the playoff drivers on the lead lap in 20th. But Byron definitely getting held up in lap traffic right now with Gibbs holding him up currently. And Kyle Busch is now within 0.3 of a second with 17 laps to go in stage 1. There is a playoff point on the line here as well that would carry over for these drivers if they advance out of the round of 16 of the playoffs. That playoff point will be added into the round of 12 and onwards until the championship 4. And right now, the only non-playoff drivers inside the top 10 would be Truex in 6th and Eric Jones in 8th. Spotlight drivers of, well, Larson is 3 laps down in 35th, unfortunately, and then Joey Logano outside the top 10 of my 2 must-haves so far, so not a good start there. The 2 sleeper picks, though, both inside the top 10 are Tyler Reddick in 7th, Christopher Bell in 4th, and then the 2 don't have picks that I have picked to finish outside the top 10. They're actually both in the top 10, at least late in stage 1, still early in the race by all means, is Ryan Blaney and Alex Bowman running 9th and 10th. 250 people watching right now in the early going yet of tonight's Southern 500 at Darlington. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Busch will steamroll Byron. We'll see. He's definitely closing in on him pretty quickly. Ty Gibbs is actually just past Eric Almirola for position. He's also got Todd Gillen just a couple tenths of a second ahead of him for position as well. So now Almirola is the last car in the lead lap in the 10. "14 laps to go in the stage. Byron still holds on to the lead right now as NBC's got a side-by-side commercial break. Logano back inside the top 10, passing Bowman for position. Bowman's lost a couple spots over the last couple laps to Wallace and Logano. Remember, Wallace was the last of those cars to pit, so he's got slightly fresher tires than the other drivers ahead of him, so that's why he cycled outside the top 10 despite running 7th place prior to the stops. Stayed out about 4 to 5 laps longer than everybody else. Definitely costed. Ross Chastain, Martin Truex Jr. battling for 5th right now. Truex has made the pass on the 1 car. And Truex not in the driver or owner playoffs, strictly just racing for wins, really, in the final 10 races. He's so far ahead of the next driver in points behind him. He's pretty much a lock to finish 17th in the standings. If he continues to have consistent finishes, that will only add on to that, but he can't finish any higher than 17th, unfortunately. So just trying to get that first win on the season and try to keep that consistent streak of getting at least 1 win a year alive as well. It was announced earlier in the season he'll be returning to that 19 car Joe Gibbs Racing for at least 1 more season as well, so this is not the final ride for him. So Gillen and Almirola went a lap down over recent laps. Ty Gibbs is now the last car in the lead lap again. He's about 2 car lengths ahead of Byron into 1 and 2 this time with 11 laps to go now in stage 1. I don't think Busch is going to drive the 3 next year. If he goes to RCR, he'll probably take over the 8. Austin Dillon's not going anywhere. Is rain coming? As far as I know, no. They had a little pop-up shower at the very beginning of the race that quickly blew through out of nowhere, so I don't think there's any rain threatening, at least for right now. I checked the forecast earlier on in the day at like 3 o'clock or so, well before the stream, and I didn't see anything of a possibility of rain till like well after midnight tonight, so I don't think there's rain threatening this race at all. There's a little contact between Cody Ware and Brad Keselowski. Ware was already lapped down, was probably closing in very quickly. Keselowski was closing in quickly on Ware and ended up getting into his left rear corner panel off turn 2. They made more contact on the back straightaway when the 6 tried to go to the inside, making the pass, and he eventually got around him without too much damage and just got slowed down just a bit. Shout out to Corey LaJoie running in 17th right now, having a solid run for Spire Motorsports at the start of today's race. See if he can continue to pick up as the race carries on. If I remember correctly, I thought he ran like top 10 All Southern 500 last year too, so showing up with some speed again tonight. Busch is starting to fade just a little bit over the last few laps, pretty much out of randomness. Byron has kicked it up a notch, and now he's over 2 seconds ahead of Busch all of a sudden, and Busch only has about a half a second back to Denny Hamlin in third behind him. Remember, so tight is the playoff standings from really second on back through 16th, so all these stage points mean a lot. A little contact between Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano as they battle for a stage point right now in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Logano down to the inside of Blaney and accidentally got into him in the middle of the corner. Pushed it a little too hard. Great job by both of them keeping it off the outside wall. Logano again with another slide job move through 3 and 4. Blaney wiggling around with the rear of the car as he stays in front of the 22. Logano side drafts aggressively on the front straightaway in the left rear corner panel of the 12. One thing I've noticed over recent years is that the Penske cars seem to battle each other very aggressively more than any other teammates, and I'd probably say most of that is Joey Logano, but even when Keselowski was there too, it seemed to be the case. I feel like out of any teammates at any other organization, those guys tend to lean on each other a little more. But there was definitely a little contact there, and I'm sure the 12 wasn't too happy about it. And after Logano's failed attempts at trying to pass Logano, Bubba Wallace has gotten around him for 10th place, and now Wallace and Logano are side by side with 6 to go for the final stage point. Almost contact between the 22 and the 45 that time as Wallace will clear Logano in the middle of turns 1 and 2, barely keeping it off the outside wall as Joey's not able to stick that car down to the bottom of the racetrack. Lost all the spots on pit road with the slow stop. Got back inside the top 10 just to fall right back out, losing spots to the 12 and 45 over recent laps. Busch go to Trackhouse. That'd be something. They don't have another charter, though. That's the only problem and why I don't see that happening. Colleagues got that extra charter and that extra full-time spot available, so I feel like that's probably more likely, either them or RCR. Probably the two likely candidates right now. William Byron has finally gotten around Ty Gibbs, so Gibbs will go lap down to the number 23 car. Currently, he is in the 21st place position. Daniel Suarez is the last car in the lead lap at 20th with Harvick just in front of him. Gibbs battling hard with Byron, trying to get back on the lead lap, but he just doesn't have the car. The 24 does. Falls back in line behind him after trying to take a challenge to the inside. 3 laps to go in stage 1. 2.5 seconds now is the gap between P1 and P2 with Byron out in front of Kyle Busch. And Hamlin has actually just made a pass on Kyle Busch for position, and now Hamlin's up to second. Three laps to go, coming to 2 to go at the line this time by as William Byron is coming off the exit of turn 4 right now. Pit road will close, although I don't think anybody was going to pit. Caution's out. Oh, we've got trouble. Couple chasers are in the wall. Chase Briscoe and Chase Elliott have crashed in turns 1 and 2, bringing out our third caution of the night. Major damage to the back of both race cars. They were both outside the top 10. I think Elliott's got a flat left rear. Major damage to the right front of the 14 of Briscoe. Caution is out for the first time for incident, and the 2 chases are involved. More playoff troubles for Hendrick Motorsports, and there's a toe link issue right now in Elliott's car. He has a rear toe link break on that right rear, it looks like, and Elliott is going to have to make some major fixes to that race car. Chase Elliott with major damage following an accident with Chase Briscoe as they were outside the top 10. And in fact, Briscoe And Elliott was outside the top 10, but I think Briscoe was a lap down. Showing the replay right now, and it looked like Elliott, oh man, so Elliott just lost control all on his own. And then when he spun down the racetrack, but then came back up the banking right into the 14 of Briscoe. Briscoe had nowhere to go. As Elliott slid back up, Elliott slammed into the right rear of Chase Elliott, which has caused that toe link break on the 9. Remember, the damaged vehicle policy was changed earlier in the week for the playoffs specifically. Originally 6 minutes on the damaged vehicle policy. It has now been extended to 10. So they've gotten about 4 extra minutes of time to try and work on these race cars if they are involved in any accidents for the playoffs. It looks to be a toe link break, but we'll see. Major issues, though, for a couple... I almost said chasers because NASCAR 06, but a couple playoff drivers. Green-white checker flag in the air under caution, by the way. William Byron is going to win Stage 1 tonight at Darlington. Ty Gibbs is going to get the free pass following the caution from the 2 chases of Chase Elliott and Chase Briscoe. Again, Elliott lost control, it looked like, in the middle of turns 1 and 2. I don't know if he got into the wall, which made him lose control, but he got loose, spun the car sideways, but then he came back up the racetrack after going down the track in the initial slide. Came back up the track right in front of the 14 of Briscoe. Briscoe had nowhere to go, and problems in the early going of the race, though, for a couple playoff drivers. 3, really, if you include Kyle Larson's engine issues. That had put him 3 laps down. Elder Alvarado, thanks for tuning in. So over 250 people watching right now. Seeing you guys react to the Elliott crash. Trackhouse definitely has the money, but that would mean that Suarez or Chastain would have to move. And I think Chastain signed a multi-year contract with them last year, and Suarez got an extension earlier this year. So if they were to have Kyle Busch go to Trackhouse, he would have to run a car that is not chartered, so he's not locked into the show every week if we do get more than 40 entries, which I think he'd be capable of locking himself in, but also he's not getting as much of a payout. That team in general is not getting as much of a payout on the week-to-week basis as the chartered teams. I don't think Busch would like that either. Tire will be factor later, maybe. I definitely think so. As Carlos says down in the chat, be sure to hit that like button, indeed. Hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, live race commentary on the daily, whether it is the real races on the race weekend or the video game side during the week. Just over 100 likes on the stream right now. We'll see if we can get to 300. We just got to the end of Stage 1, just over 100. See if we can get to 300 by the end of the night. Corey Freet says Busch going to Coley. Yeah, that's probably the most likely option if he is to go anywhere. I'd probably put Coley number 1, but I think RCR is probably a close second, personally. I try not to buy too much into rumors. I would have said that Stuart Haas was the best option, but now Almirola is coming back, so I don't know. Penske versus Penske, who wins? Penske. Like this better than Burton. Jeez. Leaders on pit road.
Denny Hamlin hits pit road, finished second in the stage. 9 stage points for him and a good run. The car needs to be a little bit tighter, a little bit freer the further up he goes, Kim.
Chastain finished that stage P6. He said, I need more rear grip. Gets too loose, too quick. They will make an air pressure adjustment as they get them 4 sticker tires and snowmobile fuel, Parker.
Same thing for the 18 at Kyle Busch. They're just still too loose and lacking that rear grip in the 18, Marty.
First stage win since April for William Byron. Talk about needed points of the car. Was just a little bit free, but they'll lose a couple spots here on pit road. Kyle Busch's team comes through once again. They gained 2 spots. Meanwhile, you see there, Chase Elliott still sitting on pit road trying to get...
Still working on Elliott's race car. Kyle Busch, as you just heard from Marty Snyder, has won the race off of pit road. Remember, that team lost 5 spots on pit road during the competition yellow pit stops. Worked his way up to second, then Hamlin got around him right before that caution came out for the 2 chases. Spinning out, which dropped Busch to third, which is where he finished at the end of the stage with the stage ending under caution. Tend to see a lot of playoff drama in these first playoff races, whether it was at Las Vegas, New Hampshire, back in the day, and now even Darlington over the last couple of years. And no short of that through stage 1 so far today. Stage 2, again, will be 115 laps, just like the first stage. Final stage, 137 laps total. I don't drink alcohol, so I wouldn't know the Busch beer taste. Beer taste in general. Wish the number 21 would get someone. Colleague seems to be the attention. That'd be an interesting combination if you were to see like Kyle Busch race for the Wood brothers. That'd be huge. I mean, Matt DiBenedetto pointed that team into the playoffs a couple years ago, so I think they could have decent speed. Honestly, I think the Wood brothers' capability for speed is like right there with RCR, personally. Or like trying to think. I would probably say RCR, honestly. I feel like that is a caliber organization, but the thing with Harrison Burton is he's a rookie, and it's a single car organization versus RCR's 2 cars. So you can't really rely on a teammate as much. Now, I know they're affiliated with Penske, so you could somewhat say that Blaney, Cindric, and Logano are teammates with them, but they're really not. They're not in the same shop on a week-to-week basis. They're just getting some of their parts and pieces from them, and considering that the chassis itself is a spec chassis now, I'd almost say that they're getting less in their affiliation with Penske compared to what they were with the Gen 6 car for that reason, which could also be hurting the 21's performance. But I think Burton being a rookie overall, he's had a couple good runs here and there this season on road courses and super speedways, really. But yeah, the intermediate, short tracks, they have not gone his way whatsoever. Can't wait for the day Ryan Blaney snaps and just starts wrecking people. He gets heated inside the race car, but he usually keeps his cool. Like, he doesn't keep his cool on the radio mic, but, on the actual, track itself while he's racing, he seems to keep it cool most of the time. At least so far. And he seems like one of those guys that could get pushed over the edge. He seems like a guy like Kenseth where, you push him too far and he'll snap one of these times. Like, I feel like that would be Ryan Blaney. Have to have Kyle in NASCAR love him or hate him for sure. I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think he's going to... There's been rumors of him potentially taking a year of absence. That's not happening. He's going to be in the Cup Series next year. We just don't know exactly where he at. That's all. Yeah, Wood Brothers been stuck at 99 wins since 2017. Well, even before that, I think before Blaney got number 99, they hadn't won since Trevor Bayne won the 500, which was their 98th win in 2011. So they have been, for over a decade, just shy of 100. They'll get that 100th eventually. They're going to have the right driver. I don't think Harrison Burton's that guy. Definitely not this year. I wouldn't even say next year, but, Burton definitely one of those guys that were just rush up the Cup. I feel like with more seat time in the Xfinity Series, he could have had a better rookie season this year. I don't think he would have been right up there with Cindric, because Cindric was fairly consistent in the second half of the regular season. Blaney's cool, calm, and inconsistent. I mean, he's consistent enough to at least be the only guy to point. He was more consistent than Truex this year. Truex is usually a pretty consistent guy. I think Blaney's consistent. He just doesn't win. Time is out for the damaged vehicle policy clock right now on the 9 of Chase Elliott, so it looks like the night is going to be over for Elliott. They could not get that control arm and toe link issue on the rear to get fixed. Time is out on the damaged vehicle policy clock. The 10 minutes are up and Chase Elliott's night is over. No stage points for the 9, and I think he'll only get 1 point for his race finish because eventually Stenhouse, well, yeah, he is last because Stenhouse and Larson are already ahead of him. 1 point for Elliott tonight. Came in as the regular season champ. Problems early. Green flag is already back in the air as Hamlin and Busch are on the front row with Kyle Busch electing the outside on the restart. He's going to be able to clear the 11 of Hamlin on the back straightaways. Hamlin ducks back in line behind the 18 and right in front of the 24 of Byron, who is in third. Eric Jones challenging to the inside of Christopher Bell, who backed up in the middle of corner 3 wide now between Reddick Wallace. Almost contact there. The 45 moves up a little wide and just kept it off the outside wall as he was able to get in line right in front of Blaney in the 12. That contact from underneath costed that car of Reddick to lose about 4 or 5 spots on the front straightaway as he was stuck on the inside and lost major momentum after having to lift following the contact. They were able to keep from wrecking, though. Outside of Byron, it has been a Toyota-only show at the front of the field so far. Byron in third after losing some spots on pit road, and Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin are now running first and second with Busch in the lead for the first time tonight. Kyle Busch riding a bit of a winless streak right now after winning the 7th race of the year at Dirt Bristol. Hasn't won in 20 races. Side by side into turn 1 right now between Austin Cindric, Daniel Suarez, who are both just outside the top 10. There are only 20 cars on the lead lap following stage 1. Again, Ty Gibbs got the free pass during the stage break. Yep, Elliott is done. Luckily, he had enough playoff points for these first couple rounds that if he were to have that issue, as long as he has good finishes in these next 2 races in the round, he'll be able to point his way in through Kansas and Bristol. It just puts more pressure on him, though, that's for certain. He's still got to be above the cutoff line following this race today, no matter who wins the race, whether they came below the cutoff line or not into tonight's action. Kyle Busch off to a half a second lead now over Denny Hamlin. Byron still about 1 second off the lead in third. 1.6 seconds off the lead is Ross Chastain in fourth, and Eric Jones rounds out the top 5 at 2 seconds off the lead. And Corey LaJoie in 16th. I mentioned that he was in 17th at the end of stage 1. He got one more spot on that restart, moving him up to 16th as well.
Loose. I actually saw it. It was physically loose. The team caught it, tightened that up, and kept him obviously on the lead lap and now having this awesome day, but an amazing call by Ryan Sparks and his Spire Motorsport team.
You know, it was Parker Kligerman talking about the 7 of Corey LaJoie there. Cole Custer's cracked the top 10 for the first time today as well out of seemingly nowhere. He was towards the tail end of the lead lap, but gained some spots on pit road. Also got a really good restart, and he's ahead of guys like Logano, Reddick, who have been inside the top 10 pretty much all day. I have to connect my phone to a charger here pretty soon. Kyle Busch a little bit slower than the second place car of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin about 1/10 of a second quicker each of the last couple laps. It's close to 0.3 of a second off the race lead as we're 14 laps into the second stage. 129 out of 367 complete so far. Tyler Reddick talking about his car being a little tight right now as well. Austin Dillon radioed into his crew earlier in the race that he was tight, so looks like RCR tried to go for a little too tight of a setup to start today's race, and both the cars are struggling with the handling as a result. 3 wide into turn 3. Michael McDowell shoots the inside underneath Suarez and Cindric, who were slowing each other down on the back straightaway. Corey LaJoie up on the outside, McDowell down low. Side by side off the exit of the corners. They didn't quite get to the 99 of Suarez. Maybe both lifted a bit to keep from going 3 wide, because that was not going to work off the exit of turn 4. Suarez now starting to hold up the 34 and the 7, but as they run side by side through turns 1 and 2, they're going to lose a little bit of ground to the 99 and the 2 in front of him. Michael McDowell dropping back in line behind the 7 of LaJoie now. Keselowski to the inside of the 34, but he's not going to be able to make the pass, and LaJoie protects the bottom lane, giving up the top. That's going to give a run to the 34 of McDowell. McDowell will get there. On the front straightaway, no major block by LaJoie. He's going to let the 34 car go, and McDowell is clear into turn 1 for 16th. Getting back around LaJoie after LaJoie passed McDowell on the restart. I did not have Chase Elliott in my fantasy lineup tonight. He actually qualified furthest back of any of the 4 Hendrick cars. Outside of William Byron, though, it has been a rough night for Hendrick Motorsports. Alex Bowman is 19th at the tail end of the lead lap on speed right now. Chase Elliott obviously out of the race after that accident towards the end of stage 1, and Larson having engine issues has put him 3 laps down. Larson in a little bit worse shape than, say, Chase Elliott, though, considering the fact that Elliott had 2 more wins than Larson, plus winning the regular season championship. That's why Elliott's got the playoff point buffer that Larson really doesn't have. Larson may have 1 more win than a lot of the other playoff guys, but that's about it. That's only 5 points. Not much of a difference. Every point matters, but that's not a lot. A lot of Toyotas, though, inside the top 10. In fact, 5 of them inside the top 8. The only non-Toyota inside the top 8 would be Ty Gibbs, who is the last car in the lead lap in 20th. But he's also making his first Darlington start in the Cup Series, so got to give Gibbs a little bit of a... Got to cut him a little bit of slack, considering the fact that this is probably the toughest racetrack on the circuit to just drive without racing anybody, let alone when you're racing a bunch of guys you're not used to racing around because you're very new to the series, as Gibbs is. Full screen commercial break right now. Currently, your top 10 in stage 2 would go Kyle Busch in the lead by 1/2 a second over Denny Hamlin. 1.3 seconds off the lead is William Byron in 3rd. Ross Chastain is in 4th, 2.3 seconds off the lead. Eric Jones rounds out the top 5, 2.6 seconds back. Martin Truex Jr. is in 6th place, 3.5 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell is in 7th place, 5 seconds off the lead. Ryan Blaney in 8th place, 6 seconds off the lead. Bubba Wallace in 9th, 6.3 seconds off the lead as Blaney's just passed Wallace under the commercial break. And then Joey Logano is going to round out the top 10 as he has just gotten by Custer a couple laps ago. He's 6.9 seconds off race leader Kyle Busch. Byron will have the same problems as Larson and Elliott. That is Carla's bold prediction. So I asked you guys at the very beginning of this race I asked you guys who you thought was going to make it to the championship 4 of the playoff drivers to start this race. And now with some of these chasers or playoff drivers having issues in the early going of this race, I'm going to ask you another question. And that is, who do you think is going to get eliminated in this first round? Round of 16, who do you have being eliminated in the race today? Is it a driver who has already struggled? Is it maybe somebody who you think is going to struggle in the next couple races of the round at Kansas and Bristol? Leave your comment in the chat below. I've got time to look at you guys in the chat a little bit more. So now with the commercial break going on full screen on the USA Network for those of you watching. accidents happen, but Larson's ability is always ready. This is very true. Larson can definitely get the most out of that car. Seems like they've gotten the speed back. He was under power there for a little bit. He's gotten the speed back at least temporarily. He can definitely race his way back around guys on speed that are a lap down or more already. So I don't think he's going to stay back in that 34th place position the rest of the night. But as far as him getting back on the lead lap when you're 3 laps down, it's pretty much impossible. Especially at a track like Darlington where you're going to be pitting every caution for tires, so he's not really going to have the option to get the free pass. Getting darker and darker at the Darlington Raceway now as we are almost halfway home through today's race. Ross Chastain and William Byron going to run side by side into turns 1 and 2 with Chastain down on the inside, Byron up high. Chastain trying to pull off and complete the pass. Still door-to-door off the exit of turn 4. Chastain is going to side draft the 24 car aggressively on the outside and send it off into 1 and 2. Slide job incoming from the 1 and the WorldwideExpress.com Chevrolet. And it'll be Chastain easily taking over the position as Byron will give it up with not much of a fight. Chastain now the highest running Chevrolet in 3rd. Again, still the only 2 non-playoff drivers in the top 10 would be Eric Jones and Martin Truex Jr. running 5th and 6th. The other 8 in the top 10 are in the playoffs. We've had 16 different winners so far this season. Got a shot for the most ever yet. Sounds like William Byron is getting a little bit tighter as the sun has gone down. Remember, Byron is a driver who was leading quite a few laps at the beginning of the race. He's led 50 laps in stage 1. But as the track continues to get cooler, again, that sun is most of the way down now. The car and the track is going to gain more grip, and it seems like too much grip has been added for Byron as he wasn't loose enough at the start. That has made this car a little too bad. And he is losing pace right now as he's back to 4th after leading and, again, winning stage 1. We're only 29 laps into stage 2, and he's only 2.5 seconds off the lead, but he is slowly fading. Galen B, thanks for tuning in. I think Briscoe and Dylan are done. Got the 1, 3, 4, 48 eliminated. You think Chastain's going to get eliminated in the first round? I have him in my championship 4. I actually have Harvick going to the round of 8, too. That's a couple bold predictions in there. I agree with you on the 3 and the 48, though. Especially the way Austin Dillon's running tonight. He's still in 21st, 1 lap down. Good news is he's the first car a lap down as of right now. If we did get a caution, he would get back on the lead lap, but that is not the case as we run. And once we get about another 10 more laps in, we're probably going to be seeing pit stops. Drivers trying to split this second stage on 2 stops like they did in stage 1. Their first stop at stage 1 was during the comp yellow. Then they pitted again about 30 to 40 laps after the fact. And as of right now, we have 85 laps to go yet in stage 2. So if I had to guess, around lap 40, you're probably going to be seeing some green flag pit stops for the first time in stage 2 and the second time overall in the night. Hamlin's been consistently within about a half a second of Kyle Busch, but he just hasn't been able to pull in much closer behind him. Busch isn't struggling with this car too much in the clean air and hasn't caught heavy enough lap traffic. He's managing his tires well enough that the 11 of Hamlin can't put too much pressure on him this early in the going, as the 2 Toyota veterans are running 1-2 at the front of the field. Busch got his 60th career win at Dirt Bristol earlier this year, so now he's going to be trying to go for number 61 tonight. Or whenever he can get that next victory. Busch looking pretty good in the early going. He ran pretty good for most of the race at Darlington earlier in the spring before running into an issue late, as he did for most of the intermediate tracks at the beginning of the year.
Starts, but those are the sorts of things you don't want to hear in a long race like this that maybe could creep up and become worse, especially when you're dealing with electronics. Hopefully it's just the screen that's messing up, but that's a little issue there going on with the 18 right now.
So an electrical issue right now with the 18 car, not so much an engine issue like we saw out of Kyle Larson in the spur of the moment in stage 1, but more his dash is kind of flashing on him or turning off and turning back on, which is going to be a problem, obviously, if he can't see what his oil temps and all that stuff is in case he does run into an issue a little bit later off and later on into the night. So hopefully that is just a temporary issue and it's not going to be something that's going to prolong this 18 car or potentially even lose power to the engine with some sort of an electrical issue that is going on currently. 150 laps complete this time by in the Southern 500 at Darlington. A couple former Southern 500 winners are leading. Ross Chastain slowly closing in on the top two. He's less than 2 seconds off the lead now. When he passed Byron for that spot, he was 2.5 seconds off the lead, so he is definitely closing in at a faster pace than the 11 and the 18. It's going to be interesting to see how much he can cut that gap down before they get to the green flag stops, though. James John, thanks for tuning in. Any issues you see in the chat also with those things I will not mention, be sure to just report them and try to ignore them as much as possible. Daniel Suarez will be the first playoff driver to pit road at lap 37 during stage 2.
This will give him a big advantage with those tires, hoping for no yellows to come out, catch him on pit road. He's going to make up a lot of time on these guys that are staying out on the racetrack for a lap or two.
As we watch Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin here, Denny's running, caught him, and then kind of falling back into that rhythm. Denny may be thinking, I want my pit crew to pass him. You know what I mean? I want to make that move on pit road, but I want to get in harder, make sure I stay under my limit, because we know Denny's had a million pit road penalties this year, and it's always kind of edgy when he comes to pit road. But he's got an incredible pit crew.
Calling for a pit stop.
So it sounds like the 18 is going to be pitting this time by. I'm surprised Suarez pitted as early as he did, but this is going to bring more of the leaders into the pits. Kyle Busch will pit before the 11 of Hamlin. Should be able to pull him out to a little bit more of a gap. Onto the commitment line. Hopefully no speeding penalty for Busch, and he's on pit road for a second green flag stop of the day, as well as Joey Logano and Austin Dillon. A couple other playoff drivers are in. Byron in. Blaney in.
On, which are so fast here at Darlington. Logano lost all that track
Hardnick's
position for that bad stop earlier, trying to make up something right here.
Reddick's in.
Right, Marty, it seems like they may have started to be forced by what the 9-9 of Suarez coming down pit road there so early. The 18 was saying, eye to your marks, and then on that lap down the backstretch said, all right, we're pitting this time. Remember, he's getting a little loose, so make an air pressure adjustment at the 18, Marty.
Austin Dillon was desperate for a caution there, Parker, because he sat in the free pass spot for so long, but they were not able to get it. Cars way too tight on entry. You see Tyler Reddick on pit road.
In now as well.
Also on pit road, has not said a word so far about the engine, but it does not sound full song as he leaves pit road, Dave.
Ryan Blaney and Kevin Harvick have already been on and off of pit road. Now Denny Hamlin gives up that what became the lead for four tires and fuel. This car operating very well. Denny was catching the 18 before this round of pit stops.
Keep an eye on the top right of your screen here. The 18 car, Kyle Busch coming around turn 3 and 4. The 11 of Denny Hamlin on pit road. That's the blend of what will eventually be the race for the lead.
Chastain is now in, so is Cindric.
This is off turn 2. There's
Martin Truex Jr. also on pit road right now. Kyle Busch will blend out in front of Denny Hamlin on the back straightaway for the race lead. Ty Gibbs also was on pit road making his pit stop. So Kyle Busch is able to gap Denny Hamlin by a couple seconds during the green flag pit stops, which I figured which would happen considering Busch pitted a lap before Hamlin. Kyle Busch splitting some of the lap cars on the back straightaway. Couple cars that still haven't pitted yet. Brad Keselowski and Bubba Wallace out on the racetrack. Wallace was one of the last cars to pit during green flag conditions earlier. He'll be one of the last to pit this time as he's on his way in right now.
the toughest pit roads to get onto. Making green flag pit stops. We see some of the best in the business miss that entrance. Dave.
So Bubba was getting a little coaching on turning down little earlier on the exit off of 2, and that helped. He was told the faster cars are doing that. That made his lap times better as well. So 4 tires of fuel here for Bubba Wallace.
Melanie Bryant, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. Brad Keselowski will take over his first lead of the night now at Darlington. Another former Southern 500 winner back in 2018 is now leading this race as he has not made a pit stop yet. Curious to know if Keselowski is potentially trying to make this stage on just one stop with him staying out on the track right now. It'll be very interesting. He's got 14 seconds back to Kyle Busch in second as we continue to stay green and do a full screen commercial break. Currently, your running order as of right now, Brad Keselowski still has to pit, but he is the leader by 12 seconds over Kyle Busch. Busch in second. Denny Hamlin in third. William Byron fourth. And Ross Chastain rounds out the top five. Martin Truex Jr. in sixth. Christopher Bell seventh. Eric Jones eighth. Ryan Blaney ninth. Joey Logano rounds out the top 10. Daniel Suarez up to 11th. Tyler Reddick in 12th. Kevin Harvick 13th. Bubba Wallace in 14th. Cole Custer 15th. Michael McDowell last car in the lead lap at 16th. Corey LaJoie 17th, Austin Cindric 18th, Alex Bowman 19th, Ty Gibbs is 20th. Chris Buescher in 21st, Austin Dillon 22nd, 23rd is Harrison Burton, 24th is Eric Almirola, Ty Dillon in 26th, 27th is Justin Haley, Landon Castle 27th, 28th is Daniel Hemrick, 29th is Todd Gillen, Kyle Larson is still 3 laps down up to 30th. Chase Briscoe also 3 laps down, being involved in that accident with Chase Elliott at the end of stage 1 in 31st. J.J. Haley 32nd, Cody Ware 33rd, B.J. McLeod 34th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. still 6 laps down after an issue, which we have no clue exactly what happened there, but he's in 35th. Only car out of the race who will finish last tonight is regular season champion Chase Elliott. After getting in a crash at the end of stage 1, lost control in the middle of 1 and 2. About had it saved, but then overcorrected it back up the racetrack in front of Briscoe, who slammed into his right rear, breaking the toe link as well as the rear arm of the race car as well. So that has dropped Chase Elliott out of the race, and he'll only get 1 point because of not getting any stage points. William Byron won stage 1, but Joey Logano has led the most laps so far today with 65 laps led. Kyle Busch will regain the lead whenever Brad Keselowski either decides to pit or stays out long enough to where Kyle Busch will finally run him back down on fresher tires. Keselowski's still out in front, just trying to do something different to try and potentially go off strategy, maybe trap more cars a lap down as well, although everybody who was running a lap down prior to pit stops is back on the lead lap again except for Gibbs in 19th. And Ross Chastain also, during green flag conditions, has just pitted again because he is back to 21st, so potentially a pit road penalty for Chastain. USA Network just coming back from the commercial break right now. So we'll get the official word of what happened to Chastain, but it must have been a penalty of some sort.
This race car, so trouble for what was a good run going for Ross Chastain, Dave.
Kim, time to update Kyle Larson. 4 laps down as they run, pretty much 3 laps down to everyone except Brad Keselowski, who leads this race. Let's listen to some radio from Kyle to his crew during the stage break.
It was just getting worse and worse and worse, and then it was like I didn't have a cylinder before I pitted.
Is there any chance that it came out of gear from the high gear and went to a lower gear and just had a more RPM?
No, it was like a less RPM feeling, like just sour.
Now, you always sound effect to help diagnose things, but the curious thing here, guys, is that it's very much like what happened to them at Daytona. That was the thing that concerned Kyle the most, but he's back up to speed, now running laps within a tenth of the leader. The problem is, he's laps off the pace and in nowhere close to the position to get the free pass. Marty?
Boy, Hendrick Motorsports guys, Chase Elliott is out. Kyle Larson down 4 laps. And meanwhile, for the 24 of William Byron, who is their best hope right now, sitting in 4th. Listen to Brandon Lyons, his spotter on the radio.
3 set is free here. We survived the scare. Still not even halfway. Let's get locked in and keep winning this damn thing.
Brandon Lyons trying to encourage his driver. I just talked to Rudy Fugel, DJ, and I said, what's going on with the engine? He said, all I know is there's a pitch and a sound change. It did sound weird when it left pit road. He agreed with that. But lap time-wise, they're fine right now. He's sitting in fourth, so would you be concerned if you were behind the wheel?
So again, there are some issues, it seems like, for Hendrick Motorsports. And looks like Ross Chastain as well for Trackhouse Racing also having an issue. So Chevrolet's having engine problems right now. Ross Chastain is a couple laps down, making an unscheduled stop after running in 5th place. William Byron in 4th may be dealing with something after winning Stage 1. He's dropped back a few positions. Kyle Larson obviously 3 laps down after having to make an unscheduled stop during green flag conditions in Stage 1. Change for the lead at the front of the field. Kyle Busch back out in front, getting around Brad Keselowski off the exit of turn 4 as we're just under halfway through Stage 2. Keselowski trying to make this stage on just one pit stop, gaining that track position, but he is still going to have to go a little bit longer before he pits if he's trying to split the stage in half. And Chastain is back onto pit road again this time. Another unscheduled stop for the one. More playoff drama for another playoff driver.
He said, I am so afraid to go wide open. They said, bring it to us. Let's look at it. And that's Ross Chastain making this stop right now to see what they can diagnose.
It's pop.
I'm almost wondering if Ricky Stenhouse Jr. fell 6 laps down because of an engine issue earlier in the race as well. If that is the case, this is 4 Chevrolet drivers for 3 separate teams at Chevy that are having engine problems so far today. Not something we saw in the spring race necessarily, although Larson had an issue in the spring race engine related earlier this season, but nobody else did. Byron going to lose another spot now. Martin Truex Jr. will pass him for 3rd place on the racetrack. Brad Keselowski will finally come to pit road for the first time in the stages. Again, maybe he's trying to make it a 1 pit stop. Not sure exactly what the strategy is for the 6th, but he is on pit road, so he'll go a lap down for the time being, but he'll have fresher tires than the rest of the field by about 15 laps to try and get some of that time back. That would put just 17 cars on the lead lap, which would be Alex Bowman in the 48 car would be the last car on the lead lap right now as he's about 23 seconds off the race lead. 1, 2, 3 for Joe Gibbs Racing at the front of the field, and Christopher Bell, the 4th Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota, is 5th. Bubba Wallace was in 9th place before green flag pit stops, but he stayed out a little longer than everybody else at the front of the field, or of those at least in the top 10, which actually dropped him back to about 13th, which is where he is running right now, less than a half a second behind McDowell, who is in 12th. Roxy Bullinger, thanks for tuning in. Brad has had a miserable year, yeah, unfortunately. More of a long-term thing, though, with him going to RFK, or at least joining with Keselowski. And they're showing an issue also with Stenhouse, who had pancaked the wall earlier in the race. Unless this was very recently. So Ricky Stenhouse, oh, we got a slide job going on. Ryan Blaney down to the inside. Slides his way up the track in front of the 43 of Eric Jones, making a pass for 6. There was a bit of contact. So the 43 ran into the back of the 12 in the middle of the corner. Blaney slid up. He was clear. The 43 didn't lift and ran right into him. Somehow neither car ended up in the wall on the outside of the racetrack. They hold on, and I think most of that is because they're on relatively fresher tires. So that passes for position. Blaney having a pretty solid run right now in 6th place. Kind of surprising considering he's only got 1 career top 10 at Darlington coming into the night and 11 career starts at the track. Angel Avalos, thanks for tuning in. Super J, also welcome into the stream. He's pulling for Denny Hamlin, who's in 2nd place right now. By the way, Chastain has come back out onto the racetrack after pitting twice unscheduled pit stops for him. He is now 5 laps down, it looks like, and Kyle Larson has even passed Chastain on track. Stenhouse is now dropped into the garage. 12 laps down is him after pancaking the wall. We stayed green during his hit into the wall. So it sounds like a suspension issue for the one of Chastain, not an engine issue. And they have gotten his car fixed because now he is looking to rear past the 12 of Blaney, who is in 6th place. Unfortunately for Ross Chastain, he is 4 laps down right now. Actually, he's 5 laps down because I think Larson's fallen another lap. Yeah, Larson's 4 down. Chastain is 5 down. That, you know what, Angel, you're actually correct, because that does kind of look like it was a similar hit to the end of the All-Star race for Stenhouse. This one has dropped him out, though, unfortunately, with it not being on the last lap. MC Videos, thanks for tuning in. Pull for Kyle Busch and William Byron, both inside the top 5 right now. Busch leading. Byron has won a stage already. Busch is 20 more laps led away from leading the most laps in the race so far today. Under the nighttime skies over the last probably couple dozen laps or so. Since we got a little under the halfway point in stage 2. One more pit stop still to go yet in this stage. And the caution has just come out right after they have gone to the commercial break full screen. So we'll have to wait and see when they come back from the break what the caution is out for. But we have a caution. And it's going to be interesting to see who pits and who stays out, considering these guys had just over 20 laps on their tires. About 20 to 25 laps for most of them, except for Brad Keselowski. But Brad Keselowski, unfortunately, is going to get trapped a lap down because Ty Gibbs will get the free pass once again, it looks like, during this caution. Caution is out under the commercial break. Not sure exactly what has happened. We're almost halfway through the race. It'll be the 4th caution of the race today, but the 2nd for incident, as the first 2 cautions were unrelated to an accident or an incident of some sort, as there was rain on lap 4 and then a comp yellow at lap 35. Gillen spun. I was looking at the leaderboard just to see if there's anybody in the lead lap that isn't there anymore. Gibbs will get the free pass, though, so unfortunately Keselowski's still going to get stuck a lap down. If the rest of the lead lap cars pit, though, Keselowski can actually stay out to get the wave around, considering he was one of the last cars to pit, and pitted maybe only 5 to 10 laps before the caution. He'll still be on older tires, and maybe he can hold on to the end of the stage to at least stay on the lead lap. We'll see. The Gillens can't drive. Hey, David Gillen had a pretty successful truck and Xfinity Series career. He just didn't really do much in the Cup Series. Never won a race. He was never in top-tier equipment in the Cup Series either, though, so you never know. Successful Truck Series owner, I'd say. At least with the 17 truck. Even when Ty Gillen ran for him, too. Yeah, Gillen is on pit road. Gillen ran pretty good at Watkins Glen a couple weeks ago in the rain before having a mechanical issue. He was leading laps. Looked like Gillen got into the wall and then spun down the racetrack. Backed it right back up the racetrack, similar to Chase Elliott's spin earlier, right in front of Daniel Suarez, Eric Jones, and looked like Joey Logano, but they all scattered around him to the inside and outside and missed the spinning 38 car. Suarez went high. He did keep it off the wall. I was wondering if he got into the wall in the first camera angle, but I don't think he did. Jones was hard on the brakes as soon as that happened. Logano was so close behind him that he probably couldn't even see the spinning 38 car. Was fully relying on the spotter and had a quick enough reaction to get on the brakes to keep from running into the back of Jones. And we've got some of the leaders on pit road.
Run will be the longest of the last 3 if it goes to the end of the stage, Kim.
Martin Truex Jr. pits from the 3rd position. He told his team the rear just lost it really quick that run. It's going to be 4 tires. Sunoco fuel as they take a tear off. You see there, Parker.
Kim, Kyle Busch may be the leader, but he said we have to work on it. I fire off fine, but then I continue to just build 2 loose. It's 4 tires for him, Marty.
To Parker's point, Dave, 49 to go here in stage 2. This is going to be a long run. William Byron on the bottom of your screen saying the car so tight. I thought it would come to me, but it just never did. Rudy Fugel said, okay, we went too far on that last adjustment. Byron gains 1 spot. Kyle Busch holds serve here on pit road.
Kyle Busch keeps the lead off of pit road. The green flag coming back at Darlington.
Biggest gainer on pit road in the top 10 was Kevin Harvick, who gained 3 spots in the pits. It looks like he'll be rolling off in the 8th place position on the restart. But Kyle Busch wins the race out of the pits once again. 18 team has been on it with the last couple stops after a slow first stop in the race. They've picked it up a bit. It's been a Toyota-dominated second stage so far, and really, outside of Byron winning stage 1, Logano qualifying on the pole, all 4 of the Joe Gibbs Toyotas have been up towards or in the top 5 all race. It's like Denny Hamlin may have lost some spots on pit road. It might actually not be the case. I'll wait for our leaderboard to update here. Might have just been when the leaders got to the start-finish line because of where their pit boxes were located. Yeah, Hamlin's in second, so never mind. Never mind on that. They had consistently about 250 people or more watching throughout the course of today's race, so be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. Well, Sunday night NASCAR action on the channel. Live race commentary of today's race. Bit more than 300 to go in the race. I think NASCAR went 2 stages. The races last longer. Used to be like 2 hours long. No, that was not the case. I got to get my phone on a charger real quick. But the races haven't. I mean, they've been a little bit longer because of how many cautions there have been in a lot of races this season. But that's always been the case if there's ever been a lot of yellows. There's still some races that get done in that 2.5, less than 3 hour mark, which has kind of been the normal range, 2.5 to 3.5 hours. And especially like back in the day, they had a lot of 500-mile races. We don't have as many anymore. So, I mean, the races are probably about as long as they used to be compared to what they used to be. I don't think the race lengths have really, in elapsed time, increased or decreased a whole lot. I feel like the attention span of most people, though, has kind of gone down with technology and social media over the years, that it might seem like the races are a bit longer than what they used to be. Gonna get my phone on a charger real quick, and I'll be back right before the restart. Alrighty. I want to connect. The laptop is asking me if I wanted to connect my camera. Or not my camera, but connect my phone to my laptop. Not what I wanted to do right now. That was a stall tactic, MC Videos. I did have to get my charger, though. I was down to 1%. I started the race, it was at like 22%, but I have the chat on my phone, so YouTube's up, so it's kind of draining my battery pretty quickly. I'm just hoping my charger on my laptop is fast enough that my phone doesn't die. Lights are out on the pace car. They'll be going green this time by, which means we'll have about 45 laps to go in stage 2 when we go green this time by. Got a couple playoff drivers, though, that are multiple laps down. Definitely been a lot of drama with the playoff drivers so far. There's one playoff driver who is currently 1 lap down. That would be Austin Dillon in 20th. So his job is to try and get the free pass position before the end of stage 2, or hopefully be there when another caution comes out in this stage if we can't make it green flag all the way to the end of stage 2. Kyle Busch going to elect the outside lane on the restart. That has been the preferred lane all day long on the restarts. The bottom seems to take off well, but after so long, though, you just can't keep that momentum up off the exit of the corner compared to the outside lane. That's where the disadvantage comes into play. A couple Joe Gibbs teammates, though, down on the bottom, though, as Truex has his teammate Hamlin in front of him. They're going to try to push each other. Hamlin gets a great launch into turns 1 and 2, still alongside the 18 of Kyle Busch. Busch throttles up. Denny Hamlin down on the bottom lane is not going to be cleared yet. Now down the back straightaway. Busch got a little loose that time. Might have cost him a bit of time. They're 3 wide towards the middle of the back of the pack. Side by side still into turns 3 and 4 with the 18 and the 11. Side by side. Truex up the middle. 3 wide with Bell down low. Byron up high. And they'll make it off the exit of the corner as now Truex and Byron are door to door on the front straightaway for third. Busch has cleared Hamlin into turns 1 and 2 for the lead. And Byron is cleared for third place, getting around the 19 of Truex and staying in front of the 20 of Bell. Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney battling nose to tail as well, just behind those guys in 6th and 7th, and Eric Jones has fallen back a couple spots on the restart to 8th. For those of you wondering, with Chase Elliott out of the race, where he stays on the playoff bubble right now, he is still to the good on the cutoff line. He's about 13 points above the cutoff line. So I mentioned even with finishing last place with no stage points tonight, having all those playoff points, he had a buffer that he's still going to be above the cutoff line no matter what at the end of this race. But now that 1 race buffer is already gone in the first race of the round, so if he does have some sort of an issue at either Bristol or Kansas, that's where he could find himself in trouble. Kyle Larson, after running about 4 laps down, multiple laps down outside the top 30 still in this race, he is 2 points below the cutoff line. He did not have all the playoff points that Chase Elliott had, and it is definitely costing Larson. Jimmy McCoy, thanks for tuning in. Brad stayed out, pretty sure. Yes, he did. He stayed out to get the waiver out, which I expected that he was going to do because he pitted only about 10 to 15 laps before the caution came out because he stayed out a lot longer. So the good news is he was able to get the free pass with that. The bad news is he got trapped a lap down, couldn't pit for tires there. So that means that another good news is that he does have an extra set of tires to the end of the race. The bad news is he's going to have to hang on at about 15 lap older tires to the lead lap to the end of the stage. And as mentioned during some of the pit road reporters that you guys heard from during those green flag stops, is that this is going to be the longest run on these tires to the end of the stage if it stays green of 45 laps, as they've only gone about 37 to 38 laps on a full tire stint so far on green flag laps so far in the race today. So they're going to only have to push it another 7 to 8 extra laps, which is definitely doable. We saw Keselowski go about 50 laps. But because Keselowski, when he pitted, he's actually going to have to go a little bit longer in the second run than the first run, with not being able to pit during the stage break. Again, if we do get a lot of cautions, though, late in the race, that's where it could benefit Keselowski. So far, it's been fairly tame by Darlington standards. Although we are just past halfway in this race, still a decent ways to go as we are at 175 laps to go this time by. Half a second race lead for Kyle Busch over Denny Hamlin. William Byron 1 second off the lead in third. Caution is out once again for the 5th time tonight. Kyle Larson has crashed. Off the exit of turn 4, Larson has backed it into the outside wall, bringing out another caution at the rear of the field. More problems for Kyle Larson today. It looks like he's gotten into the wall with the right rear. The left rear's got some scuffs on it. More problems for Kyle Larson tonight. how Blaney make it to the playoffs if he was 2 laps down and Truex was ahead of him is because Truex was 25 points behind Blaney going into the race. Truex outscored him in the stages and in the race, but he didn't outscore him by 25. He only outscored him by 22 points. That's what caused him to miss the playoffs by 3 points total. Yeah, Larson was on the inside line before losing the race car and then backing it into the outside wall. Probably just an effort of pushing too hard while he's already a few laps down. And it has costed Larson a little bit again. He needs to stay in this race, though, just in case there are more issues with drivers dropping him out. That could be more points available for himself as the race continues. And we've got the leaders on pit road again following the caution.
James Small asked, do you have the car you need? He said, I'm not sure, it's not bad right now. They're going to take 4 fresh Goodyear tires, put Sunoco fuel in the car for him, Parker.
Kyle Busch came on radio right as that caution came out and said, pretty good here. I like what we have. We'll just see where it goes on the longer run. 4 times.
That's strange. Kyle Busch likes his race car.
Count update, Parker. This will give all the teams 6 sets of tires left. William Byron saying it fired off much better as pit crew comes through for him. They gain another spot here on pit road, but that Kyle Busch team, after that rough stop at the start of the day, Junior, they have delivered the rest of the evening.
They sure have, because now Busch had a 9-second pit stop. 9 seconds flat. Unfortunately for his teammate Denny Hamlin, he has lost 4 spots on pit road and will restart outside the top 5. Wonder if there were a couple drivers that potentially stayed out. It didn't seem like every lead lap car was in the pits, so I'll wait while they're on the commercial break for our leaderboard to update to verify it, whether that is true or not. Walter J. Eaker, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate your comment as well. Tune in at the end of the rain delay. Yeah, it wasn't much of a delay. It was they didn't even go under red flag conditions. It was just a whole 12 laps they ran, probably under caution. They were able to keep enough heat in the racetrack with the car still running around there, and it's a short enough track that they were able to do that, so they didn't lose the racetrack at all. But it was raining on lap 4 for a brief moment. A little pop-up shower out of nowhere. Watching the race live, cannot believe how many commercials U.S. Well, they're probably selling a lot of ads considering that this is a crown jewel event, so there's probably going to be more people watching this race compared to a lot of other cable events throughout the course of the season, I had to imagine. So that's probably why we're seeing quite a few commercial breaks tonight. At least this spin happened when they weren't on commercial break, like the Gilliland spin earlier in the stage. At least as far as the points in the championship battle goes, it didn't really affect anything missing that Gilliland accident, considering Gilliland is not a playoff driver and is outside the top 20 in points. My phone is charging, so that's good. Andy Harmon, thanks for tuning in. All channels on TV run too many commercials now. Watched the Ohio State game last night. 5 minutes of commercials, 3 minutes of football. Yeah, that's especially for those big games like that too. Who ended up winning that game? I didn't check it all today. I kind of forgot. I was gonna take Notre Dame in the point spread because I felt 16 points is a little too much. It was like 14-10 going into the fourth quarter. I don't know what the final score ended up being. Ohio State usually doesn't start off like too good. Early in the season, they've had some early season losses the last few years. Or they'll struggle out of the gate, and then when they get into conference play, they just turn to dominance. That was another reason why I was kind of thinking about that. Should have done it. Free pass, by the way, went to playoff driver Austin Dillon during that caution for the 5 of Kyle Larson spinning off the exit of turn 4. So Dillon back on the lead lap in the 20th place position. This caution's also big for Brad Keselowski, who took the wave around the caution before that. Now he had a chance to pit to get back on equal tires as the rest of the field. Corey LaJoie stayed out of the pits. He'll get the restart in the lead. Leading his first laps under caution right now. But he is going to have about 10 lap older tires compared to the rest of the field, so this is going to be interesting. He's had a top 15 car today, but that seems to be about the cap, at least as of this point in the race on speed. He'll be coming to the 1-to-go signal this time by, and I would assume LaJoie will elect the outside lane as the leaders have all day long. And he will elect the outside. It's going to be interesting to see if Corey LaJoie could take off well on older tires. It's going to be very interesting. Because Corey LaJoie is the leader, not only Kyle Busch elected the inside, which I probably would have expected, Byron in second elected the inside, as well as Christopher Bell, who was the third place car out of the pits, also to the bottom of the racetrack.
At Darlington, Marty. Boy, it has been a crazy night for Hendrick Motorsports. By far their best car has been William Byron. The engine issue, no mention of that. They've got the handling better. Now he's up here in third. Had a terrific restart on the last restart, Kim. Can he get a good one this time?
Well, Marty, we talk about 500 miles being so long. What can make it longer? Temperatures. The cool suit for Tyler Reddick went out and has stopped working at the beginning of stage 2. They've been giving him ice packs each of the stops. Also, nothing they do can make that car do what Tyler wants. He was reporting way too tight, Parker.
And Kim, I'm not surprised to see how good Kyle Busch is here tonight. He was so confident before the race, hanging out with him. He just told me, I know I have a lot of speed inside this 18 car, but keep an eye on it on the long run. When they get past around 27 laps on those tires, that's been the weak point for this 18. They've been working on it. He's just been getting too loose.
Heading to the restart. LaJoie on the outside. Will he take off well? Green flag back in the air. Kyle Busch on the bottom. LaJoie gets a good launch. And actually, it was Kyle Busch who didn't take off well. But LaJoie rolls into turns 1 and 2. Busch battles back to the inside in the middle of the corner. Almost contact between the 24 and the 19 behind them as they're side-by-side for second place. Byron gets the run on the inside lane. 3 wide behind him. Hamlin goes underneath both Blaney and Bell into turn 3. Hamlin ducks back in line. A smart play now to not take it 3 wide. Now he is 3. Blaney's going to be able to clear the 20 on the outside. Contact between Truex and Byron for third place off of turn 4. Kyle Busch to the lead in front of Corey LaJoie. Still side-by-side between the 24 and the 19 for third. Truex up high. Byron down low. Middle of the corner, Truex clear up high. Byron slides in line behind him in front of the 12 of Blaney. Now they're all in line behind the 7 of LaJoie, who is already about a half a second off of Kyle Busch. Bell to the inside of Blaney, side by side for 5th place through 3 and 4. Bell with a slide job move is going to clear Blaney off turn 4 for the spot. Denny Hamlin side by side with Trackhouse Racing's Daniel Suarez, who has fought valiantly inside the top 10 after starting this race basically a lap down after a pass-through penalty, failing inspection multiple times yesterday before any on-track activity. He couldn't qualify or practice the car as well, so it is tremendous that Suarez has ran as well as he has in today's race. His teammate Ross Chastain was hovering around 3rd through 5th before having a suspension issue, but that they had the fixed during green flag conditions. And for that reason, Chastain is 4 laps down in 29th, but Suarez having a good run so far. I predicted him to go to the round of 12, and he's off to a good start in this round as he has just made a pass on Denny Hamlin for 7th. Truex will finally get around Corey LaJoie for 2nd place. It's going to be the start of where LaJoie's probably going to go backwards. Suarez into the wall off turn 2, earning a Darlington stripe. Hamlin gets back around him, and now Eric Jones to the outside in 3 and 4. Jones going to get the power down, trying to get back alongside the 99 of Suarez. Can't do it. Suarez slides up in front of him. Potential crossover move coming from the 43 of Jones. Nope, he'll just stay patiently. Took a look to the inside, but didn't actually get there. Kind of diving in the corner off more so on the 99 of Suarez. .29 laps to go currently in stage 2. Couple laps after the restart. Yeah, no caution for that. Suarez kept control of his race car. Just got it into the wall enough that costed him a position. And luckily with the composite bodies on these next-gen cars, they're a little bit more durable, so Suarez driving on. Doesn't look like he's really lost any pace as he's keeping in close proximity behind Hamlin. LaJoie's already fallen outside the top 5 as Byron, Bell, and Blaney have all gotten around him, and now Hamlin looking to do the same through 3 and 4. Suarez with a run on Hamlin, while Hamlin simultaneously with a run on LaJoie. Hamlin looking to the inside, nothing doing there. If he takes too long to get around LaJoie, Suarez might be there for the taking on both of them. Suarez took a peek to the inside of the 11 but couldn't quite get there. Hamlin to the outside lane. Corey LaJoie on the outside as well. Suarez down to the bottom. Again, can't quite get to the inside of Hamlin. Nose to tail are those 3 cars on a 3-car battle for 6 between the 7, 11, and 99. And Eric Jones only half a second behind Suarez as well in 8th. Hamlin to the inside of LaJoie through turns 1 and 2. Beats him back to the throttle, clears him off the exit of the corner for 6th. Kyle Busch has about a 9/10 of a second lead over his teammate Martin Truex Jr. All 4 Joe Gibbs Toyotas still inside the top 6, running in 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 6th on the leaderboard. Suarez to the outside of the 7 car of Corey LaJoie, hand out the window from the 99. I don't think Suarez appreciated that. Maybe LaJoie about squeezed Suarez into the wall. Whatever the case was, Suarez is able to get around him on the front stretch. Didn't look like he was too happy. Eric Jones is now looking to make the pass for 8th place. I doubt that LaJoie is going to hang on to the top 10 by the end of the stage because there's still 24 to go. He's only 5 seconds off the lead, so it's not like he's going to go lap down on these older tires considering he's only got about 10 lap older tires, but it's enough to obviously make a difference, especially in cars that were already faster than him before the restart as well. Why not try that and give yourself an extra set of tires in the final stage in case we get a lot of cautions? I don't blame LaJoie for the call. He was one of the last cars on the lead lap before the yellow anyway, so even if he goes right back to where he was running, I don't think it would have costed him any. Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick, Austin Cindric battling for position just outside the top 10. Actually, they're battling for 15th place. Reddick's really fallen back, as well as Wallace. Both those two were inside the top 10 for a large portion of the first half of the race, but not so much anymore. Wallace pulling away from the 2 and the 8 who are side by side through turns 1 and 2 with Reddick on the inside, Cindric on the outside. There's contact. Cindric gets squeezed into the outside wall, and now here comes Hardick to get by the 2 and look into the inside of the 8. They could not make it side by side. There was contact, and then Cindric got squeezed into the wall. And meanwhile, while that's going on, we got a battle for the lead, and Martin Truex Jr. will take it away from Kyle Busch off the exit of turn 2. Truex leads for the first time tonight in the Southern 500. Not in the playoffs, so it would not advance him to the round of 12, but still looking for that first win of the season, and has never won the Southern 500, looking to do that for the first time tonight. Rashida, thanks for tuning in. Truex has come close in recent years to winning the Southern 500. Think back to when I was there in 2020. He's battling Chase Elliott late in the race, led over 200 laps in that one, but was a little too aggressive trying to get around Elliott with less than 20 laps to go. Squeezed them both into the outside wall. Also led a lot of laps last year in the Southern 500 in 2021 as well, but was unable to get the victory. His teammate Denny Hamlin ended up going on to win the race. Full screen commercial break right now on the USA Network with just over 20 laps to go in stage number 2. I didn't go through the top 10 running order at the end of stage 1. I apologize for that. It ended under the yellow, so I didn't get a chance to do that. So I'll give you the stage 1 and stage 2 results when the end of stage 2 arrives. And for those of you that are playing in the fantasy game and getting a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing in 2023, excluding the Daytona 500 if you win the playoff or regular season championship. Obviously, the regular season has already just wrapped up, but I'm reminding you also because if you have not locked in your final lineup based on how this race has started today, be sure to do so because it locks at the end of stage 2. So last chance to put your garage driver in. I had Denny Hamlin in my garage to start the race today, and I'm moving Kyle Larson into the garage. You can only use each driver 5 times in the playoffs. It was 10 times in the regular season. But you can only use each driver 5 times, though, in the playoffs. So a little less usages out of them. So you got to be careful and got to rotate the guys at the right time so you don't run out of usages. That definitely cost me in the regular season this year. I was using some guys that didn't run as well at the start of the year a little too much, like a Denny Hamlin, even Kyle Larson, who didn't pick it up till the second half of the year. And I think that kind of cost me, and that's why I finished in 5th in the regular season standings this year. Kind of forgot my lineup a couple times, too. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Get the leaderboard back up there for you guys. Got to be a subscriber of the channel, though, as well, to be in the league and have a shot to win. Truex has already pulled out to a 1.6 second lead during the commercial break. William Byron still hanging on to 3rd in front of Christopher Bell, and Ryan Blaney still holding on to 5th place as well. Daniel Suarez got back by Hamlin for 6th during the commercial break. And about 6.5 seconds off the race lead. 15 laps to go currently in stage 2. Sold out crowd for the Southern 500 this year at Darlington. Probably enjoying a good race weekend so far after a thrilling Xfinity Series race last night. We'll see if we get a thrilling finish to this Cup Series race tonight at Darlington as well. Two seconds now is the gap between P1 and P2. Our spotlight drivers so far in Stage 2 run accordingly. We don't have drivers of Ryan Blaney and Alex Bowman. Blaney is actually surprising me, even as a Ryan Blaney fan, at probably his worst track of those in the playoffs, currently in 5th. And then Alex Bowman also in the top 10 and 10. So far, not looking good on those predictions. The two picks that I have for sleeper picks coming into the day of underdog drivers that were in the playoffs as well, Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell. Bell is in the top 5, has been all night, currently in 4th. Reddick was up there. He is back to 14th now. And then the two must-have picks of Kyle Larson, Joey Logano. Logano in 9th place at least, so he's back in the top 10 after having a slow stop earlier. And unfortunately, Kyle Larson has spun out. He had an engine issue at one point earlier in the race as well, and that is why he is 3 laps down. He is up to 22nd, though, so he's gained some spots. Caution's out with 12 laps to go in Stage 2. Cody Ware has spun off the exit of Turn 4, bringing out now our 6th caution of the night. For those of you wondering what that caution was for. Cody Ware getting a little bit loose off the exit of Turn 4, about the same spot Kyle Larson and Todd Gillen had lost control a little earlier on in this race, and now Cody Ware has lost control of his car. He makes a good save, though. Everybody misses to the outside. He's able to get that car to turn down towards the bottom, but not into the wall by any means, so be able to get new tires back on that car and get ready to go. It'll be interesting to see who potentially stays out and who pits this time. Free pass going to go to Eric Almirola in the 10 car, who is back in 21st right now. So I believe Almirola will get back on the lead lap. Kenneth, thanks for tuning in. Wonder how many cars stay at the end of Stage 2. Not have that many laps on tires. So you're saying they're going to pit now and then stay out at the end of the stage. It's going to be interesting, though, because in the regular season you might see that more. But now that this is a playoff race and there's quite a few playoff drivers in the top 10, 8 of them right now in the top 10 are playoff drivers, you'd have to think they're going to stay out and try to get some stage points. I mean, those are more important this time of the year than any other time of the year. So it's going to affect the strategy call here to see who all pits. I do like that call, though, of pitting now and staying out later. That'll get you the track position to start stage 3, and you're only going to have a couple laps on your tires by the time we get back to green flag racing. I doubt you're going to see anybody pit under both cautions, although that could be an option too. It'll be interesting. Field is all coming in. I don't think anybody's staying out right now, and here is the pit stops.
4 tires here. The car was the best it's been on that run, so doesn't want him to change much there.
Dave Burns talking about Ryan Blaney right now.
And he gave up 6 potential stage points to do it, Kim.
Peter Martin Truex Jr. has no complaints about his Toyota. In fact, he told his team in clean air, it is insanely good. Makes that stop right there. It's going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, Parker.
Well, for the 18 at Kyle Busch, those are not 4 sticker tires that they're putting on. Those are 4 scuffs, as we talk about these teams trying to be conscious of their sets of tires. You see there, Marty.
Yeah, good move by everybody. 5 sets left to play with here, so all the teams bringing their car down to pit road. William Byron was in 3rd there. He said, we have more speed, but I'm still too tight, and I cannot turn like the 18 and the 19, but they will lose a host of spots here on pit road for the 24.
Byron loses 4 spots on pit road. He'll roll off 7th. Kyle Busch picks up a spot on Truex with another 9-second flat pit stop on that 18 crew. He'll win the race out of the pits this time. So Busch will be the leader heading back to the restart. That fast pit stop might get him a playoff point if he can hold on to win stage 2. Daniel Suarez inside the top 5, gaining 2 spots on pit road, and Ryan Blaney will restart in 3rd, also gaining 2 spots in the pits. I feel like Eric Jones has been running 8th the last 5 races. Kind of has been. Nine-second pit stop, yeah. 9 seconds. 9.0 second pit stops each of the last 2 for Busch. That pit crew is on it right now. And Kyle Busch already having no complaints with his race car really so far today either. So if you get a happy Kyle Busch and the pit crew is on it like that, I mean, this 18 team definitely looks like the one to beat for that reason so far. Although Truex was looking pretty quick on the longer one when he got by Busch. The shorter one coming up, though, it'll be interesting to see exactly how this is all going to play out. Abdullah, thanks for tuning in. Chase Elliott is out of the race. He had gotten in an accident at the end of stage 1 with Chase Briscoe. He lost control, spun back up the track in front of Briscoe. Unfortunately, they were both collected. Kyle Busch having a good race car, too good. So he's saying it's too good to be true, or it's so good that he's not going to lose the race. Cage Griffin, thanks for tuning in. So even if Wallace happens to win, he can't make the playoffs. Is that correct? Well, the playoffs already started, so he's not in the driver playoffs because he didn't win a race or pointed his way in of those who did not win. He is in the owner's playoffs in the 45 car. The 45 team is in the owner's playoffs because Kurt Busch had won a race earlier this year, and that car still ran every race this season. So that is why they're qualified there. The 12 of Blaney, who made it to the driver's standings playoffs, did not make the owner's playoffs because we did have 16 different winners. So Blaney is strictly racing for the driver's standings, but the owner's standings, Bubba Wallace is in. So Bubba Wallace wins. He'll be in the round of 12. Or I should say, not necessarily him, but the 45 car and the 45 team will be in the owner's playoffs, if that makes more sense. It's more on the team and the car number rather than the actual driver itself. But it's highlighted because the driver in the 45 car now is Bubba Wallace, so that's probably why it's highlighted a bit more than under other circumstances. Kind of similarly to the 54 car and the owner standings in the Xfinity Series for last season. Remember, John Hunter Nemechek ran that race car in most of the playoff races last year. It was in the championship 4 and had a shot to win the championship on that final restart. Ended up finishing 3rd, I believe, in that race and in the owner standings. So, by the way, all the cars that were a couple laps down... All the cars a couple laps down took the wave around because they're only going to have 7 laps to go on the restart So they won't have to worry about going a lap down during this 7-lap stint to the end of the stage. So their job just to survive the restart. Then they can pit for tires at the end of the stage. It'll be interesting to see who will get the free pass position in about another 7 laps if we stay green long enough. Row 1 on the restart will be Kyle Busch, Mark Truex Jr. with Busch on the outside, Truex on the inside. Daniel Suarez on the inside, row 2 with Blaney up high. And then row 3, Eric Jones on the inside with the 20 of Bell on the outside. Green flag back in the air with 7 laps to go in stage 2. Good push on the outside lane. Blaney gives to the back bumper the 18 of Kyle Busch. Into turns 1 and 2. Truex soars down to the bottom of the racetrack. Going to wash up in the middle, trying to stay alongside the 18. Will he be able to do so? Off the exit of the corner, Kyle Busch's car bottoming out. Truex almost making contact with the left rear corner panel as he side drafts him on the back straightaway. Blaney is clear for 3rd on the outside. Suarez and Bell are side by side for 4th, with Suarez down low, now clearing Bell off the exit of turn 4. Jones and Byron side by side. Jones now losing a couple spots to Byron and Logano. 6 laps to go in the stage. Truex and Busch still side by side. Blaney right behind both of them. Blaney looking to the outside. Busch is clear of Truex in the middle of the corner for the lead. And the 12 is all over the back bumper of the 19. Single file line through most of the top 10 right now as Busch is trying to hold off a hard-charging Truex with 5 laps to go in the stage. But Busch has a good short-run car and he's looking to set sail in the clean air. Bell back again to the inside of Daniel Suarez as they're door-to-door off the exit of turn 4. And Logano trying to go to work on Byron for position right behind the 20 and the 99. 3 cars are pulling away at the front of the field. Contact between Bell and Suarez. And Bell squeezes Suarez into the wall in the middle of the corner. Logano goes 3 wide to the inside. He takes out the 20 of Bell nearly off the exit of the corners. Now Logano makes contact. 3 wide again on the back straightaway. William Byron is on the bottom lane as Logano squeezes through the middle, pulls out in front of the 20 and the 24, and that is all for 4th place. Suarez has fallen all the way back to 8th place, now almost back to 9th as Eric Jones is on the inside of the 99. Suarez fends him off into 1 and 2. Bell and Byron are side by side for 5th behind Logano. Truex a 1/10 of a second behind Kyle Busch at the front of the field, still lurking to try and get around him for the stage win. But remember, Truex not in the playoffs. Busch is. Busch needs that playoff point more than Truex. So with that being said, I wonder how hard Truex is going to battle the 18 car with a few laps to go in the stage. They're pulling away from Blaney, but because of all the carnage going on behind Blaney, Blaney's pretty much all locked into a 3rd place finish in the stage. Busch has a car length and a half lead on the back straightaway with 2.5 laps to go in the stage. Battle for the free pass position going on between Kyle Larson and Daniel Hemrick for 22nd. Larson's got about 4 car lengths on him, and Larson, who was 3 laps down, took the wave around under a couple cautions in this stage. He's gotten a 1 lap down. He's gotten timely yellows, and now with that stage break coming up in a lap and a half, if Larson can hold off the 16, Kyle Larson's going to be back on the lead lap going into the final stage, and he'll get to pit for tires during the stage break. Truex running a bit higher than Kyle Busch through turns 3 and 4 this time. Busch down towards the bottom off the exit of the corner. Blaney picks up a little bit of pace on the top 2, but he's still 0.6 of a second off the lead. Final lap of stage 2 for Kyle Busch, trying to pick up another stage win, another playoff point this season. Half a lap to go for Busch as he's pulled away now to about 3 car lengths ahead of Mark Truex Jr. heading into 3 and 4. Michael McDowell has just gotten around Kevin Harvick for 10th place in the back half of the top 10 as well. Off of turn 4, green-white checkered flag in the air once again tonight. Kyle Busch will win stage 2 in the Southern 500 at Darlington. Mark Truex Jr. will end up 2nd, Ryan Blaney 3rd, Joey Logano 4th, and William Byron rounds out the top 5. Christopher Bell in 6th, Alex Bowman 7th, Daniel Suarez 8th, Eric Jones 9th, and Michael McDowell will all round out the top 10, receiving stage points at stage 2. Crazy restart. The end of the stage, all battling for those precious stage points for those playoff drivers. Bell squeezed Suarez into the wall, and then in a last-ditch effort to make it 3 wide in the next corner, Joey Logano ended up squeezing Bell into the wall. Everybody using each other up, it looked like, outside the, really from 4th on back. We're going into the final stage where everything's about to ramp up even more. 136 laps to go. And this final stage about 20 laps longer than the rest of them. Why is it a caution? Those are the rules. They have cautions during the stage break. Joseph C3, it's me. Thanks for tuning in. Make it to work. I think you were talking about the Xfinity race on Saturday. I don't work on Sunday, so I'm able to do these live commentary streams, but I did the Xfinity Series live commentary on Friday night last week because I had the availability, but I had to work Saturday morning. I went into work on 3.5 hours of sleep. I was dragging pretty bad that day, I'm not going to lie. But I made it. I made it through the day, and yeah, got in there on time. I hardly ever call off, so. Kai Chen, thanks for tuning in. Yep, Kyle Larson gets the free pass. From 3 laps down to the lead lap, all in the span of a little over 100 laps. He's able to get the wave around, got the timely cautions that he was able to now fight his way to the free pass position to get his lap back. Yeah, Blaney is shocking on speed tonight. He's in 3rd. Blaney does not have a win this season. But remember, Denny Hamlin didn't have a win last year going into the playoffs either, and he ended up rattling off 2 wins in the first couple rounds and ended up making it to the championship 4. So maybe that could be a season Ryan Blaney could have this year where he was super consistent. Remember, Hamlin was 2nd in the regular season standings last year too, behind Kyle Larson. And this year, Ryan Blaney was 2nd in the regular season standings most of the year, but just didn't have that win, similarly to Denny Hamlin last year. Hamlin won the Southern 500. That was his first win. Then he ended up winning the first race of the second round at Vegas. This year, it's Texas in the first race of the second round. And Blaney, he did win at Texas this year in the All-Star race. So we'll see. It could almost be a carbon copy season for Blaney compared to Hamlin last year. He's got to get through the Toyotas tonight, who have been very strong, especially that 19 car as of late. I think Truex would have been able to get around Busch, but he was probably well aware of the fact that Busch is in the playoffs, Truex is not, so I don't think Truex is going to press the issue trying to get by the 18. If that was for the race win, that'd be one thing, especially Truex not winning a race yet this year, but in that circumstance for the stage, I don't think Truex is worried about it. Then he win a championship. I honestly don't think so. Surprised everybody's coming into the pits after just pitting during the last caution.
To be just a little bit tighter at the front end of the run so that I can defend. Kim?
After that little sprint to the end of stage 2, the team asked Martin Truex Jr., anything we can do better if we get a short run at the end of this race? Martin said, not sure. There's still so much racing to do. It's going to be 4 tires and fuel for the 19, Parker.
Kyle Busch won that stage when he was constantly comparing his car to his teammate, the 19 of Martin Truex Jr., saying he could just go so much further into turn 1, Marty.
Terrific look at Joey Logano's pit stop, who's glad the stage was not longer. He said that contact with the wall was pretty hard. The balance really, really close for Logano. A drag race off pit road with his teammate Ryan Blaney. Logano actually gains 2 spots right there. That pit stall number 1 paying off for the 22.
Man, I'm telling you.
Logano second off pit road to only Kyle Busch, who again wins another race out of the pits. Blaney and Truex each lose a spot. Suarez up 3 now to 5th. NBC about to go to another commercial break. I'm going to run downstairs, refill my water that I did not do way back at the competition yellow earlier, so I'll be back here in about another 60 seconds or less. As you're watching the 7500 live on KRC right here on YouTube, be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we get into the final stage of the race. Don't want to lose my voice. Going into the most important part of the race here is we're down to 133 laps to go. The Cookout Southern 500 and live on KRC. That's what you guys are saying in the chat right now. Oh. Gotta fix my camera. Gotta push it to the side a bit. There we go. Kind of out of breath running up and down the stairs. Plus the heat in the house. Still a little warm this time of the year. John, thanks for tuning in. Had about 300 people in here. Sorry for those of you that left during my water break, but I want to make sure I was going to get some refillage of the water. I wish I would have done it earlier so that way when I did it that time I would have had more water in me at the time, but that's alright. No surprise, Kyle Busch elects the outside lane for the restart, as everybody who has restarted in the lead has chosen the outside. Kyle Busch and Joey Logano will be on the front row with Logano down low. Again, Busch up high. Row 2, Blaney will be on the inside, Truex on the outside. And then row 3, Christopher Bell down low with Daniel Suarez up high. Those two made contact on the last restart with Suarez getting squeezed into the outside wall. We'll see what's going to happen this time. 131 laps to go in the Southern 500 playoff opener for the NASCAR Cup Series. Who will win and advance to the round of 12? We'll find out probably in the next hour. Green flag is in the air, and Kyle Busch will get the push from teammate Martin Truex Jr. from behind, but Logano's got his teammate Ryan Blaney behind him. Blaney didn't take off well to push the 22, and Busch will get to the lead in 1 and 2. Truex and Logano will be side by side for second place, as Logano is going to try to clear the 19 up off the exit of the corner, and does. Great job by Logano quickly getting up in front of the 19. Ryan Blaney losing a spot or two on the restart, first to Truex and now to Daniel Suarez potentially for fourth, as they're side-by-side still through 3 and 4. And off the exit of the corner, Blaney not able to get to the outside. Bowman got into the wall off turn 4, stacking up a car behind him as Harvick goes down low now to make the pass. But he's not going to be able to complete it on the 48. Kind of surprised Bowman is dug out of that hole. Contact it looked like between Byron and Blaney off the exit of turn 2. And Byron is going to get by the 12th car for position now, and Blaney falls from 3rd to 6th on the restart. Bowman lurking to the inside of Bell out of seemingly nowhere. He's been outside the top 10 all day, but a fast pit stop and a good restart. He's right there in contention all of a sudden. Saw somebody comment at the end of stage 2, Bowman better back into this win, and sure enough, here he comes in the final stage. Almost squeezing Christopher Bell up into the outside wall off turn 2 as they nearly make contact, and they're still door-to-door into 3 and 4. Bowman on the inside. On the outside is Bell. Bowman way down low. Slides up, clear off the exit of turn 4. Bowman up to 7th. Bell all over the back bumper of the 48 car into turns 1 and 2. Will he try a crossover move? Nope, not going to happen there. He'll have to stay in line behind the 48. Who would have thought the 24 and the 48 would be carrying the banner for Hendrick Motorsports tonight, while the 5 and the 9 have had issues. But don't forget, Larson got the free pass during that stage break, so he's back on the lead lap after being 3 laps down at one point with an engine issue. Hasn't had any more issues with the engine since then. And at one point in time, while he was a couple laps down, he was only about 1/10 of a second off Kyle Busch, who was the leader at the time. So he's got decent speed if he can make his way through the field, get a couple cautions, maybe get on the right tire strategy. Do not count Larson out of the race. He was my pick to win. I didn't think he was going to have to come back from as far back in the field, but we'll see. Next Gen Crash Dummy, thanks for tuning in. Pulling for the Fords. Oh, we got Logano coming back through the field after qualifying on the pole, leading 65 laps earlier in the race. Kyle Busch has still led the most laps. He's closing in on about 100 laps led. Seemingly, Kyle Busch seems to have the best short-run car in the second half of the race, although if Joey Logano gets up there, he had a fast short run car earlier as well, so it could be a great duel on some late race restarts if the 18 and the 22 are up there, knowing that those guys are longtime rivals. Remember that late race restart, they had a Gateway battling for the win as well. Could see something similar today. Alex Bowman started to close in on Ryan Blaney for 6th place during this green flag run. So about 3 seconds off the race lead. Logano a bit higher than Kyle Busch through turns 3 and 4 this time. Trying to close that gap, get a little bit better run off the exit of the corner. Busch has the clean air advantage. It's going to be tough for Logano until we get a little bit longer into this run. Getting about that 30-plus lap mark, and then you start to see more passes throughout the field again as the handling starts to go away on some cars more so than others. Everybody loses handling at Darlington over the course of the long run, but it's who can manage their tires the best over the course of the long run. Get him back in. Rex Speed, Larry Lucas, thanks for tuning in. Don't count Larson out. Nope, definitely don't do that. It's a green flag to restart the race, not a white flag. I'm partially colorblind, but if you were fully colorblind, man, I couldn't imagine that. Like, I just have different troubles differentiating like certain colors. Like, my dad was actually telling me when we were at Michigan, too. Ryan Blaney's usually got a neon number 12. I thought it was yellow the entire time. I guess it's a green neon. It looks yellow to me. You guys would have to let me know down in the chat, but I thought the neon number 12 was usually yellow, not green. You'll have to let me know. But it's a green flag. I did put Larson in my garage, unfortunately. Denny Hamlin back to 10th place. He lost some spots on pit road, and then he has lost some spots on the restart as well. Remember, Hamlin was in 2nd place at one point before that last caution came out for Cody Ware spinning towards the end of stage 2. And now all of a sudden, back in 10th. Points could be costly this juncture of the season. I didn't realize Frank Kimmel was the spotter on the 99 of Suarez. That's actually pretty cool. Frank Kimmel was 2nd, but still. I actually had no clue that was the case. I think that would be the son of ARCA great Frank Kimmel. Suarez about 1.6 seconds off the lead in 4th place, though. Again, still having a great run. 0.7 of a second is the difference between P1 and P2. Almost 300 people watching this Sunday night primetime NASCAR Cup Series race. Round of 16 playoff opener at Darlington for the running of the Southern 500 live on KRC. Kyle Busch has led 100 laps in today's race, just won stage 2, and still has the lead by 0.8 of a second now over the 22 of Logano. Daniel Suarez continuously closing in on Truex. Truex has had a really good long run car, so look out for him about 20 to 30 more laps into this run, as long as we stay green long enough to have that kind of a run. And Truex could be one that could contend for the win as well, as he looked very fast towards the end of stage 2 on those longer runs. Suarez running down the 19, but he's not really closing in on the 18 of Kyle Busch, and he's still going to have to battle to get around Truex once he catches him as well. He could slow his timing down a little bit, at least on his interval between himself and the 18. Top 4, though, within 1.6 seconds of 15 laps into this green flag run. Remember, Daniel Suarez started last without any practice or qualifying. It actually was a lap down at the very beginning of the race because of having to make a pass-through penalty at the start of the race after failing inspection multiple times yesterday. So what a disadvantage for Suarez coming into the race weekend. First race with the next-gen car at Darlington. And he has really showed up out of seemingly nowhere in that 99. Suarez has never won on an oval in his NASCAR Cup Series career. His only win was at Sonoma earlier in the year. Last Dependent Thinker, thanks for tuning in. Just watching the live stream. Not in the U.S., thanks for the commentary. No problem. Welcome from wherever you are. Watching around the world. Jimmy McCoy, thanks for that comment in the chat as well. Appreciate it. Shining the lights. Gotcha. Well, exactly. I mean, I was medically diagnosed when I was like a little kid. So that's how I know I'm colorblind. It's not like I was probably like 4 or 5 when I was diagnosed. Partially. It's not full. It's just I have problems differentiating certain colors, like a blue and a purple, or like a red and an orange. I wouldn't be able to tell you what's what if they were like right next to each other. It always kind of bothered me growing up too, because when people found out about it, they'd be like asking me, "Oh, what's this color? What's this color?" It's like that's not how it works. Like it's not. I have a problem differentiating colors, not like being able to tell what colors, like what. Like if you give me like blue and red, and you ask me which one's which, I'm gonna know which one's which because they don't look alike. Larson was pretty good at Kansas this year. I don't know. I think it'd be a good pick for fantasy. That's what you were talking about in the chat. 1.2 second lead for Kyle Busch over Joey Logano. USA Network heading to a commercial break. That being said, we'll go through the top 10. Not a full screen. It's part screen, so we'll just go with the top 10 for right now. Busch has a 1.3 second lead over Joey Logano. Mark Truex Jr. 1.6 seconds off the lead in third. He's the highest running non-playoff driver. Daniel Suarez in fourth, 1.9 seconds off the lead. William Byron rounds out the top 5 at 3.8 seconds off the lead. Ryan Blaney in sixth, 4.1 seconds back. 4.8 seconds back is Alex Bowman in seventh as Blaney's got back around him. Christopher Bell is in eighth place, 5.6 seconds off the lead. Kevin Harvick in ninth quietly, 6.6 seconds back. And Tyler Reddick back inside the top 10, rounding out the top 10 at 6.7 seconds off the lead. He just passed Denny Hamlin a couple laps ago. 22 cars on the lead lap right now. Larson is in 17th. Remember, because Larson got the free pass, he had to restart behind all the lap cars on the restart as well. So it's taking him a little bit to try and get back through the field. He's 17.1 seconds behind Kyle Busch. He didn't have a great car before his engine problem earlier in the race that put him a few laps down as well. He was kind of hovering around that 8th to 14th place position before that happened. So I don't know that he has a race-winning car in general, but if you can get it on the right tire strategy late in the race and we get the cautions play out right, you never know. Just the fact that he was able to get back on the lead lap, that's going to save him at least a dozen points and a dozen positions in this race. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get any stage points today, but again, every point per position in race finishing order at the end definitely does matter as well. Austin Dillon battling with Corey LaJoie for 17th. Dillon making a pass for position. Dillon was another driver who was a lap down and got the free pass at one point during stage 2. Actually, when Larson had spun out a little earlier in the second stage, that got Dillon back on the lead lap, so he's also in 17th. He was running right around 30th at the very beginning of the race. It was just very, very slow. Very tight was the conditions on that 3 car as well as the 8 of Reddick. Reddick didn't fall nearly as far back. He was about 14th, 15th at his worst and is in 11th now as Hamlin has gotten back around Reddick over the last couple laps. Maybe dealing with some lap traffic potentially that is causing that battle to heat up for 10th place. Say hi to your wife, Lisa. Well, welcome. Thanks for watching, Lisa. Anybody watching with more than just yourself watching the stream, greatly appreciate it. Martin Truex Jr. is starting to get that long run speed coming to him. He has ran down the 22 of Joey Logano for second place on the racetrack. Within about 2 to 3 car lengths behind Logano off the exit of turn 2, this time with 105 laps to go. Current standings as we run with the playoffs has Ross Chastain 2 points below the cutoff line. He was somebody that had a suspension problem earlier in the race. He was 4 laps down. He's got 1 lap back. Now he's 3 down. Landon Castle on the same lap as him, so he could gain another position. Plus, there's a couple cars only 1 lap ahead of him he can gain positions on as well. But not looking good for Chastain in this opening round. Appreciate the coverage, no problem. I like doing this. Gives me more practice for the real thing, hopefully, down the road as well. A little different because I'm by myself. I don't have somebody else I can, kind of commentate with the race, but looking to maybe add some stuff into this next year. So definitely want to subscribe to the channel. Help me out into trying to get that to happen, but not going to leak too much information, but I have ideas of what I want to do with these streams going forward. Obviously with the channel going forward. We're still very early in the channel's history. And already over 3,000 subscribers as of a couple weeks ago, so greatly appreciate you guys tuning in on a weekend basis for these real streams, and even during the week on the video game side of things, anything I do live commentary-wise, greatly appreciate it, and glad you enjoyed the commentary. Truex caught Logano, but he hasn't been able to pass him, and now Logano's kind of picked up the pace just a bit. He's staying about 2 to 3 car lengths or so ahead of Joey Logano. But Kyle Busch is a little bit faster on the longer run this time compared to what we saw him on long runs at stage number 2. And we'll go through the field now.
On speed, he said, that's not what I need fixed. I need the run to continue not to lose the rear end and get too loose towards the end of the runs. That's what they've been working on. So far in this run, it's looking like they might have found what they needed, Marty.
Joey Logano sitting in second, being told Kyle Busch is beating him on power down. We're right on board with a Coca-Cola onboard camera for Logano. Originally this morning, Paul Wolfe wanted to do 3 stops here in stage 3, but only has 3 sets of stickers left. That would put them in a bad spot. Looks like they're going to try and make it a 2-stopper here in stage 3, Kim.
Well, I talked to James Small, crew chief for Martin Truex Jr. this morning, and he said, we're going to go in here to prove a point, and that means stealing wins during the playoffs. We're going to make sure people do not forget about us, even though we aren't in the championship hunt. Truex just really needs clean air for that car to perform at its peak. Currently running P3, Parker.
And Kim, the 99 car, Daniel swears this team came in with so much confidence to his first playoff race, saying we are a top 5 team and we know it, and we're going to show it even with the penalty. So far they have, but just recently he came on the radio and said, I just hit the wall pretty hard and now lacking a lot of grip in that 99 car, guys.
And here I was going to say, Rick, here
Austin
comes
Dillon
Austin
into the
Dillon
pits.
down pit road. They're going to take on
So
4
is
fresh
Reddick.
Goodyear tires here. So I'm thinking Justin Alexander, Steve, is thinking, hey, this is my only shot here. They have 3 sets of sticker tires left, so they're going to take it here. That's going to make it a 3-stop stage 3 for the 3 car. Kim?
And Tyler Reddick is going to make his stop. He was reporting that he lost all rear lateral grip, also tight across the front, so double issues for that car. Remember that pep talk, they're just continuing to remind them, be smart, 4 tires fuel, Marty.
So, Kim, an interesting move here. Austin Cindric coming down pit road. He spent much of his day around top 15. At the end of stage 2, Jeremy Mullins made the call to put on scuff tires. So they actually have 4 sets left here in the 2. You see that big wedge adjustment, so that could be a big advantage for the 2 later on in the race.
So we see some trickle in, but unlike earlier where we saw 25 cars in 1 lap window, you can see there's a little apprehension, a little decision making. Are we stopping twice? Are we stopping 3 times? I believe we're going to see the majority stop twice, save those fresh tires for those late yellows. But the RCR team, the information they have says opposite. We'll kind of just have to track this as we go. As we see Kyle Busch now was going to blend right behind that 10 car. That 10, though, you want to see what new tires look like? There you go. This 10 is going to drive away from the race leader like he is.
So again, a 2-stop strategy versus 3-stop strategy. The only playoff drivers and drivers in general to pit to try and make it on 3 stops with this tire strat would be Tyler Reddick, Austin Dillon, and Austin Cindric, who are all outside the top 10, but on the lead lap. Corey LaJoie is now in as well on the same strategy.
Guys, potential issue here for Coyle Joy in this great run for the 7 Spire Motorsports. He came on the radio and said we may be having fuel pump issues.
Ooh.
He slowed dramatically on the racetrack, so now they're on pit road. They're changing the tires, they're going to go away. But was saying he's having issues. He lost a couple seconds that last lap before he pitted. We'll see how it works out.
So problems with a fuel pump issue, and now Joey Logano from second place is in the pits, as well as Daniel Suarez.
Track to see if the fuel issue continues. Parker.
As we said, Daniel Suarez struggling with the rear grip in this race car, especially through turns 1 and 2, having a great run inside the top 5. You can see that scuff on the right rear. That was from just getting in the wall most recently. Once again, as you see, they're going to do 4 tires full of fuel for Daniel Suarez. He leads these leaders down pit road, Marty.
Look at the view of the stop for Joey Logano. Pit stall number 1. Paul Wolf making this call, so it's a little bit earlier than it would be if they were going to do it in 2 stops. Day 2 here, going 3 stops in this stage, Steve, and they only have 3 sets of ticker tires left, so some teams
Ryan Blaney, William Byron also in.
And Marty, I think Jonathan Hassel, the crew chief for Ryan Blaney, wanted to do the 2-stop strategy, but Ryan came on the last few laps just saying how loose the car had gotten. I have to come to pit road. He said, okay, bring it. Strategy change. Marty.
William Byron hitting his pit stall here. All the teams seeing that lap time turn by the guys out there with fresh Goodyear tires. Byron saying the car has been pretty good. Turns down the hill very nicely for him. So these fresh sticker tires going to help everybody, Kim.
Bell Bowman also in.
Greg Ives, crew chief for Alex Bowman, told me this morning they just need to have a really solid day. He said they're looking for base hits right now, not home runs. So don't overdo it. They're reminding Alex to be patient, as you see right there. Tires going on, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel for Alex Bowman. Parker.
Chris Bell on pit road here, going really loose inside that 20 car. He had fallen out of the top 5 towards the back end of the top 10. It's 4 Goodyear tires. You
Larson
see that
is also in.
Sunoco fuel is hoping he can tighten it up, Dave.
And now Kyle Larson, who had restarted in 22nd, had not made up a lot of ground. Comes to pit road.
Oh, Kevin Harvick on fire, and that's likely going to bring out a caution and trap everybody a lap down who is already pitted. Major fire on the 4 car of Harvick. He is going to park it. Window net is down to the front stretch, and he is hopping out of the car quickly. No caution yet, but they're going to have to throw the yellow because the 4 car is on the track and parked. He's getting out. Yeah, caution's out. This is another Ford to catch on fire this season. Major flames out of the right side of that car. Harvick, Buescher, and Custer have all had their cars catch on fire over the last probably month or so. They're all Fords. Harvick's car is engulfed, and that is more playoff drama to another playoff driver. Andy Harmon, Celtics lore, also thanks for tuning into the stream. As far as the pit window, it's a 2-stop versus 3-stop strategy. Some drivers, the drivers who didn't pit are on a 2-stop strategy. The cars who did pit are on a 3-stop strategy. Leaderboard is not updated yet from the caution flag period, but Tyler Reddick, who was the first car to pit road, is the first car 1 lap down in 9th, so he'll get the free pass. But everybody behind Reddick is going to be trapped a lap. Well, they're going to have to take the wave around, actually. So they'll get back on the lead lap once the lead lap cars pit, assuming they all decide to pit. Which I would have to imagine would be the case considering we've had over 30 laps on these green flag tires. The danger of short pitting is getting trapped a lap down in a situation like this, and Logano, who had just fought his way back up to second after leading earlier in the race, having a slow stop, is now going to have to go backwards, and he'll be at the tail of the field again. Well, he wasn't at the tail of the field before, but he'll be right around 10th or worse again. I feel like this is something that should be investigated, though, from the Fords, because this is the 3rd or 4th Ford to catch on fire. And I believe like the 2nd or 3rd SHR Ford to catch on fire like this in the last month. I know Cole Custer in Michigan caught fire there. Chris Buescher's was at Indy. It's so strange, too. It's usually after pit stops. I think Harvick pitted. It's usually after pit stops, and they kind of talk about maybe rubber built up under the car, but again, it's only seemingly happening on Fords. Another kind of a kink, I guess, with the next-gen car as far as safety goes with all these fires, and they're going back through some of them that we have seen in recent weeks. '17 of Chris Buescher at Indy. Going into great detail with this. I'll let you guys listen in.
Upper panel that Kevin Harvick talked about. But what happened in Chris Buescher's situation is when a car made contact with it, everything bent back. And then the body popped back out. The exhaust didn't. So right here, the exhaust can blast on the carbon fiber. Things can catch on fire. So after Indianapolis, NASCAR came in. They added a piece right here to the shroud to keep the exhaust attached to the side. That is what fixed the issue that Buescher had. The problem is we've now seen another fire at Richmond and now a fire here. So you saw that other carbon piece that went on there, that gray piece that went in before the foam. There's also some conversation that has some heat shielding on it. What you actually use for glue to put the heat shielding on could possibly be flammable. And really anything, even if it says it's non-flammable, if it breaks and falls down and lays on a 1,000 degree exhaust pipe long enough, it is going to start to smolder. Now listen, that wasn't smoldering on the Ford car, that was a bonfire. So something in there had some sort of accelerant. You know, the foam melts, it doesn't really burn. The carbon can catch fire. But this is a challenge for the teams and NASCAR. No one likes to see this, but it seems like each one is just a little bit different.
Yeah, I think to our point, or to your point, that this could be an engine failure that created this issue for the Ford, but we still have a fire issue in terms of flammable problems with this car that need to be worked out.
And
I thought I'd let you guys listen to Steve Letard's explanation of the fires and maybe some of the recent fires that we have seen, because he can do a better job of it than me. That's where having a crew chief or driver input and analysis during a live commentary stream would be helpful. I can't do that job for you, but I can give you the lap-by-lap commentary throughout, as we have so far today. Current situation we're in, again, there were drivers that were on pit road or had already pitted at the time of Harvick's car catching on fire, including Harvick himself. Tyler Reddick will get the free pass. He'll get back on the lead lap. Everybody from Logano, Blaney, Byron, Suarez, Bell, Bowman, Dillon, Cindric, all playoff drivers that are lapped down right now because of that caution, they're going to have to get the wave around. Once the rest of the lead lap cars hit pit road, when pit road will open. And everybody that has pitted already has about 40 lap fresher tires than the cars that have not pitted yet. The cars that are still in the lead lap that are going to benefit from this caution would be the race leader Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, Bubba Wallace, really the Toyotas outside of Bell that stayed out. Michael McDowell, Eric Jones, Brad Keselowski, Ty Gibbs all stayed out. Here comes Busch, Truex, and the rest of the leaders to pit road.
I pit stop for this group. Great break for them, Dave.
Too tight for Denny Hamlin, lost a lot of front grip. Coming in third, he needs an adjustment for that. They've kind of had a couple of bad stops. They've had a couple of really good stops as well with the 11 team. We'll see what they got here, Kim.
Martin Truex Jr. in the middle of your screen told his team he burned the tires off following the 22 too long. The wheels shaking, the front tires are shaking just way too loose. He said if we were up front, we would be long gone. So track position is what Martin really is wanting. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, Parker.
And Kim, for Kyle Busch, he was about a lap, maybe 2 away from pitting there under greens. You see the 4 tires for him. This pit crew has been on it, and once again will get him the lead off of pit road. But they were so close there when that caution happened for the 4, and they were able to stay out there and pit under yellow.
Another 9.0 second pit stop for Kyle Busch's pit crew. The 3rd time tonight. Again, he'll win the race out of the pits in front of his Joe Gibbs teammates. Truex lost a spot to Hamlin on pit road as well. So only 9 cars will be on the lead lap on the restart, except for those who were able to get the wave around, which we'll wait for our leaderboard to update, and then I'll tell you who took the wave around, which I would imagine everybody that just pitted before the caution would take it. But they'll have to restart at the rear of the field, obviously. Megan Kate, Mike Goff, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully I said your last name correct, Mike. Live commentaries, what you're listening to of tonight's Cookout Southern 500 at Darlington Live on KRC. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content heading into another restart in the final stage of the race for When We Go Green. No live commentary next Sunday for the Kansas Cup race, but I'll be doing live commentary both of the Xfinity and Cup Series races on Friday and Saturday nights at Bristol. It'll be the regular season finale for the Xfinity Series and the round of 16 finale for the Cup side. So again, be sure to tune in. Race highlights from the grandstands for next weekend's race for the Cup Series at Kansas, for every race I go to in person. Got a couple more races I'm still going to this year. Got Kansas and Talladega in October, and then the championship at Phoenix. I'll be there. And I'll only be at the Cup race at Kansas and Dega, but I'll be at the Truck, Xfinity, and Cup races at Phoenix. So race highlights from the grandstands for all those. I might be at the ARCA finale at Toledo as well. I'm not sure what day that is on yet. If it's on a Sunday, I will not. So that way I can do live commentary of this. But if it is on a Saturday, I'm going to try to get off work early for that one. As long as it's not the same weekend as Dago, which I'm not entirely sure if it is or isn't. But once I find out the date on that, I'll find out if I'm going to that as well. So you might see that race highlight video on the channel as well over the next month or so. Already September. Zachary, thanks for tuning in. Korskenyi, hopefully I said your last name correctly. Love the channel, thanks. Might go to Charlotte for the Roval. It'll be fun. I went to the Roval in 2019. It was pretty good. Really, all the road course races I've been to so far in person have been pretty good. Here's Marty Snyder with Kevin Harvick.
Man, that looked like a scary fire. Any idea what led to that, Kevin?
I'm sure it's just the crappy parts on the race car like we've seen so many times. We haven't fixed anything. It's kind of like the safety stuff. We just let it keep going, and the car started burning. And as it burned, you know, the flame started coming through the dash. And I ran a couple laps, and then, you know, as the flame got bigger, and then it started burning stuff up. And I think right there you see all the brake fluid that was probably coming out of the brakes. It burned the brake line, but the fire was coming through the dash. So
scary.
What a disaster, man. No reason. We didn't touch the wall, we didn't touch the car, and here we are in the pits with a burned up car and can't finish the race during the playoffs because of crappy ass parts.
So to clarify, it was not an engine issue originally. It was a rocker panel fire.
Because I just stopped. The rocker was on fire for a couple laps. I just stopped because, you know, I couldn't see anymore because the flames were coming through the dash, and I couldn't make myself sit in there and burn up.
Glad you're okay. Kevin Harvick is okay in the garage area, but not very happy, and wants to have a chat with some NASCAR officials.
Yeah, well, there you have. Well, you got an upset Kevin Harvick live on the channel tonight. Can't blame him for being frustrated of the circumstances, but again, I mentioned this after the last time we saw a fire issue, which I believe was at Richmond, as the NBC broadcast had talked about. And that was the last time it has happened. I felt like they needed to investigate this because I feel like it's only happening on Fords, and that has been the case. We haven't seen major fires on the Chevrolets or the Toyotas yet with this new car, just like that. And at random, too. Green flag back in the air. Busch on the outside. Hamlin on the inside for the restart. The Mark Truex Jr. on the outside behind the 11. Squeezes to the outside of Denny Hamlin as Busch is going to pull clear for the lead, and Hamlin will stay in front of the 19 for second. Gave a lot of room to Truex, maybe a little too much. Truex again pulls alongside of the 11 car through 3 and 4, almost making contact in the middle of the corner. Both cars going hard at it for position. Eric Jones is cleared for 4th place, side by side for 5th between Bubba Wallace and Michael McDowell. McDowell up to 5th. And all those cars, by the way, took the wave around after pitting before the caution came out and getting trapped a lap down because of the Harvick yellow. Bell, thanks for tuning in. Alex Bowman Facts, thanks for tuning in to the stream as well. Only a couple lap fresher tires for those who were able to pit during the caution versus the drivers on fresher tires, so no major difference there. All the lap cars that did not take the wave around, though, are restarting in front of the cars that did take the wave around. So Blaney, Logano, they've got cars like Todd Gilliland, BJ McLeod, some other cars in front of them on this restart, separating themselves from the 9th place car of Brad Keselowski. Martin Truex Jr. staying close with the 18 of Kyle Busch. A lot closer on this restart compared to where he was on the last restart. Denny Hamlin's fallen back to about 0.8 of a second off the lead from the 18 and the 19. We are not done with pit stops yet today. At least one more stop yet to the end of this race. It'll be interesting to see if those that were originally on the 3-stop strategy will still stick to that, or if they're just going to stay on a 1-stop strategy from here to the end, rather than 2, with that caution coming out, burning some laps under the yellow flag. Harvick will be scored, by the way, in the 33rd position with this fire and pulling him out of the race as of right now. William Byron making his way through the field. Kyle Larson, by the way, up to 16th place. He was one of those that were trapped a lap down again after being 3 laps down earlier. He's been used to taking the wave around tonight. Busch a little bit faster than Truex that last lap and now has pulled out to about a 0.3 of a second lead over the 19. Busch a little bit higher near the wall in the middle of the quarter. Both cars are diving it down to the bottom to the middle of the exit, really diamonding turns 1 and 2 off. And into turns 3 and 4, looks like they kind of diamond the corner off again. Truex more towards the middle than up near the wall. Busch kind of ran the middle all the way around through the corner that time, so Truex might get a little bit better corner exit speed off of turn 4, beating Busch back to the throttle, getting the run off the progressive banking. But Busch goes higher in 1 and 2, so Truex higher in 3 and 4, Busch higher in 1 and 2. Busch seems to be a bit better through 1 and 2, maybe getting his car to drive a bit better at that end of the track versus in 3 and 4. Tyler Reddick will make a pass on Bubba Wallace inside the top 10 for 6th place. Brad Keselowski, Ty Gibbs battling for 8th. Keselowski down low, Gibbs up high. Gibbs with the run off the exit of the corner. Keselowski cannot complete the pass. These guys are trying to get going because everybody that took the wave around that was faster than them throughout the course of the race are closing in. Bell in 10th, followed by Bowman, Logano, then Blaney. Larson will get by LaJoy. LaJoy, I believe, is the first car 1 lap down. Actually, no, he's in 23rd place right now. He's not the first car lap down. First car lap down as we run would be Harrison Burton in the 21. And he is currently in the 20th place position. And will we stay green to the end of the race? Was that the last restart with about 81 laps to go as well? I would have to imagine with the caution coming out, it's going to be a 1-stop race to the finish. I doubt those drivers that pitted early the first time would risk doing that again, thinking that the same thing could potentially happen. Kyle Larson is about 16 points above the cutoff line as we run, as he has rallied himself back inside the top 15. 16th, rather. And I saw somebody ask me about Chase Elliott, where he was at. He was 13 points above the cutoff line earlier. He is in the top 8 points, so he's not currently on the playoff bubble screen for the points on the bottom left-hand corner. For those of you actually watching on the USA Network, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So he is at least 16 points to the good right now. Obviously, we've had more playoff drivers drop out, like Chase Briscoe obviously had his problem with Elliott. Kevin Harvick is now caught on fire. He's dropped out of the race as well. Chastain had a suspension issue. He was 4 laps down. He's actually down to just 1 lap down in 27th, but he's picking up the pace at least a little bit. Suarez, by the way, in 23rd, he did not take the wave around. So I don't know that he was saving an extra set of tires to the end of the race or what the case was, but Daniel Suarez did not take the wave around during that caution. So he is still a lap down in 23rd, it looks like. Tough break for Suarez because he was inside the top 5 before short pitting. I think he was in 4th. It was the highest running of those that had actually pitted prior to the caution. A 0.7 of a second gap right now. It looks like Chastain's actually coming into the pits again, so much for him being just 1 lap down. Looks like he'll go a second lap down at least. Maybe he's sticking to a 2-stop strategy to try to get back on the lead lap to the end of the stage, but whatever the case is, I mean, they just restarted about 9 laps ago. Chastain back in the pits again, and he is going to lose at least 1 more spot to Buescher. Briscoe's about 3 laps down, next position behind him. So if he can get back on the track quickly, he'll at least stay in front of Briscoe. By the way, I didn't even mention, I'm sorry for that, but Martin Truex Jr. had taken the lead away from Kyle Busch in the 18 a couple laps ago. I was looking at Chastain on the leaderboard, and I look up and Truex is leading now over Kyle Busch by about 0.7 of a second. Truex trying to go for that first Southern 500 victory. Brad Keselowski still battling with Ty Gibbs for position on the racetrack, and he'll finally complete the pass. Christopher Bell is closed into the back of the 23 and the 6. We're running in 8th and 9th. Bell to the inside of Gibbs through turns 1 and 2. And the rookie Gibbs is going to get passed by the 20 of Bell. Bell with the clean pass for 9th place through turns 1 and 2. He's the highest running of those that took the wave around during the caution. Thanks for anybody new that is just tuning into the stream for the first time so far tonight as well. Go through a field pass for the final time during our side-by-side commercial break. Currently on the USA Network, Martin Truex Jr. has got an 0.8 of a second lead over Kyle Busch. Denny Hamlin in 3rd place right now. Eric Jones in 4th. Michael McDowell rounds out the top 5. Tyler Reddick in 6th. Bubba Wallace in 7th. Brad Keselowski in 8th. Christopher Bell up to 9th. And Ty Gibbs rounds out the top 10. Joey Logano in 11th, Ryan Blaney 12th, Alex Bowman in 13th, William Byron 14th, Kyle Larson is 15th. Cole Custer in 16th, Austin Cindric 17th, 18th is Eric Almirola, 19th is Austin Dillon, Harrison Burton is 20th, 21st is Daniel Suarez, Justin Haley in 22nd, Daniel Hemrick in 23rd, Ty Dillon 24th, Corey LaJoie 25th, Landon Castle 26th, 27th is Chris Buescher, Ross Chastain 28th, 29th is Chase Briscoe, Ty Gillen 30th, 31st, B.J. McLeod 32nd, Cody Ware, and then everybody from 33rd on back out of the race. Kevin Harvick will finish 33rd, J.J. Aley 34th, Stenhouse, I almost called him Spinhouse, Ricky Stenhouse in 35th, and Chase Elliott will round out the 36-car field tonight. 8 cautions so far today, 5 for incident rather. And we currently have 65 laps to go in the Southern 500. Kyle Busch has led the most laps with 145 laps led. He won Stage 2 while William Byron went on to win Stage 1 earlier in the race. Both have been inside the top 10 all day. Byron's kind of faded as this race has gone on into the nighttime. And he was also on the wrong side of that last caution. Our spotlight drivers as of right now. Currently, the must-have picks of Kyle Larson and Joey Logano. Logano in 10th, back in the top 10 after getting trapped a lap down. Larson come back from 3 laps down to 15th. He was also trapped a lap down again because of pitting, and then the caution coming out, trapping him back in the field a little bit more.
in turn 1, telling him that he has this wider entry that's allowed him to carry a little bit more speed through the center. And Kyle and I talked about that very line earlier today, as you see him just a little higher there. And he said, when you do that, though, you got to be really smart about the center of the corner. And there, right there for turn 2, you've got to get it straight and turned. Otherwise, you'll never get it back down, Dave.
Denny Hamlin's balance is a lot better. And just think where he was this week, midweek, as he looks to the low line here. He had that back crash at Daytona, and he was asked how he was feeling. He said, the best way I can describe it is like I got beat up at a bar and somebody was kicking me in the ribs while I was on the ground. Well, Rick, you know what? He bounced back from that, been healing better every day, and looks like Denny Hamlin is in position to race for the lead.
Denny's trying to figure out how to get around this 18 car, but Kyle's running the line I believe that Denny would like to be running.
Couple updates on Busch and Hamlin, how their cars have been handling here over the late stages of this race. Peggy Peters, thanks for tuning in. Trucks is pulling away from Busch, and Hamlin has ran down the 18 car as well, as he is sitting right behind him, about 2 car lengths off of second place. Hamlin trying to win back-to-back Southern 500s, kind of slowly clawing himself back up there after his pit crew had a couple bad pit stops for him that have dropped him back. Got a right timing caution that was able to get him some extra track position. Restarted in third, currently runs in third. Let's talk about the spotlight drivers. So again, Logano in the top 10 right now. Larson, who was my win pick, also another must-have just inside the top 10, along with Logano, again, was on the must-have side of things. The don't-have picks of Ryan Blaney and Alex Bowman, both outside the top 10 as of right now. Blaney was in third at the end of stage 2, but again, he got trapped a lap down because of that bad timing caution, as well as Bowman, which dropped him from about 7th place back to 13th now. So far, so good on those two predictions. The must-have 1 for 2 right now. Then the 2 sleeper picks of Christopher Bell and Tyler Reddick. Reddick got trapped a lap down. He is going to have to find him. Actually, no, Reddick was still in the lead lap. He's in 6th. Bell got trapped a lap down, but he is back in the top 10 in 9th. Catching some lap traffic right now is Busch and Hamlin, closing the gap a bit on Martin Truex Jr. as a result, down to about a 1.3 second race lead. Very briefly, at least, they were able to close in on the 19 over the last couple laps. They're getting through the lap cars just a little bit better. Yeah, good run for Eric Jones on the 43 car. He's been top 10 all night, now in the top 5. The right timing caution. Michael McDowell inside the top 5 still at this point in the race. It's going to be interesting to see who will make the call to come to pit road first. That's going to be the big factor, in my opinion, of who in this race is going to get the win.
They brought it in, made a right rear shock adjustment to help free him up, and a little wedge. It was a big swing, in fact. Seemed pretty good to start, but then Tyler just came on and said it's like a flip switched again. The right front is just not doing anything I want. They also just radioed to him and said turn 4 is where we're losing the most speed. So watch that there. He currently runs in the 6th position, Parker.
Right, for Christopher Bell running in 9th place round. He scored the 4th most points through the stages of anyone in this race, but it's sort of stalled out in that 9th position. He said on the radio just recently, I don't really know. I feel balance of the car. He's happy with it. And then the team said, well, we tried backing it up and letting it roll. You're using too much brake down into turn 3, so they're trying to find some adjustments in that car to help them move forward, Marty.
Parker, on Monday in a team meeting, Joey Logano told his guys and his pit crew, we are the favorites to win the championship this year. Why? Well, they came into this race having earned more points than any team in the last 5 races. It's been a scrappy night for the 22 team. All that track position he fought for earlier, they lost when that caution didn't work out for him. Sitting in 10th right now, Dave.
Ryan Blaney is in 11th position, Marty, 13 seconds behind the leader, Martin Truex Jr., and with a car that is tight, turning down off of the corner. Now remember, they were one of the cars that waved around on the lap 276 caution, so his tires are about 8 laps older than the leaders. Marty?
William Byron sitting back there right now in the 13th position after leading 50 laps early on. He said it's just way too tight right now. They keep kind of encourage him. fight. You got to keep fighting. It's a long race, still 55 to go here. He said the ride quality is not great. The last 2 stops have not been terrific for the 2014. They've asked William to turn the wheel a little bit more. They've been having problems getting that right front tire off of the car when he comes to pit road, Kim.
After what was a miserable summer stretch for the 48 of Alex Bowman, they were just looking for what they call a decent, as you see Kyle Larson trying to make the pass right there on the 48 of Alex Bowman. They were looking for a decent, uneventful day is what they told me. They felt like they had a pretty good car, decent long run speed, as you see that battle back and forth between Alex Bowman and Kyle Larson, Dave.
And Larson gets the spot as they go through turns 1 and 2 here. This morning, crew chief Cliff Daniels told me that the word of the day was going to be survive, and I guess that's where they have played this so well. Again, 3 laps down earlier for a mysterious issue. Back on the lead lap, trying to make up some ground before the end of this race, Marty.
Today, if you were a rookie driver, how would you describe the Southern 500? Austin Cindric said this week, the biggest mental challenge of the season for him. He said the car very loose right now, trying to hang on right there in front of Ty Dillon, and he said it's looser than the last run. They asked him, hey, if you can hang on for about 10 more laps, that would help us out quite a bit. And Austin Dillon just now went down a lap. Again, they have struggled with the handling all night long in that 3 car after making his way into the playoffs last week with a win at Daytona. Never been able to get the tightness out of that race car. Austin Dillon a lap down in 19th.
That was a through the field from the NBC Pit Reporters. Currently 52 laps to go at Darlington. Abel Zuniga, thanks for the $4.99 super chat, by the way. Greatly appreciate that. Anytime we get donations here on the channel, try to shout them out as quickly as I possibly can, but I didn't want you guys to miss the updates on your playoff drivers, your favorite playoff drivers, and where they're running as of right now, how their cars are running late in this race. 50 laps to go at the line this time by. We've got a couple cars on pit road making their stops. Austin Cindric, I believe, is just pitted. Might be a couple other cars that had pitted as well recently. Tyler Reddick has made a pass on Michael McDowell for 5th place as well during that through the field updates. Kyle Busch is holding off Denny Hamlin as well for 2nd place still. Hamlin has been consistently 2 to 3 car lengths behind him, but he can't really get close enough to try and pounce and make a move on the 18. Austin Cindric is on pit road. Daniel Hemrick, Justin Haley also on their way in. And this is potentially the final pit stops of the night.
There are other teams, though, that are on their same tire plan so far. Cindric taking the car way too
Austin Dillon is in also.
Hoping to gain some spots. Came to pit road in the 15th position.
Joey Logano is in. Blaney's in.
Logano was running up inside the top 10. Dave.
Here's Ryan Blaney now making his stop with 49 laps to go. Will it be the last one? Hard to say here at Darlington. They'll have a set remaining in case they need it.
Austin Dillon taking his next to last set of sticker tires here with 48 to go, Dave. The car just not handling the way they want. Joey Logano made it to this point. Paul Wolf said, hey, if you can last it for a little bit longer after you're putting that vibration, that would really help us. So they got here with 48 laps to go. Otherwise, Logano saying the car is just a little bit too tight, but not that bad. And to see that track condition back.
Byron Larson also in the pits. Keselowski's in.
Best, really good 1 and 2
Truex
as
is
well.
in.
In a certain part of his run, he asked to get something he had back in the run before that. Little adjustment here, Marty.
William Byron coming down pit road. We've talked about the troubles on the last couple of stops. They've asked Byron.
Reddick and Bell are also in.
A little bit more. Right front comes off clean that time, so it should be a quicker stop for the 24, but to the right quality, just not nearly as good as he would like it, Kim.
James Small told me pit stops are a big concern for them, and today they've consistently lost stops.
Suarez, Bowman are in the pits.
Not a lot, just 1 or 2, but when your driver is asking for clean air, that is doing him no favors. Martin Truex Jr., as you see Tyler Reddick
Kyle Busch
finishing
is in
up
from
his stop.
2nd.
Tight has been the problem all day long. Nothing they do for him seems to alleviate that issue. So Tyler Reddick getting 4
Bubba
tires
Wallace
to
is
no
in.
fuel, Parker.
Kyle Busch will pit out of the second position. I think his team wanted to go a little bit further here, but was forced down pit road with so many of these cars hitting there and getting new tires, just lacking rear longevity for the 18 cars when he came on the radio most recently to say, and that's been their trouble all night, trying to get that rear end of the race car to stick throughout the long run. As you see 4 tires, full fuel, he's away.
Where you see on the top right, 18.
Denny Hamlin's still on the racetrack right now, trying to stretch this run out just a bit longer. He holds on to the lead while everybody behind him is a lap down. Hamlin the only car in the lead lap. Truex is going to cycle well in front of the 18 of Kyle Busch after pitting a few laps before him. Austin Cindric, who was one of the first cars on the pit road, is 2 laps down right now rather than 1. Denny Hamlin's got a lot of cars that are on fresher tires passing him right now. Still waiting on the 11 to make his final pit stop of the race. He's going to lose a lot of track position. It's going to be interesting to see how and exactly when Denny Hamlin going to pit. Truex almost pulled up a little too early off the exit of turn 2, right in front of the 16 car of Daniel Hemrick. Hamlin down to the bottom of the racetrack. We'll just have to wait and see when Denny Hamlin pits. Maybe trying to split this final run maybe more in half is the only thing I can think of. They went green with 81 laps to go in the last restart. Only one more set of tires left for a lot of these teams right now. Very few of them still have another set if we do get a late race caution. So it's going to be interesting to see if we did get a late race yellow, who would pit, who would not. Caution came out right now. It would be Hamlin, Truex on the lead lap. Everybody else would be a lap down. Got some lap cars that are still hitting pit road yet. Scruffy Janitor, Patrick Ellison, thanks for tuning in. No Torres, I see you in the chat as well for the first time tonight. Tim Grote, didn't shout you out yet, but thanks for tuning in. Chase is out of the race, yes. He ended up spinning towards the end of stage 1, and then he came back up the track, overcorrected it right in front of the 14 at Briscoe, who piled into him. So Denny Hamlin losing a lot of time, but he's going to finally be on his way in from the lead.
Dave. Denny Hamlin definitely questioned when everyone else was pitting. Why aren't we pitting? And Chris Gabehart, the crew chief, said, I did not want to pit. We'll find out in the end how this works out because we'll see it blend in. And just in case, race fans, you're wondering, no, 2 tires is not an option here. You definitely have to have 4 at Darlington. And before...
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, Hamlin is just getting out of his pit box right now. Martin Truex Jr. is easily taking the lead. Hamlin still has half the length of pit road to go through. He is going to lose out probably on 3rd place, which is where he was running right behind Kyle Busch. Busch has cycled out. He's about 4.9, almost 5 seconds behind Truex at this point in the run. Hamlin's falling outside of the top 5 right now. Hamlin has lost so many spots. I'm very shocked that they kept that 11 car in the racetrack as long as they did. Hamlin is going to cycle out, it looks like, in the 9th place position, maybe 10th if Keselowski gets around him into 3 and 4. Hamlin down on the bottom, Keselowski up high. Hamlin will hold clear. So 10th place is where Denny Hamlin will cycle out of the pits. He was in 3rd, and he was only 2 seconds off the lead. But now he's in 10th, 15 seconds off the lead. And he really only has about 5 to 6 lap fresher tires than the rest of the field. So he is not going to be able to run the leaders down. I am very shocked they went as long as they did without pitting. That really hurt the 11 team. Terrible call, honestly. Yeah, I don't see in a world where that would have worked. Cody Ware, I guess, slammed the wall off of turn 2 not that long ago, but he stayed on the racetrack at least long enough to not have a caution come out. Didn't lose complete control. It's very similar to Stenhouse's hit back at stage 2 when he pancaked the wall and then had to pull out of the race. Cody Ware now 8 laps down. He might be out of the race, knowing that kind of a hit knocked Stenhouse out earlier in the day as well. Ty Gibbs has just gone a lap down in 16th to Martin Truex Jr. The good news is for all these playoff drivers behind the cutoff line is that a non-playoff driver, Martin Truex Jr., is leading this race. So that'd be one less spot that could get locked up based off of wins in this round if Truex goes to victory lane tonight. So it could work out. Paul Wright, thanks for tuning in. Currently a side-by-side commercial break right now. So as of right now, following green flag pit stops, your top 5 runs like this with 36 laps to go in the Southern 500. Martin Truex Jr. leads by 5.6 seconds over Kyle Busch in second place. Tyler Reddick is up to third now at 9.2 seconds off the lead. Eric Jones in fourth at 10.7 seconds back in the lead. Christopher Bell in fifth. After taking the wave around during that last caution, he's fought back up in the top 10. He's 10.9 seconds off the lead, but it does seem like he's closing in on Eric Jones and potentially Tyler Reddick as well. So I do think Bell's got the speed to get up to third. Kyle Busch is slowly closing in on the 19 car of Martin Truex Jr. Busch has had a better short-run car than Truex, but Truex has had a better long-run car. So although Busch is gaining right now, I don't know that he's going to be able to keep that pace up all the way to the end of the race if it stays green. We'll see, though. I guess if anybody could do something like that, you'd probably look at a generational talent like Kyle Busch to be able to pull something like that off, but we'll have to find out. 34 to go at the line for Truex. Ty Dillon to the outside of the 19 car. I think he's got a little bit fresher tires. He'll get a lap back. That'll slow Truex down a little bit as well. Truex is looking very slow. Martin Truex Jr. is off the pace right now. He's only 2.1 seconds ahead of Busch all of a sudden. Truex is down on power. Kyle Busch is closing in. 1.1 seconds is the gap. Truex had almost 5 seconds on Kyle Busch after he cycled off of pit road. But now Kyle Busch is closing in. Seven-tenths of a second is the difference between Truex and Busch. So it sounds like the temperatures are a little high on the 19 of Truex's race car. Another heating issue, it seems like, with somebody's engine. Kyle Busch is squeezing between the lap car of Almirola and the 19 of Truex to take the lead into turn 1. Kyle Busch leads the Southern 500 at Darlington with 32 laps to go. Truex's teammate is down on power. He's still off the pace. Tyler Reddick is not that far behind, only about 3 seconds behind Truex now in third and looking to take over second. Truex is going to have to pull onto pit road. Tough break for the 19 car, looking for his first win of the season and another heartbreak in a Southern 500 that he has led in the final stage. 3 years in a row now it has happened to Martin Truex Jr. in the Southern 500, and he is going to get taken out of a shot to win. But now it is wide open for a playoff driver to try and steal the win today and advance themselves into the round of 12. The only 9 playoff drivers that remain in the top 10 would be Jones in third, McDowell in sixth, and then Brad Keselowski in 10th, Bubba Wallace in the owners' playoffs in 8th, but not in the drivers' playoffs again. Dark Shadows, thanks for tuning in. Did you know? Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, that is a tough break, though, for Truex. It's 3 years in a row in the Southern 500. He's led in the final stage, and something happened, whether it was mechanical or driver error. Driver error in 2020, kind of mechanical issues. I think it was his pit crew last year, if I remember correctly, and then now this year, mechanical problem. We've seen a lot of engine issues in the race. Most of them have been Chevrolet-related mechanical issues / engine issues tonight, but that was obviously a Toyota issue. Now remember, Kyle Busch has not had a good long-run car today, so we'll see if Tyler Reddick can manage his tires well enough in the second half of this race. And don't forget about Denny Hamlin, who stayed out a bit longer than everybody else. He was 15 seconds off the lead. Now he's just less than 7 seconds back, and he's already up to 4th. Hamlin could be the fastest car of the racetrack, and maybe the strategy is going to pan out after all. Only 15 cars on the lead lap as we run. 29 laps to go at Darlington. Reddick and Busch's time staying pretty equal with each other right now, about 3.5 to 3.7 seconds off the lead on a consistent basis. Hamlin is the car that looks as if he can run down the 18 of Kyle Busch. I was questioning that strategy call for Chris Gabehart. Maybe he knew something I didn't. Obviously, that's why he's the crew chief, and I'm just sitting here calling the race for you guys. But caution is out, it looks like, with 28 laps to go. Cody Ware is stalled out. Caution is out with 28 to go. The 51 of Cody Ware looks to have crashed again. I'm assuming he crashed. He's got a lot of damage on the right side of his race car. Some of that could have been from the first hit into the wall earlier in the stage. But then you look at the right side tires, all the lettering and the Goodyear Eagle signs are scrubbed off of it as well. And yeah, he hit the wall again, so Cody Ware has hit the wall a second time. This one has done him in, and he has broken the right front end. That is second hard hit into the wall. I'm surprised he survived the first one. The second one he did not. Truex' car is going behind the garage as well as he'll pull off the racetrack, and this caution is gonna make things interesting. It has to come down to this. Typical NASCAR race. To have a late yellow like this happen, that's going to bunch the field back up. We've got tire strategies all over the place. Some drivers have another set left. Some of them don't. I don't know who does and who doesn't at this point, so we'll see who will pit. Maybe some drivers take scuffs that maybe they didn't have a lot of tires on earlier in the day. Truex is out of the car as well, so definitely out of the race. Just over 350 people watch right now. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Eric Almirola will get the free pass during the caution. He's the 16th car on the racetrack, so we'll have just 16 cars on the lead lap. So for those who pit, they're still restarting in the top half of the field for those that would have fresh tires. Hunter McDowell win, that would be epic. I think the Iceberg would be very happy about that. For those of you that know who he is, would understand that reference. Bowman needs to back into this win from 12th right now. We'll see. A lot of the leaders coming into the pits.
Denny Hamlin comes to pit road from 4th place. He told his team it took off just barely snug, so maybe a barely adjustment right here as they'll go for 4 tires and fuel. Time for the pit crew to shine, Kim.
Tyler Reddick pitting from the 2nd position. This should surprise nobody. He finished runner-up in the spring, doing a great job despite a tight-handling race car. It's going to be 4 tires and a splash of, actually, no fuel, Parker, for the 8.
Kyle Busch asked for a better landing in turn 1. That's all he wanted. 4 tires for him. This pit crew has been on it. Can he hold the lead once again, Marty?
Joey Logano comes in 7th. Final set of sticker tires for that team. Putting them on right now. He said it's borderline free, but I'm afraid to make a big adjustment on it. You see Kyle Busch win the race off pit road. Does that number 1 stall pay off for Logano? It does, for 1 spot.
Well, Kyle
Busch's pit crew has been unreal all night. By a long shot, he wins the race off pit road again. But new driver in 2nd, Eric Jones, is going to gain a spot on pit road. He'll be in P2. Reddick lost a spot as a result. McDowell losing a few spots on pit road, unfortunately, it looked like. And here is Kim Coon with Martin Truex Jr.
Walk us through what the car was telling you and how you knew something was wrong.
I lost power steering and started overheating real quick and losing power. So, I don't know, kick some belts off or something. But thanks to all my guys and everybody at JGR, TRD, Johnny, Bass Pro, everybody for supporting us all year. It's been tough. And this is another tough night for sure. But come back next week and fight again.
How would you describe the emotion you're feeling right now?
Just mad, upset, angry. We deserve better, and it's just this year, no matter what we do, it seems wrong. When we run good, stuff goes wrong. When we run bad, nothing bad happens. And it's one of those years where we can't get anything to go our way. So it's about the 5th time I should have won this race, and I only done it once. So pretty pissed off.
Appreciate the time.
Yeah, thanks.
You saw the Martin Truex Jr.
Yep.
J-Man, thanks for tuning in. P beside, jeez, I'm not reading the rest of that. McDonald's been so close the past couple of races, deserves a win. Vantage Bush, yeah, that pit crew's been on it today. He's had a good car, too. Obviously, he's led 154 laps for a reason. There's some smoke coming out of the back of the 18 car. We are under caution, but there's some smoke coming out of the 18 under the yellow flag, and I think he may be having an engine issue just like his teammate Truex.
Eric Jones.
Kyle Busch is blowing up under caution with about 24 laps to go from the lead. His engine has just detonated, and that's going to give Eric Jones the lead for the restart. Are you kidding me? Crowd's going nuts. Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. for Joe Gibbs Racing have just had the worst luck transpiring over the last 10 laps. Another engine issue today. I can't believe, I'm having chills right now. Like, I cannot believe what is going on right now. Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. are just blowing up while leading with about 20 to go. This is insane. This is insane. Kyle Busch is going to be out of the race. And he goes from potentially locking himself into the round of 12 of the playoffs to now being right around the cutoff line going into Kansas next weekend. Unbelievable. Now we have a non-playoff driver, Eric Jones, trying to go for his 3rd career win, his 2nd Southern 500. And trying to get the 43 car back to victory lane for the first time since 2014 when Eric Almirola won the summer Daytona race. That was rain shortened. That is just, I know it is. It's unbelievable. I mean, my mind is poof. I mean, just like their engines. I mean, my mind's blowing up. Their engines are blowing up. I saw him smoking. I was wondering what was going on. Now Blaney's on pit road again.
To see what they were trying to make sure they had a wheel tight. This is the smart move. Let's just make sure it's tight.
So it sounded like there might have been a wheel loose on the 12 of Ryan Blaney. He had to come back down onto pit road, secured the lug nut. Extra caution laps with Busch blowing up definitely helped. And I'm sure we're going to get some words from Kyle Busch. And they may be animated as well. We've seen a couple animated interviews based off of mechanical issues of some sort today. It's crazy that we've seen so much mechanical problems, though, today, like Kyle Larson, like Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, and Truex. Harvick's car catching on fire. I mean, we've seen nothing but mechanical issues today for the playoff drivers, except for Chase Elliott. He's the only playoff driver to have an issue in which it wasn't mechanical related. He just lost control. Yeah, there's a stat. 9 of 16 playoff drivers currently 15th or worse. Busch is going to be out of the day. He's going to go from first to outside the top 30, it looks like, with his finish. 30th is looking like where Busch is going to finish in this race. Can Eric Jones get the win for Petty GMS? First year since their merger. He's got Tyler Reddick on the inside, who's hungry for his first career oval win, third of the season, in a breakout year for Reddick. It's like row 2, we're going to have Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin with Bell down low, Hamlin up high. Row 3, Michael McDowell, Joey Logano. Michael McDowell on the inside, Logano on the outside. Actually, Keselowski will be in the inside row 3. McDowell will be outside row 4. Logano still on the outside row 3. 20 laps to go in the restart. Can Eric Jones get the upset win tonight and bring the 43 car back to victory lane? He'll have the preferred lane on the restart. Pace car is off. 2 Chevrolets followed by 2 Toyotas and 2 Fords. Keselowski in 5th place out of seemingly nowhere in this one for RFK. Trying to win another Southern 500. Green flag is in the air. Jones going to get the push on the outside from the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin trying to go for back-to-back Southern 500s and go for his 6th career Darlington victory. He's alongside Reddick through turns 1 and 2. Jones is clear for the lead in the middle of the corner. Hamlin squeezing the 8 car. Reddick down, nearly making contact off turn 2. That's what Jones needs out of his rearview mirror. Still side by side is the 8 and the 11. Big side draft by Reddick before diving it deep off into turns 3 and 4. Hard battle right now as Reddick and Hamlin are still side by side. Now Hamlin is clear off the exit of turn 4. 19 laps to go for Eric Jones. Can Denny Hamlin run him down? The Toyotas have been so strong tonight, but 2 of them have had engine issues. 2 more remain in the top 5. For Joe Gibbs Racing, Hamlin in 2nd, Bell in 5th. Hamlin running him down quickly through turns 3 and 4. Jones trying to hang on for dear life. He's got the clean air advantage, but that might be the only advantage the 43 car has with 18 laps to go. He's got 4 hungry playoff drivers trying to lock themselves into the round of 12 right behind him. Logano got by Bell as well in the restart for 4th place and is only a couple car lengths behind Reddick in 3rd. Just over 360 people watching. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Watching the Southern 500 or listening to the Southern 500 live on KRC tonight. And it is coming down to the wire. A couple of former Southern 500 winners, I should say, are battling for the win, trying to get another one at the Lady in Black. Hamlin had a good restart, but he is kind of losing the 43 car, having that dirty air disadvantage. He's going to have to come off the outside lane and try to work the bottom, but the problem with that is if he does that, Reddick gets a good enough of a run behind him. Reddick will then try to pounce on the 11. Hamlin a little bit higher than the 43 through turns 3 and 4 that time. 16 to go for Jones. Hamlin to the outside. Eric Jones is also on the outside, but not as high as the 11 that time as they diamond the corners off through 1 and 2. Reddick is closing on the 11 of Denny Hamlin right now. Hamlin is slowly losing the 43 of Jones. But Hamlin is not going to give up that spot easy. Every point matters. Jojo, Rod G, thanks for tuning in. Cam636, Larry Lucas, and others. Ray 200. About 4 hours of racing indeed has come down to this. Jones is slowly pulling the 11 of Denny Hamlin kind of consistently over the last 3 or 4 laps. Ryan Blaney has already gained about 6 spots since the restart after having to secure that tire that was potentially loose and they didn't get the lug nut tight. He's up to 12th. Restarting in 18th. Highest running non-playoff driver outside of Jones would be Michael McDowell in 6th place, having a great run today. Eric Jones has not won since he was in a Joe Gibbs racing car in the Southern 500 in 2019. And after Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. have blown up in front of him, it has given him the position to try and win this race. But he's got to hold off another Joe Gibbs Toyota. Jones is not playoff eligible, but he could become the 17th different winner in 27 races this season if he can hold on to win. Reddick trying to get around Denny Hamlin. Does he have anything for the top two late? Hamlin could be potentially holding up the 8 cars. Reddick is right there. He's rolling the bottom lane a lot better than the 43 and the 11, and he's not running as high as he doesn't want to get up in that dirty air compared to the other drivers. Now he runs on the outside through turns 1 and 2, but so does the 2 cars in front of him. And will it stay green to the end of the race as well? It'll be coming to 11 laps left this time by. Reddick to the inside through 3 and 4. Hamlin up near the wall. Diamond cuts to the bottom in the middle to the exit of the corner to stay in front of Reddick. Trying a different lane at all costs to try and run down the 43. Seemed like Hamlin was a bit better than both Reddick and Jones that last lap. At least through turns 3 and 4 when he was able to diamond cut the second half of the corner. Hamlin seemingly loses Jones in 1 and 2, but he closes in a bit in 3 and 4. Ten laps to go at Darlington in the Southern 500 for Eric Jones. Stay tuned for the post-race show as well, as you guys will get to listen to all driver interviews following the finish of today's race. Fantasy prediction, analysis, and more on top of it. 9 to go this time by. Jones managing about a half a second lead over Denny Hamlin. Hamlin again a bit better than Jones through 3 and 4, but Jones managing, if not pulling away from Hamlin on the other end of the track through turns 1 and 2. The wider, higher speed corner on the track. Reddick losing the 11 car just a little bit, and in return is also losing the 43 of Jones. Hamlin nearly in the wall in turns 3 and 4 that time. Might have actually gotten a piece of it. Didn't cost him anything, though, it looked like. Maybe he did keep it off the wall. 8 laps to go for Eric Jones. Lap car right in front of the 43. That would be the 7 of Corey LaJoie. LaJoie might have taken Jones's line away just a bit. Jones caught him in a bad spot off the exit of turn 2. That's going to help Hamlin and Reddick out just a bit. Hamlin to the inside of LaJoie through turns 3 and 4. LaJoie almost in the wall. Remember, he is down on power for a lot of the second half of the race. Reddick barely clears LaJoie off the exit of turn 4. Hamlin only 0.3 of a second back now at the line that last time. 43 definitely got held up more than the 11 and the 8 trying to pass the 7 of LaJoie. Logano getting around LaJoie about 2 seconds off the lead in 4th place now through 1 and 2. Shouldn't have to deal with another lap car the rest of this race. 6 to go this time by for Jones. 1 1/3 mile racetrack. Pulled away from Hamlin a little bit. That last lap was about 1/10 of a second quicker. Tyler Reddick still in contention, but he might be just a little too far back. We had a 3-car battle for the win in the Xfinity Series race and a thriller at the finish last night. Another 3-car battle for the lead now with 6 laps to go, but a little bit more spaced apart. And not as old of tires, so they're not really struggling as much right now either for mechanical grip. Hamlin's had a good long-run car today, but is it enough laps into this run to run down the 43 of Jones? He's a half a second back still. Everybody's trying to not really manage their tires at this point. They're trying to put down some time trial laps to the end of this race. 4.5 laps to go for Jones. He's got about a 6 to 7 car length difference back to Denny Hamlin. Reddick to the bottom of the track all the way through 3 and 4 as he is now only about 2 car lengths behind Denny Hamlin in second. Eric Jones has been in this position at this very track before, looking to replicate what he did just 3 years ago. Hamlin's lap that last time was a bit quicker than Jones. Reddick again down to the bottom through 3 and 4. And there is more lap cars, I guess, up ahead of the leaders that are running side by side right now. I didn't realize they were going to catch anybody else. And one of them is a playoff driver. Looks to be the 14 of Briscoe. Briscoe at least a few laps down. If he's smart, he would let Jones through, because if Jones wins, that would not hurt Briscoe at least, because Jones is not in the playoffs. Briscoe going to move out of the way, but it still might have costed Jones in dirty air in the corner. Maybe he's going to try to block the 11. No, he'll let the 11 race. Hamlin has closed in a ton through turns 1 and 2 that last time. I think the 14 might have gotten in Jones's way just a bit. 2 laps to go at the line. Denny Hamlin in the 11 is within a car length and a half behind Eric Jones. He is running him down with 2 laps left. Into turns 1 and 2. Hamlin a lot higher than the 43 car. He's putting it up near the wall. Jones trying to diamond the corner off a little bit of a different way. It is coming down to the wire with a lap and a half to go. Hamlin with around a 12 berth on the line and another Southern 500 victory in back-to-back seasons into 3 and 4. The 11 charges hard on corner entry, but the 43 is going to widen back up off of the exit of turn 4. He beats Hamlin back to the gas. 1 lap to go at Darlington in the Southern 500. Can Eric Jones hold on into 1 and 2? Hamlin to the outside. Jones a little bit lower. Hamlin's going to get the drive in the middle of the corner. Can Jones beat him off the exit? Great corner by both race cars. Hamlin is going to have to send it if he's going to want a shot. He's a car length behind Jones. Looking for the slide job into turns 3 and 4. He drives it in deep. He can't get to Jones's bumper. He's going to try to pick the throttle up off the exit of the corner, but he's too far back. And Eric Jones is going to win the Southern 500 in 2022. Eric Jones has just won and has become the 17th different winner in the NASCAR Cup Series this season. And an upset victory as the 43 car is back in victory lane at one of the oldest tracks in the Cup Series. A flash from the past. 200th win for the number 43 car. And it's Eric Jones at Darlington. This is going to be a win that is going to be pretty memorable for a lot of NASCAR fans, especially of the yesteryear. Always cool to see the 43 car back in victory lane. And at a track like Darlington, might not be another better place to have it happen. You'll get to hear from Jones as well as the rest of the top finishers and other playoff drivers in our post-race show that is going to begin right now. What a win for Eric Jones, the 43 car back in victory lane. I'm still mind-boggled that Kyle Busch and Truex blew up while leading, which put Jones in this position, but he ran top 10 all day. He ran top 5 the entire final stage. He put himself in that spot for something wild like that to happen, and he beat one of the best at Darlington, and being Denny Hamlin for the win in the late going. Great victory for Eric Jones. Connor Sporonis, thanks for tuning in. Beans86. And thanks for everybody who was tuning in. Sparky, I see that. See you in the comment section. Carzone Boy, thanks for tuning in. Jorge Solano. Cam McCaster Music. Santiago Kid and others. Anybody who I have not shouted out throughout the course of the race, thanks for tuning in. Hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, libraries, commentary on the race weekends. Here's Jones celebrating with his crew. I really hope the King is in attendance today. That'd be awesome as well. And here's Eric Jones.
Let's go down to Marty.
In NASCAR's oldest and toughest race, the Southern 500, Eric Jones does it a second time, puts Petty GMS and the 43 Darlington fans in victory lane. How about that? Of all places to do it, Eric, you put the 43 in victory lane at Darlington. What does that mean to you to put Richard Petty in victory lane tonight?
I get a hat. He's still going to get a hat for wins. But, man, Richard hasn't been too
victory lane at Darlington, probably since he last 1 year. So just awesome. Just so proud of these guys, Petty GMS, the Focus Backer crew. Man, we've been so close here and there all year, and I didn't think today was going to be the day. You know, it was going to be a tough one to win, I knew, but no better fitting place, man. I love this track. I love this race, and on that trophy twice, man. I was pumped to be on it once, but have it on there twice, pretty cool.
I got to ask you about the final few laps. How in the world did you hold off Denny Hamlin, and how much were you driving out of the rearview mirror or the windshield?
Well, man, I was focused forward. Honestly, that's the calmest I've been in the race car going for a win ever, really. I think back to the last time winning here and was driving my guts out. My nerves were pounding. My stomach was hurting. And today it was just, business as usual. And just feel good about this track and knew Denny would run me clean. And knew it was going to be tough for him to pass. It was tough to pass all day, and we got a good restart there. But, man, so proud of everybody. Just, man, what a dream come true. That's all you can say.
What sort of redemption is this for you, Eric? Let go by Joe Gibbs Racing. These guys took a chance on you. They put you in the 43. Now you put them in victory lane.
Well, I mean, I never lost any belief in myself through any of it. I knew I could still do it, and I just knew we needed to grow the program to do it. And we have. We've brought on a lot of great people in the last year. Dave Ellens called a great race today. His first Cup win. That's pretty cool for him. So I'm excited, man. We've been talking about this day a long time, and it is redemption in a lot of ways. Very fitting that it's here at this race again. I felt like this was the race that saved my job the first time around, and coming back here with this win, I guess it puts you back on the map.
You seem almost like you're in disbelief yourself.
Well, it's had a lot of good stuff go our way. We got the lead there at the 18, losing a motor, and man, we got a good shot if we can just get clear. And we had a good car. We just weren't quite with the pace of some of those guys up front. I knew we took the lead. I'm like, man, 20 laps, I can just run hard. And those last two, I was losing the balance a lot. I'd been running really hard, but it was just enough. So I'm just really proud.
How about that, Darlington fans? Eric Jones, a two-time winner of the Southern 500, puts Richard Petty, Maury Gallagher in their first year as Petty GMS in victory lane in the Southern 500.
Crazy race tonight at Darlington. Last time 43 car was in victory lane at Darlington, it was 1967. Richard Petty. My goodness. That's crazy. 55 years to the day, too. September 4th, 1967. Unbelievable. Eric Jones, your winner in the Southern 500 today. We'll go through the rest of the finishing results. USA has not cut the commercial break yet. I usually try to wait for that just so that way we don't miss any other interviews. I'm sure we'll get some on the back half of the commercial. Raji, thanks for the $5 super chat. Great calling the race, Keegan. Great to see the 43 victory lane. That is true. Here's Coon Coon with Kyle Busch.
Exit, what happened?
Engine broke. Just unfortunate circumstances for us tonight. The guys did a great job, brought a really fast M&M's Toyota Camry. Just real proud of the effort and all the stuff that the guys have done and gone through with just all the news and everything going on through the year. They've dug in, they've never given up, and they continue. So just had a great car and don't come out with anything to show for it. That's what I really, really hate about it.
You mentioned the team digging in with this news cycle you're going through. What about you? How are you feeling right now?
I don't know. Tomorrow, the sun will come up tomorrow.
Kyle Busch obviously frustrated with this evening's result.
I'll be honest with you, man. That's a good sign.
Sounded like that was a pre-recorded interview that they got with Kyle. They didn't want to air it during the finish of the race, so I respect that out of NBC. Eric Jones with a margin of victory of 0.2 of a second over Denny Hamlin, who ended up in second place at the end of tonight's race. Put on a hard charge in those closing laps. Jones just pulling into victory lane now for second time in his career in the Southern 500 at Darlington. How about that? How about your first 3 career wins coming at Daytona and then at Darlington in the Southern 500 twice? That is what Erik Jones has been able to do in his Cup Series career, and still a very short one at that, as he was a rookie just back in 2017. He's got a long time ahead of him, and I think this win also just doubles down on the fact that this guy should be in better equipment. I respect the heck out of him for sticking with Petty GMS, re-signing with them when maybe there was an opportunity possibly to get a ride somewhere else again, but big win for Erik Jones again in his career, and hopefully he can get more wins along the way and find himself still in the Cup Series for years to come, because he's a great driver. He's proven it a few times now. Just had one bad season, and now he has been back here, but he's resurrected the 43 car. Both had some good runs last season, and now the merger with GMS during the offseason this year. And he's put together a lot of good races this season, and we were wondering if this win was going to come this season. And as the regular season might have ran out, time to get a win this year has not for Erik Jones, and he is able to get the victory lane here today. So again, Denny Hamlin ends up finishing in second place, 0.2 of a second behind Erik Jones. Jones led just 23 laps in today's race. It was the most important 23 laps of the race there at the end. Tyler Reddick ends up finishing in third. Great runs at Darlington this year for Reddick. Finished at the spring race in second earlier this year, third in the summer race. Joey Logano ends up finishing in fourth after qualifying on the pole at 65 laps. Christopher Bell rounds out the top 5 today. He didn't lead a lap, but he came from a lap down after taking the wave around, got trapped a lap down. Otherwise, he was pretty much in the top 5 all day. So great run for Bell. Michael McDowell's up finishing in 6th place. Brad Keselowski in 7th. Another playoff driver, William Byron, in 8th. Bubba Wallace gets the top 10, finishing in 9th. And Alex Bowman will round out the top 10 today. More on him in a second. Eric Almirola ends up 11th. Kyle Larson from 3 laps down at one point comes back to finish 12th. Valiant effort. Could be a huge round-saving comeback performance depending on what is to come out of the playoffs here over the next couple of weeks. Can actually pause it real quick so that way I can read that to you guys in a little bit. Let's see here. Kyle Larson. Ryan Blaney ends up in 13th place today. Cole Custer 14th. Ty Gibbs ends up 15th. Austin Cindric 16th. Austin Dillon 17th. Daniel Suarez 18th. Unfortunately for Suarez, he must have been too far back to take the wave around. He was also trapped a lap down during the caution flag in the middle of green flag pit stops when Harvick's car caught on fire in the final stage. And unfortunately for Suarez, he was in 4th before that, had a great car. Maybe he could have been in that same position Jones was in if it wasn't for that ill-timing caution which trapped him a lap down at that time. Let's see here. Justin Haley ends up finishing first car lap down in 19th. Ross Chastain in 20th. He was 4 laps down at one point. Actually came back to 1 lap down. Only gained a few positions in that, though, finishing in 20th. Harrison Burton in 21st. Also, Chastain had a suspension issue that put him 4 laps down to begin with. But Harrison Burton 21st. Ty Dillon 22nd. Daniel Hemrick 23rd. Corey LaJoie 24th. Landon Castle 25th. Chris Buescher in 26th. Chase Briscoe 27th. Ty Gillen 28th. 29th was BJ McLeod. And Kyle Busch, after blowing an engine under caution while leading with just over 20 to go, finishes 30th. Martin Truex Jr. blew an engine not long before that under green flag conditions, finishing 31st. Cody Ware wrecked out late, finishing 32nd. That was the last caution in the race. Kevin Harvick, like I said, caught on fire. Final stage, ends up finishing 33rd. J.J. Yeley 34th. Stenhouse in 35th. And then Chase Elliott wrecked very early in the race, ends up last with no stage points as well. I'll read off the playoff standings before you get to listen to a couple other interviews from playoff drivers that are currently going on. It's going to be a little delayed when you guys hear, but I had to pause it so I can read you guys the current playoff grid. With Erik Jones winning today, nobody is locked into the round of 12 of the playoffs yet. Joey Logano is now number 1 in the point standings with 38 points above the cutoff line. William Byron 32 points above. Denny Hamlin is 30 points above. Christopher Bell 28 to the good. Reddick with a great run today, 23 points to the good. Ryan Blaney, 20 points to the good. Kyle Larson, after having a pretty abysmal day, is still 17 points to the good. Ross Chastain, 15 points to the good. Chase Elliott is still 14 points to the good. He's had that little bit of a buffer winning the regular season title plus 4 races this year, but that buffer is now gone. Alex Bowman is in 10th. In 10th, 10 points above the cutoff line. Kyle Busch is in 11th, 8 points above the cutoff line. Last driver above the cutoff line going into the second race of the round at Kansas next week is Daniel Suarez. He is only 2 points to the good over Austin Cindric. So Cindric is -2, Austin Dillon is -4, Chase Briscoe is -10, and Kevin Harvick, after having that fire late in the race, -13 after running, I think, right around 10th when that fire ended up happening a little earlier on in the race. Well, I should say late in the race, because it was in the final stage. He only finished 93 laps down, so it was not very far into the final stage of the race. But now what I'm seeing on TV is pretty far delayed after I had to pause it there for a quick second. I want to read off the point standings to you guys before that graphic disappeared. And here is Denny Hamlin with Parker Kligerman.
Anything different you could have done maybe down in turns 3 and 4 to get by that 43?
Not without contact. I mean, just there's, last night in Xfinity there was like 2.5 seconds to fall off in a last 15-lap run. I think it was about a second for us in a 15-lap run, and so the speeds are so fast and so much on throttle time. It's an air game, and so Eric just did a really great job. I got to thank Gordon from Sport Clip. Sorry I couldn't run Xfinity race yesterday, but just proud to always carry these Sport Clips colors here in Darlington, and man, just great day for Eric, great day for our team.
How worried were you saw those issues for your teammates?
I mean, we can't come in and change the engine. Nothing we're going to do about it. We're never going to give up track position to fix something, even if it's obvious anyway. So that late in the race, I just looked at it, said it was a tough one for those guys. And, obviously, it's a bummer. But there's nothing that I'm going to change in the car, so I just concentrate on doing the best I can driving.
Strong day for Denny Hamlin's 11 team, Dave.
What an up and down day for
Dave Burns
Ryan
with
Blaney.
Ryan
Ends up
Blaney.
13th, man. It was fast at times and it was weird at times, it seemed like.
Yeah, I thought we didn't start off the day very good. We definitely got better with our Menards moment for Mustang, and I thought by the second half of the race I was pretty decent. Just that caution coming out during the cycle kind of hurt us, and then we had I think we recovered pretty good. And then we had a pit for a right rear wheel that might have been loose. There with 20 to go, so that just really hurt us. So, but overall, decent stage points, decent finish out of it. Survived. A lot of guys had their issues, and move on to Kansas. All we need to do.
Plus 20 to the cut line, or in the playoffs now. Parker?
And for Austin Dillon,
Parker's looking with Austin Dillon
on the lead lap. And I mean, the way this day started, I feel like that could be a small victory in some respects.
Yeah, for sure. We just we didn't have it tonight, and tight from the word go, and tried to work it. In middle of the race, we had something that was decent, and just then it flip flopped to lose. So our betting GM Chevy wasn't great, but we're not last in points right now. We made some improvements on the point situation. Just bring a better hot rod to Kansas and go get it from there.
Tough day for Austin Dillon, this 3 team, but they exit only 4 points out. Rick?
Well, I heard from a couple of the top finishers. I'll fast forward to live real quick, and I'll wait till. Actually, I can't wait till the commercial. I don't think on Hulu. Hang on, let me fast forward to live just in case there's anything else you guys get to. Oh, come on. Hulu's acting up on me. Here's Kyle Larson.
Then finally, there at the end, we were gonna have some good track position, and wasn't sure if we had lug nut tight, and decided to pit to be safe rather than give up 20 spots or more. So pretty bummed about it, but also happy at the same time because I thought we were gonna have another DNF with an engine. So I hope they just learn what happened and can cure the problem.
Yeah, Rick, it could have been so much worse.
Yeah, what a rebound.
Sorry you only got to hear the second half of that. I was trying to catch up on Hulu, get back to live, and then cut right into the middle of the interview with Kyle Larson. But needless to say, we've gone through the finishing results. Time to go through how my predictions went for this race specifically. Nobody's locked into the next round, so I won't be wrong, at least through the first week of who I have being eliminated through the round of 16 in the playoffs based off the playoff predictions at the start of the race. And as far as this race went, 2 drivers who I had as must-have picks that were absolutely at least going to get top 10s and potentially compete for the win. Joey Logano, I mean, he was fast today, led 65 laps on the pole. It just seemed like his pit crew was kind of letting him down from time to time, and then had that ill-timing caution when he did get back up into second and could only get back up to fourth his second time through the field. So 2.3 seconds off the lead, finished fourth. Top 5 run, a lot of stage points for Logano today, all things considered. So pretty good call on him. And then I had Kyle Larson. He was my pick to win today's race. Fortunately, had that engine issue earlier on in the stage. Came from 3 laps down at one point to get back to 12th place at the end. Valiant effort, but I was definitely wrong on the predictions considering he finished 12th and had no stage points. As far as the sleeper picks today, I finished, or had both of the drivers that were sleeper picks of the playoff drivers finishing in the top 5 today. Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell. Reddick in 3rd, Bell in 5th. And I had 2 drivers predicted to finish at the very least outside the top 10 of the playoff drivers, Ryan Blaney and Alex Bowman. I was right on Blaney, finished 13th, had a topsy-turvy day, as you just heard from him moments ago. And Alex Bowman actually ended up sneaking in with a top 10 finish late in the race. He pretty much was well outside the top 10 all day until that final stage. Somehow got his way through the field. I can't remember if he was on the right side of that caution. I think he was one of the drivers that ended up going a lap down during the Harvick yellow. So I don't know how he got back inside the top 10, but he did. Some of the other drivers that were up there didn't. Whatever the case was. I'll tell you how he got back in the top 10. He wouldn't have finished top 10 if it wasn't for Kyle Busch and Mark Truex Jr. blowing an engine. Then I would have been right on that prediction. But he snuck in there at the 10th place finish, so ultimately I was wrong. As far as the fantasy goes for this weekend, gonna have to refresh the page here. See how my fantasy team did this weekend. And it looks like I had the right driver in the garage. I put Larson in there without getting any stage points. I didn't think he was going to get back on the lead lap at one point, but he did. End up with 25. Really good fantasy team this week, though. I had Logano had a top 5. Bell had a top 5. Reddick had a top 5. Byron ended up outside the top 10, even though he was top 5. Or no, Byron ended up 8th. Never mind, he did get back in the top 10 after having to take the waiver out earlier as well. And then Hamlin finished 2nd. So I had 4 guys in the top 5. The only one that wasn't in the top 5 finished 8th. They all scored stage points. So pretty solid fantasy team this weekend. I did not get any bonus points, though, unfortunately. I forgot to, I forgot to put my lineup in. I was putting it in as it locked up, so I actually got the lineup in. But unfortunately, I only had one of the 4 matchups for the bonus points picked, and I ended up losing the one matchup. I had Dillon over Cindric. In all honesty, I probably would have had Hamlin over Elliott. I would have probably had Larson over Busch because I picked Larson to win. And then I don't know. I don't know who I would have picked between Harvick and Reddick, to be completely honest. But I definitely left at least 20 points, maybe 30 up on the board this weekend. As far as this week's winner in the fantasy league goes, again, playoff champion gets a couple tickets to any NASCAR races they're choosing in 2023, excluding the Daytona 500. Have to be a subscriber of the channel as well. Jordan 1199 will start off the playoffs with a win, scoring 221 points. I'm the defending playoff champion, at least trying to go back-to-back there. David Sir ends up finishing at 2nd with 218 points. I ended up with 3rd, 211. I could have had 30 more points. I could have blown everybody out of the water this week. You're lucky. You're all lucky. Monster Jam X10 ends up finishing 4th this week with 209 points. And then Ryan Gerard ends up with 192, tied for 5th with the Plow V3. So that is your top 5 this weekend. Playoff standings obviously are going to be your top finishers today. So Jordan 1199 will start off the first playoff race with the league win. Again, Inside Uranus was the regular season points champion, so he already has gotten the opportunity to pick what race he wants to go to in person next year. I'll try to make it out to that race as I did last season as well. So that is going to wrap it up for our post-race show. Unless we get any last-second interviews, I greatly appreciate you guys tuning in tonight. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Live race commentary on the race weekends, video game side during the week. Tomorrow's live race commentary will be actually on the video game side, again, as I mentioned during the week. NASCAR 06, Total Team Control. It'll be a Busch Series race at the Texas Motor Speedway. 3 races to go, trying to get Dale Jr. his 3rd career Xfinity Series championship. And going into that race, it is a dogfight with Clint Boyer. 87 points out of first. It's been the Boyer and Earnhardt show all season for those of you that have watched that series on the channel, and I think it's going to be a good one tomorrow. 200 laps, 300 miles, the full distance for tomorrow's race. That will start at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard. Never mind. It'll start at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow afternoon. Forgot it's Labor Day. I was going to start the race a little bit earlier for that reason, with it being a holiday, and most of you guys probably off work. So 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Again, we'll be running at Texas, NASCAR 6. Next live race commentary stream won't be until Bristol. I'll be doing live commentary for the Xfinity race on Friday night and the Cup race Saturday night, so be tuned for that. Reason why I'm not doing live commentary next week, I will be at the Kansas Speedway, so that means there will be a race highlight video from the grandstands next weekend, and possibly going to bring my PS4 on the road as well, so we can wrap up the NASCAR 21 Ignition series on the channel later on in the week as well, so maybe have an online lobby next weekend as well on my road trip to Kansas, so it'll be interesting for the vlog. But thanks for everybody tuning in. For those who I didn't shout out there that tuned in at the very end of the race, I greatly appreciate you guys watching and supporting me as always. Road to becoming a NASCAR commentator for future races down the road, and now on the road to 4,000 subs on the channel as well. This channel has grown a lot over the course of this year. Greatly appreciate it. And see you next time, everybody. Thanks for watching.